At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Really love this brand because first off, the products are quality. I have amazing hydration. You guys can see the shine. You guys can see the definition.
Learn the ins and outs of IT and launch your IT career in just a matter of weeks with the help of Lifting the Veil IT Academy.
I took Lifting the Veil Academy with subs. Took a while, but I'm here. I made it. I'm now an SSRS developer. I started on the 13th, making a rate of $48 an hour.
Sign up for a free consultation and see where this industry could take you.
To learn more, go to www.ltvacademy.com. That's www.ltvacademy.com.
Peace, family. Peace on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Today is Malcolm X Day as well. I know they're celebrating it at Malcolm X Park here in Atlanta. I might fall through later on. But everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, and subscribe. Again, like, share, and subscribe. That's your price of entry. I'm reading some of the comments, and not Black Americans issues already upset. But we're going to get into the topic here shortly. Thank you once again for joining. It really means a lot. Hit that like button, make sure you share, and make sure you subscribe. Announcements, Sierra Leone. Citizenship in Sierra Leone is back on. If you're interested in gaining your citizenship in Sierra Leone and learning the rules, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit Donfo. That's DANFO.Africa to learn more. Okay, we're also, you know what? Next week, week after, not this upcoming Monday, but next Monday, let me plug up my laptop before it goes dead as well. Not this upcoming Monday, but next, or is it Monday or Tuesday? No, we leave Tuesday. We'll leave next Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, we have for Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Looking forward to that. We're going to have a great time, y'all. Again, hold on, let me get this camera together. There we go. We're going to have a great time in Senegal for the Jazz Festival. Then we roll to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Then after that, we are heading to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue, then Namibia and South Africa in November, then back to Sierra Leone in December. If you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Without further ado, let's jump into today's topic. Can you be a black sellout if there's no black agenda? And I want to give credit to where credit is due. Shout out to Holopism. He actually was the inspiration behind this topic. Because I forgot the post he made on Facebook this morning, but it made a lot of sense. If there's not a black agenda, how are the likes of Clarence Thomas, Brian Donalds, Tim Scott, how are they sellouts? What are they selling out? What specifically are they selling out? What's the black agenda? So look at Malcolm X. A sellout killed Malcolm X, but Malcolm X had a specific agenda. Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara had a specific agenda, so a sellout took him out. Patrice Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba had a specific agenda, so sellout with the support of the West, CIA, the French, took him out. So let's look at Black America as a collective. The only black agenda I could think of, again, the only black agenda that I could think of, the only time that black people come together is to vote Democrat. That's it. That's the only so-called black agenda that I know of. But for the most part, whenever you talk to a black Democrat, they sound like a white liberal. So it's really the white liberal agenda. So again, Tim Scott, Brian Donalds, Ben Carson, Clarence Thomas. What are they actually selling out when it comes to black folks? You look at Wes Moore, governor of, I think, Maryland, first black governor of Maryland. He vetoed a reparations bill this morning or last night. Vetoed it. He's a Democrat. Is he a sellout now? You look at the Black Caucus. They delay the whatever reparations bill out of California. Are they sellouts? How's Eric Adams a sellout? So that's the thing. It's just we throw this term sellout, we throw it around a little bit too much. But again, what are they selling out? No, only Wes Moore's. I think Wes Moore's mother is Caribbean. Wes Moore's mother is Caribbean, but I think his dad is FBA. And then from what I'm told, when it comes to FBA, if you have one FBA parent, you're FBA. That's what I was told. So it really doesn't matter. Wes Moore, the nation's lone black governor, vetoes bill to study reparations. And his grandparents on his mother's side are the immigrants, but his mother isn't. But I'll let you guys, FBA, ADOS, I'll let you guys fight over if he's FBA or not. But from what I was told, if you have one FBA parent, you're considered FBA. That's what I was told, unless you guys move the goalposts. Yeah, unless you guys move the goalposts. Now we're patrilineal. Well, then, yeah, his dad is ADOS FBA. So Wes Moore's ADOS FBA. But anyways, I'll put the link in the chat room if you want to call in and add to the conversation and explain. All right, hey, if you disagree with what I say, you're more than welcome to call in and explain why you disagree. Yeah, his father's FBA. His father is definitely FBA. What's up, Cuddy?
What it do, Donis? Big salute to you, Donis. Big salute, panel. Big salute, chat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, boy, you boy, you be touching on some topics, boy. Man, it's not about black people having an agenda because it's always gonna be an agenda on us against our progress.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we progress, we'll dominate. So they don't want us to gain any steam of progression. So it's always going to be an agenda, and we always going to have sellouts that don't have the progressive mind, like you mentioned Thomas Sankara.
Right.
It's a lot of Burkina Faso that don't have a lot of Africans in general that don't have a progressive mind. It's like I'm gonna refer to Django. It's always 1 in 10,000 that have a progressive mind. Like
Mm-hmm.
when you come to Africa, you always see everybody got the same business. Is
Right.
everybody doing the same thing like
Selling the same
copycat?
stuff. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So every now and then, after you go through 10,000 businesses, you see one that they doing something different and they making money. So when people start seeing them make money, they'll start copycatting that. Oh, let me try to do that. Let me do that. So it's always going to be an agenda on us to progress and be creative because we are the creators of the world. We are, we the ones that create nations. So it's always going to be an agenda against us. It's not about if we have an agenda or not. It's about what white supremacy agenda is against us.
Mm-hmm. Big Black, do me a favor. Turn your camera on so I can verify who you are, and you can turn it back off before I bring you onto the panel. Big Black, pause. Big Black, you hear me? Okay, he dropped off. Okay. I guess he don't turn his camera on. Okay. Guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you're gonna call in, you're more than welcome to call in. So, Cuddy, what's going on in Burkina Faso? What's new?
The newest developments, I think they just wiped the noses of like a hundred. I don't even want to call them extremists. I'm gonna say people that was paid to come in and do something. I think they tried to run up on an army base and got their nose wiped.
Mm-hmm.
I think they seen them when they was coming and was waiting for them and wiped their nose.
Mm-hmm.
So the news when the Western media gets it, they're gonna say, "Oh, 200 people got killed and all types of crazy stuff."
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the last thing that just happened because, like I say, these brothers, the progressive part, they getting ready to launch their own currency, open up their own bank. And the bank is going to be backed up by $840 something billion worth of resources. So that's what China and Russia's waiting on for Africa to open up their own bank. And they know that when the Sahel region opens up this bank, this investment bank, that all the youth in Africa are going to come here and invest in the bank. So the bank is going to be very valuable. And I think that's going to mess up Western money, especially the franc, the CFA franc. It's going to bring down the value a whole lot.
So what's holding them back? Like, what's taking so long for them to do it? 1 second. We win it. Turn your camera on. We win it. Turn your camera on so I can verify that you're not a troll. Then you can turn it back off before I bring you on the panel. We win it.
Now, I'm not for sure exactly what's holding them back, but in my mind, I'm thinking they're waiting on the old system to go ahead and die off, and then the new system is going to be the backup.
Okay.
So while the West is trying to figure out, what are we going to do to replace our money, the BRICS is going to be the backup. It's already set up. Okay. So they just waiting on the old man to die. They ain't going to kill him. They're going to wait on the die off and then bring in their new system.
Go ahead, we winning.
When it comes to everything, this is funny as hell how Wes Moore done
yeah.
Dude, this Wes Moore shit is hilarious, man. Todd Bridges done sold everybody a bill of goods because that's what he looked like.
Hey, we win. He looked dead. He did dead as on Todd Bridges.
Dude. And you know what? The funniest part about this whole situation in Maryland has a budget deficit that was led because they was giving undocumented immigrants access to healthcare like they did here in California, situations of expanding programs, set asides, and stipends. And the funniest part about it is, I don't think the black Democrats in Maryland truly even got mad. I think it's how can I say, the reparations, the no vote people.
They can't get mad. Mad about what? They know that shit ain't coming.
They talk about, well, if you vote for Republicans, you think it's going to happen? Shit. We trying to be able to get gun rights. We're trying to be able to lower our taxes. We're trying to actually have less red tape to run our business. At least from my mindset of why I vote Republican, I don't need big government. I just need government to get out the way in certain situations. That's all. Let me set up my company. Let me become a job creator. Let me help and provide a service or a product to the local area, to the zip code. Now, the funniest part about it is, what did Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed's side of this shit had to say on this? Did they even report on this shit yet?
I don't think they did yet because, it's relatively new.
Got you. I'll pass the mic.
All right, guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, let me read the super chat. Yeah, Akeem, thank you for the 11 euros. I'm sorry. It's about time to unite and be progressive for ourselves, Africa first, second, and third. All right, links in the chat room. If you guys want to call in after the comment. But yeah, Wes Moore, he didn't shot the first black governor of Maryland. He didn't shot down shot down the reparations. And he's FBA. Per y'all's definition of FBA, he's FBA. So, FBA keeps shutting down the reparations. So,
hey,
go ahead.
Can I
take your
rebound
time.
on
Go ahead, take your time.
you? Why nobody talking about the segregation going out the door? People don't even realize, black folk in America don't even realize what's coming for them, do they? They bringing in the old school slave catchers from South Africa. They already got rid of segregation. What's to stop white America from putting black folks back in the chains and back in the servitude?
They ain't gonna happen. Ain't nobody gonna put back in chains.
But what's to stop it though?
It ain't gonna happen. All right, Minnie, sorry, you can turn your camera off if you want to. It's up to you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Minnie.
My comment is on this. We got a couple of forces. I would consider myself an FBA, but the rhetoric that comes from FBA of not separating from the continent of Africa, and some of them even believe that we didn't even come from there. The whole world is going after Africa, trying to get a piece of that wealth, trying to get in the ground of that wealth. And there are people who would allow us to join in their struggle, like Ibrahim Traore, and would share that continent with us. This place is on the way down. We're talking about we want a piece of America. We're all American and things like this. This thing is going down. Martin Luther King, at the end of near the end of his life, said, "I feel I've integrated us into a burning house." Well, we're trying to get a piece of a sinking ship. Yeah, get reparations if we can get it, but hey, I'm headed out the country. But if I get a piece of a continent that's going up, growing, has the wealth, has the resources, is growing in population, that's going up. We have an aging population here. We don't have enough young people to support the economy. It's all go down, and we do not control anything here. So get what we can from here and connect with the continent long term. Don't have no long term plans for America. That's my comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Links in the chat room if you want to call in and add to the convo. You're more than welcome to call and add to the convo. But Cuddy, what's your thoughts on the whole reparations situation here in America?
Man, they ain't gonna give black folks no reparations. I just like you say that it won't happen by us getting put back in servitude. They ain't gonna give black folks no money. They gonna give everybody else money. It's all that money they sent to Ukraine for Russia to take it. They could have been paid us reparations, and then we probably would have went over there and fought. So I agree with what the brothers say. Make your connections with Africa, and then let the white supremacist system fall in America. Then we can go back and rebuild it. But we're gonna have to protect it though. But see, if we reconnect with Africa, we'll have reinforcements. See, in America, our numbers are dwindling. The YNs killing each other off. So we got to reconnect with Africa to get our reinforcements strong. Then we can go back and rebuild the real Africa America, and then we can protect it at the same time.
Hey, DMV Pat, do me a favor. Turn your camera on so I can verify who you are. You can turn it back off before I let you on. Okay, you good. You can turn it off. All right, DMV Pat, go ahead. Unmute yourself, DMV Pat.
Yeah, well, you hear me?
Hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. On this topic of reparations, I live in Maryland, and that's the first time I ever heard anything about reparations. I've never heard anything going down. I heard everything in California and these other states, but in Maryland, like, nobody is talking about it. So that was a surprise to me when I saw that it got vetoed. I was like, what the hell? When did this happen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's
How do you feel about West? How do you feel about Westmore in general?
Westmore, he's kind of like trying to be like all the other Democrats, like, we got to be against this such and such thing. When it comes to immigration and all that, we got to try to help them or help all the legal immigrants. He's kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, typical Democrat. Ain't nothing different about him than anybody else that was before him.
Hey, Zamir, I got to see your face, Zamir. Okay, you good. You good. You good too, Leroy. Go ahead, Leroy. Unmute yourself, Leroy. Zamir, you want to turn? You'll keep your camera on, Zamir. Okay, all right.
I'm good.
Go ahead, Leroy. Go ahead, Leroy.
Yeah, I did a quick little search and looked up this in the area.
Hey, Zamir, I got 1 second. Zamir, I got to mute you because you have some feedback coming on your end. Go ahead, Leroy.
Yeah, because I'm from DC and I didn't hear nothing about this. This not affecting people on the ground. But when I look into it, it looked like the governor was vetoing a bunch of bills. And this bill in particular was the study of reparations. It was a $50,000 grant. It was looking for a $50,000 grant for the study. And the people who didn't support it were saying, they say it's not as though it was going to do something. It's a study. When have we known a study to cause a veto? At the end of the study, nothing else has been done except we studied it. I don't understand it. I will not understand it. And that's coming from Muse, whoever Muse is. But the main point is I don't see this going anywhere, and it's not a big deal. It's just probably something they're gonna put in the media to propagate like two sides of America, which I don't think they are. It's just we just are America, and we gonna have disagreements, and we gonna have things that don't get passed. He vetoed damn near 25 things: sidewalks, special polices, data center impact studies, board of licensing and commissioners, uninsured employee fund, disability service animal program. Like he vetoed a lot. So yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Zamir. Unmute yourself.
All right. So basically, how I feel about it is that, black people is the commodity, and one way or another, they will always support the system that is above them. They don't really want to help each other, no matter what they believe in. So really, they would give back their reparations to the system because that's how really foolish they are as a people. So if I was to get my reparations as an example, I would just open up restaurants, buffets, liquor stores, similar to like what the Chinese people do, the Indians, and I would just make profit off of that. Because all this time, there's no black hospitals for black people. There's no black police department for black people. There never was. So really, black people will always support other people, but not each other. So that's their nature.
Hey, Afro Man, do me a favor. Cut your camera on, Afro Man. Afro Man, cut your camera on so I can see who you are first to verify before I let you on. Okay, you good. You can turn it off. Go ahead, Afro Man.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Peace, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. From the article that I gleaned or read very quickly, it seems to me that the governor seems to suggest that there have been enough studies already about reparations, and that he feels that it is time to move to action. That's why he refused to pass the bill, or that's why he vetoed the bill. Is my understanding correct, Dynast?
So why don't you just move forward with it then, with reparations then?
Yeah, so I guess that's what he's saying, that he wants to lay down a plan for them to actually.
The plan.
Is that what he's saying?
I'm just saying the plan is a damn study. Like, come on. I mean, read between the lines. A plan is a study.
No, I mean, I believe he's finding a clever way, not to give it. I mean, not to have it actionable. That's what I believe. But his defense is that there have been enough studies written down already, and so it's now time for them to move into action.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, I'm not buying it, but
But if I may ask,
go ahead.
Why is it that African Americans? Well, I mean, from what I gather, they see the reparations mostly in terms of cash. If they offered you land as well as cash, is that something that Black Americans would consider to be something that is desirable?
Why not?
Okay, all right. That's
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think so.
That's cool. All right, I would give the mic.
Let me read the super chat. Yaya King, thank you for the €6. FBA keeps shutting down reparations. I bet you next week they will blame Africans. Well, they already tried to blame immigrants for being shut down. When Westmore is ADOS per their definition. So, yeah, no, he's FBA. His father's FBA. His father's FBA. So he's eligible for reparations per y'all definition. So, but guys, links in the chat room if you want to call in. Go ahead and call in again. Links in the chat room if you want to call in after the conversation. You're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Yeah, but there's no black agenda unless I'm missing something. Is there a black agenda?
The black agenda is the American agenda, just thriving in America.
Well, actually, black people are liars to each other. That's the case.
Some black people, you can't say
a lot of them are.
You can't.
A lot of them are.
It's super hyperbolic right there, though. You just overcompassing the whole black community. 40 million.
But they are liars to each other. What for last 60, 70 years? What has the black community done for each other?
Shit, we done grown.
Nothing.
You see PG County.
Nothing.
Shit, you see PG County. I don't know if you familiar with your own states, which y'all got.
I'm a New Yorker.
I mean, maybe your city is lying to you, but my city is thriving.
Was you from the South?
No, I'm from DC. I mean, you can call it the South. It's the last part of the South, but yeah, you can call it the South, but from DC. My mayor not lying to me.
Well, Black Wall Street never came back because if you notice, the rich black people never wanted to bring it back, so it doesn't really matter.
Black Wall Street did come back, but then they moved
it
out.
Didn't.
No. Actually, Zamir did come back, but then they chose to integrate.
Yeah, they
Well,
rebuild. They
black
rebuilt
people
basketball
need
too.
everybody to save them because they don't know how to save each other. That's the point.
No, you need somebody to save you.
No,
You that type of black
no,
person that you need somebody
no,
to save you.
no. Because the thing is, you cannot trust your own people because they don't want to help you. That's the
No,
point.
you can't trust your people.
But you just said I'm the same. See,
What?
you just said that I'm black just like you. So what do you mean I
I didn't
can't
say
trust
that. I
my
never
people?
said that. I never said you were anything like me. I said you need to hold that to your own. You know what I mean? You putting it out there in
No,
the
no. But
world,
I'm putting you in the boat though because you are the same like others are. That's the point.
but you
You
up
could
here on this.
you could disagree if you want, but I know that you're the same like other black people are. This is
But you
why
on
the
this
Af
panel being hyperbolic, but you're not talking about your person. Like you're not talking about nothing. You just putting out this gray cloud in the world. Black people don't listen to black people. Black people
okay,
lie to black people. Like
but if the Africans don't want you people, something's wrong with you people. That's the point.
Africans.
Yes. They don't
What
even want you people. That's the point.
who's
And they come from nothing. They come from nothing, but they still don't want you people. That's the point.
Where do you get that information from?
yeah, I'm about to say I'm
Where do
lost.
I get it from? Because the thing is, they don't hire black Americans to work in their businesses. Look at the Dominicans. They're black as midnight, but they still don't want no black Americans to work for them. So it's something wrong with you people. Something's not right.
What do the Dominicans own that black people need to work at? Like you just talking.
Dominicans own supermarkets, barbershops. They don't want you guys to even work for
And
them. That's the point.
and black Americans own those things as well. Like what are you saying? You just talking just to talk.
No,
You just
what
hate.
I'm
You just
saying,
spewing hate.
what I'm saying is that nobody wants you people, and they still came from the gutter themselves.
You just spewing hate, bro.
No, I'm speaking facts.
You not, bro. Because more
I
than
am.
likely you a construction worker or some shit, and you work
Can I
Right,
alongside us
interject?
blacks.
right. But the thing is that your people have no loyalty. That's the point.
Bro, we have the 50 United. We have the United States. How do we have no loyalty, but we're in the
You have no
United
loyalty. That's
Africa?
the
Like,
this
where your point of view coming from? Where you from?
this is why the I said
Where
I
you
live in New
from?
York City. I said I live in New York City.
No,
So
where
I'm
are you
proving
from? Where you
where am
from?
I from? What do you mean?
Like you an immigrant, right? Because you
No,
keep
I'm
saying
not an
you
immigrant.
people, you
I'm
people,
not.
you
I
people.
said you people. I'm born in America. You people. I never said I was an immigrant.
Where you from?
I was born in New
Let's
York
be
City.
honest. Let's be honest.
I
Can
was
I
Where
can
born
you
in
I
New
from?
York City.
interject?
You an
Can I
immigrant, right?
interject on y'all fellas real quick?
Are
Go
you
go ahead, Cuddy.
African?
Is Zamir? I gotta meet you real quick, Zamir, because it's the background noise. Go ahead, Cuddy.
Well,
Then I'll pass
well,
the elbow.
as a descendant of a slave, I feel like, not to sound arrogant, but I feel like we are above owning grocery stores and barbershops. I feel like we're above that. I feel like as Black Americans, we need to own resources. We need to find the coal mines in America. We need to find cement mines, anything that involves in building a nation. That's what Black Americans need to focus their minds on. Because if we have access to resources, we can build, the foreigners will have to come to us to build their restaurants, to build their supermarkets, to build their schools, to build their hospitals. So as a Black American, I feel like we're above that. That's for the immigrants that come. We need to be controlling resources. So they need to be coming to shop with us, if that make any sense to anybody.
But ain't the mayor in that place where he talking about is black? And like when you doing zoning, when you building something, you have to get it passed through the mayor. Like it makes no sense for somebody to say we need to control this when the mayor controls everything. You can't build without permission of the mayor. You have to do zoning. You have to go through council. Like I'm not sure if y'all
Resources, young
involved.
brother, resources.
No, we don't own anything, but you're gonna be happy. You gotta understand. In this Christian society, you're leaving here the same way you came in with nothing. So
Actually, this is a Jewish
so why are you
society. What
here?
do you mean
So
Christian society?
you say what?
You said this is a Christian society. This society is controlled by Jewish people.
Not in America.
Yes, it is.
They might have
Because that's why they
influences. They
receive
might have the
that's why
influences in
they
high
receive
places.
their reparations. That's why they receive their
Listen,
reparations
they
because they control the system. That's the point.
they might have their hands in certain things, but the way society runs is Christian ethics. You can believe in whatever you want to believe in.
No,
That's not Judaism.
that's why the
That's not
KKK
Judaism.
says that's why the KKK is saying that you
The
work for the Jewish
KKK.
community.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
the KKK says that
Were you
black
stuck in
people
the
work for the
60s? The
no,
KKK? Are you serious?
the KKK still exists. So what are you talking about?
They may exist, but they don't move. They don't do nothing in this city, in the world,
I
in
didn't
the
say
US.
that. I said that they said the truth about blacks working for Jewish people, and you people do work for Jewish people.
Who cares
Because
about the conspiracy theories you talking about?
no,
You talking
you
about
see how
nonsense.
you just said
You gotta take a
conspiracy
step.
theories, but it's the truth though.
No,
You
it's not,
still
bro.
work
You
for
gotta
the
take a step
Jewish
away from the
society.
internet
That's
for a
the
couple
point.
days and touch grass. Because the KKK, bro, you literally just brought up the KKK. Are you
Okay,
serious?
but you
Or
making
you
it
or
look
you
like they
playing?
don't exist. Do they not exist? So they do, because they do.
They hold no weight. Who cares? The fucking
But
Black
they
Panther
spoke
probably
the
exists.
truth that you people work for the Jewish community. You just said this is a
You
Christian
people
society. It's
so
not a Christian
nonsense.
society. If this was a Christian society based upon, then Jewish people would have never got their reparations from America. So what are you talking about? You said this is a Christian society.
And let me pass the mic to Elvis. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Donis.
One second, Johnny. Turn your camera on, Johnny, so I can verify. Okay, you can turn it off. All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Donis. Hello to the panel. Hello to the chat. Look, I think every time you ask this question is an unfair question to ask, because you live in a federalist country, and black people have different interests in different regions throughout this country, just like white people. The priorities of white people in California is not the same as the priority of white people in Texas. They have different political ideologies and different pressing issues that they're trying to, get across. Socially, they have different priorities. For example, again in California than they do in Texas. Same with many black people across this country. The issues of black people on the East Coast is not the same. It's the issue for black people in the South. So to have a unified agenda in a vast country like the United States with different, political ideology and social ideologies it's just not the question to ask. Now, you think that the white people in California who are more socialist in their political ideology and more liberal in their social ideology is the same for the white people in Texas who are more conservative in their political ideology, you know? So it's not a unified thing for black people. People have local interests and regional interests, and they're unified behind that. The East Coast black, most for the most part, is more homogenous based on the region and their ideology. The New Yorkers, people from New Jersey, from PA, they tend to have a similar ideology. When you go down south, they tend to have a different but similar ideology than those in New York. So when it comes to sellout, right, what we consider sellout, I'm not somebody that throw that word around easily. We talk about the Clarence Thomas, the Ben Carson, those who are on the other side of the majority, position that black people take in politics. I don't think they're sellouts. I think ideologies are, unique to individuals based on their circumstances. So I'd never call a black Republican a sellout. The one problem I have with black Republicans or people who, ascribe to Republican ideology is that they can never tell you. They use a different metric for the Republicans than they do for the Democrats. So somebody like a Dynas or Brandon, who was touting Trump, that Trump was going to do something for black people after his first term. He offered, some I don't know 500 billion, some ridiculous number that he was going to do something for black people. What is he doing for black people now? You guys will say, well, there isn't a black agenda. Black people hasn't gone to him as a collective to ask him for something. But you on your panel on your channel, you was encouraging gullible young black people who are politically naive or politically illiterate to vote for Donald Trump.
And, who,
What?
and whoever did made the right decision. Go ahead.
Fine, but what did he offer?
what agenda do you young black Republicans, male or females, had for Trump? What are you doing to lobby him? The fact that you give him your vote, what are you doing to lobby so that you can get your interests met? Are you voting because you're in a
My son doesn't have to refer to is no longer forced to refer to a man who identifies as a woman as a woman. There you go. There's one.
okay? So that was your main priority. You're
I'm
voting
just
for
saying
Trump.
that's just one of them. Go ahead. And he also a lot of policies for crypto that he passed. Go ahead.
Okay. So those were your main agenda for voting for Trump.
That's just a couple, but that's another topic. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so I mean, again, that's you individually, right? This is not a collective that black people came up with and said, you know what?
Immigration as well.
Fine. As black folks, our issue is that all of our kids are calling, biological males women. So let's vote for Trump because that's an issue in our community. We got to change it.
I didn't say that. I said that.
No, I'm saying that when you ask for a black agenda, it's an individualistic agenda that you're talking
I
about.
already said there's no such thing as a black agenda, so I'm not even arguing that.
Right, and there's no such thing as a white agenda either. So why put that on black folks? Because white people are different in their ideology, politically and socially, just like any other group in this country. So I always think it's a false, a false a topic to have because black people are not a monolith like any other group in this country. They have different interests regionally and nationally. So let's not do that. But my last point before I land would be that the cones, as people would call them, the cones, right? When people work against the interests of black people, and many legal scholars would tell you, and even these conservative would tell you that, oh, affirmative action only benefited white women, and it didn't benefit black people and Asians.
Correct.
You have to understand the history behind it.
Correct. That's right.
No, that's what you would say, and that's not just it's just not the truth.
That's correct. The majority
It's not the truth.
White women benefited the most from affirmative action. That's just a fact.
It's not the truth. It's not the truth.
That's not what the statistics say.
No, you got to prove it to us because what I know is that about 100 years ago, black kids were not allowed to go to the same colleges as white kids, and usually those white colleges were better. They were better funded. They had better professors, and they separated, themselves from black people getting the same quality education as whites.
That's not DEI.
Oh, did I mention DEI?
I'm sorry, affirmative action. That's not affirmative action.
If you say that's not affirmative, prove it.
They can't. So in the Constitution, they can't discriminate against you because of race, religion, and sex. They can't do that.
Or they can't do that. Did they discriminate against black people because of race?
That was back then.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's the point. So when people Clarence Thomas are going against certain things, and that is in the interest of black folks, and it's going to make it more difficult.
What's the interest of black folks?
Like I said, affirmative action gave black people put them on an even playing field for white kids when it comes to
the Jewish
education.
community who gave black people affirmative action.
It's illegal.
Yeah, even that. But I'll pass the mic and I'll let other people talk. I don't want to be
It was the Jewish community that gave black people affirmative action. Dr. King didn't really do anything for his people. He was a liar.
I mean,
so was the Nation of Islam. They were liars. The only people who really gave black people handouts was the Jewish community because Dr. King got donations from the Jewish community. So if you really look at it, black people didn't really do anything for themselves for the last 100 years because they always needed help from someone else that wasn't their people anyway.
The brother was asking you, do you come from a immigrant background even though you were born in the United States?
I was born in the United States.
No, I know that. Being born here is one thing. Is your grandparents or your parents born here in the United States?
Yeah, they was born here.
Okay.
But good. You see, the thing is that I know you people want me to accept your propaganda, but I'm not going to because
first of all, I'm an African. I was born on the continent, so
okay. But you have your own propaganda, but I don't believe in it. That's my point.
Yeah, affirmative action was deemed unconstitutional because you can't discriminate based on race. So that's why Elvis. And white women benefited the most from affirmative action. That's a fact. That's a fact.
What's the link, Donis? Let's read it.
Yeah, some of those acts are counterintuitive. You got one saying anti-discrimination laws, but then on the other side of it, you once you get the job, you will not get the job, but once you were applying for the job, then you got the affirmative action. And speaking back to Zamir with the whole reparations for the Jewish, USA didn't pay reparations to the Jewish. The people who oppressed them paid them. So why are you trying to apply that
No,
to
no, no, no.
America?
That's not true. Under Obama, they cut a check to survivors of the Holocaust. That's a fact.
Where is it? Where can I find that information?
I will let me pass the mic to Volvo and I'll look it up, and then I'll also look up. And Elvis is being disingenuous, but I'll still look up the stats
Hey,
that
how the fuck
white
does he
women.
get to go before me?
John, yeah, it is your turn, Johnny.
Hell
Well, hold
no.
on, Johnny. But
What the fuck?
yeah, but hold on,
Yeah,
Johnny.
I'm not gonna
So
be here that long, man. But
yeah, but so what I'll do, I'll pull because Elvis is being disingenuous. Everybody knows that white women benefited the most from affirmative action and
Yeah,
DEI.
that is true. That is
Yeah,
true.
it's just Elvis just being Elvis. And I'll look that up, and I'll look up the whole reparations being paid from the United States of America to survivors of the Holocaust. Go ahead, Johnny.
okay, well, I do appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I just speak to kind of what was said too, man. It kind of dudes kind of here to ruffle some feathers and stuff, I guess. But yeah, the thing about reparations is that many people are in support for the agendas and deciding who gets what when as far as reparation goes, and then what would happen if it did go through. That's kind of the more important thing to kind of understand. I guess when you just hear like, "Hey, man, they shot down reparations or they vetoed reparations," it's because uh, it's kind of a grab to me, man, when I hear people talk like that because it doesn't necessarily explain what was in the bill or what was actually like hoped to be getting out of it and who it would go to. That's really what it is. I think it comes down to is deciding who would get what from reparations and how much. How do you determine this?
So
Somebody asked earlier uh, if black people would look into something besides just monetary forms of reparations. And me personally, the only reparations I would ever accept, which I highly doubt was ever going to even happen, but would be in the form of land. There's no way I would take a monetary value. That just to me that doesn't make sense. It's a whole different thing. Um, but I think that the problem is that when people are the faces of movements, it's easier to tear them down now than it used to be. Like it's a lot of ways to put misinformation and dissent and stuff like that out there to where nobody really is going to be taken serious like they used to. Like leaders back in the day, media would pick up some of the stories they decided to report on and stuff like that. But now it's in an age of information and transparency, it's hard to really get like like a Barack Obama type character out here and stuff because there's so many ways to dissect people in this day and age. You can't really have that type of image. Um, but yeah, then I heard somebody say something like Africans don't want you people, man. And that kind of reminded me, that's probably what gave me the headache, man. But it reminds me how small minded people be sometimes with that. Literally, and I said this before, every time I go to the continent, man, I'm always welcome, even before I go. Whenever I talk to anybody about Africa, all they do is welcome me. All the travels and stuff I do all over the place, I've never felt as welcome as I did by Africans. But just some of the things that we've done here as Black people at home, because people like to gloss over everything. Oh man, you didn't get nothing. You haven't done nothing in the last, since the civil rights era and all this stuff. But if we look realistically at it, the CEO of the company that I work at is a female. She's a Black female. We had a Black president, like love him or hate him. Love them or hate them, we got Supreme Court justices. We're way more implemented into the power structure of America than ever before, and that gives us certain opportunities to do things that we didn't have before. Our education is off the charts now. We getting a lot of college graduates. We're getting our own fundings for our schools and stuff. It's a lot, man. There's Black businesses popping up all over the place. Even if people don't want to support them, they still do exist. The STEM fields is filled with like a lot of Black scientists and up and coming researchers. Medicine is the same thing. Just a lot of stuff, man. Without even mentioning like the sports and arts and literature and all that, we have made a lot of strides and stuff, and I think that people like latching on to the reparations talk, especially to the point where they start getting combative with other people in their communities, man, is really harmful. And I always tie it back to that because I'm like, it's a real like you could really try this in your own world, your own social experiment. But ask somebody what if they still have their tax returns, the largest sum that most people get throughout the year.
But the point
What did they do with that? It's
is,
been closed for a month. It's been tax season was over about a little bit over a month ago, and I wonder how many people still got anything from that. You know, some
but
people
the
got like $10,000 and shit. You know,
but the point is that white supremacy is a myth. It does not exist, because if it was in full power, then you wouldn't have black millionaires and black billionaires in this country and even around the world. But they're not doing anything to help their people in their communities. They're only selfish towards
Hey,
their
you're gonna
Donnie,
have
people.
to
So
mention specific people
Donnie,
for specific examples. That's another
Donnie,
part of what you said that I didn't get into.
Hold on. Who's calling my name?
that's Volvo. Can you put the link in the chat? I'm on my phone. I want to know if I come on my computer. I want to address this guy. This
Okay.
is pretty ridiculous. Huh?
All right. Well, you got to drop off. You
Bring
got
it
to
on,
drop off.
motherfucker.
You got to drop off.
I
So
don't know. Somebody might be in front of me in the chat. Okay, but I'll drop off. Yeah.
because it's full. It's full. So you got to drop off. Okay.
Hey,
All right.
Donnie, speaking to that reparation that you said Obama
Well,
passed.
hold on 1 second. Elvis. So there you go, Elvis. White women benefit most from affirmative action. So why do they oppose it? So just to let
Can
you
I
know.
read? Let me read it. Let me read what affirmative action is quickly here, Donis.
Yeah, that
That we'll
looked like an
understand.
opinion article.
Elvis. Listen, we're not playing a semantics game. Who?
No, you don't make a point and then run away, Donis. Let me rebut it.
Elvis. What group benefited the most from affirmative action? I want the statistics, not the definition of it.
Oh, so you didn't bring statistics. You just brought some article written by some lady from the USA Today, and you think that's facts?
White women benefited the most from affirmative action, man. I mean, you got
That's what you say, Donis, and it doesn't make it fair.
I say. Okay, everybody else on this panel, who disagrees with me that white women benefited the most from affirmative action?
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, Donnie.
Based on what? What's your reliance that you agree with him on?
You just want to argue. Go ahead.
Facts, bro. I'm from America. It's facts.
You just want to argue.
I mean, I agree with you, Donis, but I think that if you showed him the statistics instead of like an opinion article, it'd be easier to explain.
Exactly.
I mean, I agree with Donis. So I do.
No, and I agree with you that he should show statistics. That's all.
Hold on. Let me get the statistics.
Isn't the data in the article that he presented?
Hold on,
Affirmative action is a set of policy designed to address past and present discriminations.
Elvis, we know
by giving special considerations to member of groups that have been historically excluded
white women
from certain opportunities, particularly in education and employment.
Exactly. White women are part of that group.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Groups.
Right.
And black people benefit a lot too. Black males, black females.
But again, the argument is who benefited the most? It's white women.
Yeah, even if you say that, fine. But black people also benefited a lot too from it. So taking it away because white women benefited from it as long as black women too.
You're moving the goalpost now. Okay, I told you white men benefited the most. You said no. Now you're saying, well,
yeah. First of all, I haven't seen the numbers, but if you say that white women are included in the groups that people that should benefit from affirmative action because they were excluded, even from the exception of this country. But why? Because white women are a larger part of the population than black people. You agree with that, right? So just based on the statistic, it's possible. But black people also benefited a lot too. So why take it away and say, well, black people didn't benefit anyways? It was only white women. It's not true. Just based on the numbers.
I didn't say it was only white women. I said white women benefited the most. I didn't say it was only white women.
Yeah, you can say that based on the numbers. I haven't seen the numbers, but based on their population and the population of black people, it's a possibility. But still, black people benefit a lot. So taking it away, it shouldn't be something that black people is in favor of. That's my point.
Can I say something on the issue of reparations?
The point is, black people are liars. That's the point, because they keep lying, but they never do anything to help.
Respectively asked, and then this dude just cut him off with some nonsense.
No, it's the truth.
I was thinking my mic wasn't on. Okay, so let me
It
say
was
this on the
actually
issue of
Bobo next,
reparations.
but go ahead.
Okay,
I got
the
Zamir.
reason
I
a
got
lot
to
of
meet you, Zamir. You got a bunch
okay,
of feedback. Go ahead. Whoever's talking about reparations, go ahead.
okay,
Go
all right.
ahead.
So the reason why I asked about um, Black Americans would want to have reparations in the form of cash and even land is because Moody's, the credit rating company, just downgraded the American dollar and her debt yesterday or 2 days ago. And the interesting point is that Moody's was the last credit rating company that was giving America a perfect score. Fitch and S&P already downgraded American debt and the American dollar. And this is very significant because the funny thing would be if America finally gives in and decides to give reparations to Black people, and does it at the time when the dollar is basically valueless, where you need about $1,000 to buy a carton of milk. Okay, that would screw you people up. And so I would be more eager to have reparations in something more substantive than a dollar that is falling by the day. And if truth be told, okay, this downgrade that Moody's gave America should have been given way back in 1971 when President Nixon severed the link between gold and the US dollar. But due to politics and political manipulations, they kept giving America a favorable credit rating. Moody's has given a perfect credit rating to America since 1917. She has never downgraded America. And we know from history that these credit rating companies um, are compromised because two of them, namely Moody's and S&P, were surcharged in 2015 and 2017, respectively, for their role in the 2008 financial crisis. They were giving favorable credit ratings to suspicious subprime securities. And for that, they were fined. Moody's paid close to $900 million in compensation, and S&P paid over $1.2 billion. You can all fact check this on Google. Okay, so if I were a Black American, I would not be so eager to collect reparations in cash. China, as we speak, has given its commercial banks the authorization to exchange their dollar reserves for gold. A lot of the companies, a lot of the central banks across the world are exchanging dollars for gold and other resources and other assets. So Black Americans should not be sitting down waiting for cash reparations. You need to
Thank you
demand
for
something
explaining
more
that, man.
substantive.
I
Gold,
see stupid
land,
people over here
whatever that
talking
is.
about.
Thank you very much.
Can I say this?
Well, let me pass the mic to Volvo. Go ahead, Volvo.
Yeah, it's just so much weird stuff being said. For one, China is begging America to come back to the table. That's just for one. Nobody's going to be walking around trading gold. We're not going to be walking around buying with gold coins in our pocket again. That's just not happening. That's just not happening. All these nations are trying to make a deal with America. That's just facts. That's in the news right now. You know what I mean? So the dollar isn't going anywhere. Notice ever since Trump been the president, you ain't been hearing nothing no more about no bricks. And you ain't heard about it. You ain't about to hear about it again. That's over with. Everybody's trying to come to America. The American dollar is the standard of the world. That's how everybody settles their debts, is in American dollars. Period. That's just what it is. He's over there in Saudi Arabia right now. What you think he's talking about? Oil. He's talking about the petrodollar. Everybody's trying to make a deal with Trump right now. So that's just what it is. All the rest of that stuff is fantasy. For two, bro, you're not a Black American, so I don't know why you're putting so much thought into this. We'll handle it. It's not really your business. I mean,
You're talking about me?
Whoever was the guy was saying that we shouldn't get our reparations in cash and all this. You know, there's always some weird shit.
Well, we should get our reparations. Well, black
Only
people
a
should get
dumbass
their
would accept
reparations so they can give it back. That's what they should.
No, let me say this, bro. And to that guy that keeps talking about black people dumb and all that, that's just a white supremacist. It's a melanated.
There's no
white
such thing as white supremacists.
You
Get that out your butt first of all, because there's rich black people all over the world. What are you talking about, white supremacists?
Doesn't he sound like a white supremacist?
There's no such thing as white supremacy.
He kind of sound like you, man, with the stupidity, with no facts
There's no
behind
such
it.
thing as white supremacy. Wasn't a white
If it did exist, then we all would be slaves, right? Wouldn't we all be slaves if it was real, white supremacy? But it's not real.
Just came up here to disrupt. He's a white supremacist. He just
There's no such thing.
Well, read the definition of white supremacy. Put it on the screen, Donnie.
Who has you in chains? That's the point. Who's got you in shackles? Who has you in chains?
It's not about being in chains. That doesn't have to.
It's your own people, right? It's your own people who have you in chains, right?
I'm not reading it. I'm not into the victimhood. I mean, that's
and black people should get their reparations because they're gonna give it back to the system anyway. They're stupid like that, so let them get it. Let them get it because that's what they're gonna do.
Coming up here talking.
Man,
shit,
drop
bro.
that
You're
monkey.
an ass kisser.
This dude is just some angsty
Right,
ass
but
kid, man.
we know the truth. We know that you people are gonna give it back. That's the
you
point.
people fucked up y'all country and then y'all came over here and y'all got a vendetta.
You sound like
But
a
they don't even
Mexican
want
or
you.
mixed
That's the thing
Mexican
about
to
it. They
me.
don't want
That's
you.
what he is.
He just came over here to disrupt.
But they don't even want you people. That's what it comes down to.
Did this guy put his camera on so you can see how he
Just
looks
give
like?
back your reparations to the white man.
They don't want you people. Your own country didn't want you people.
Just give your reparations back to the white man. It's your nature. Give it back. Give it back. That's it.
You said what?
Give
He
back
more of
your
a clown than you,
reparations
man.
to the white man, because that's what you people are good
You're
for.
not really pro-black though. You just anti-Vovo. You know
Who,
what I'm
you?
saying? Like
Oh
we
yeah,
got
I
a
am
weird guy up here.
anti-Vuvu for
We
sure.
got a weird guy up here.
Yeah, this cold ass dude, probably a Mexican or Puerto Rican or stuff.
He's just a dirty Latino that
Just
came
do
here.
that.
He ain't got no identity. Your country didn't want you. You failed in your country. You flunked out of your country. You washed out of your country, and you come up here and you want to hate on black people. You're not white.
Just
You'll
give,
never be
He's
white.
mad at the
just
world,
give
bro.
your reparations back to the white man, because that's all you're gonna do. That's all what you people gonna do.
Build up the DR, man. Build up the DR.
If the Mexicans don't want you, then you
Build
ain't
up the
nobody
DR.
special. If the Mexicans don't want you, you ain't nobody special. That's what it comes down to.
We're better
No,
than
you're
you.
not. The
We're better
Mexicans
than you.
don't want y'all, and they come from nothing.
This dude
They
is not
don't
a
want
black
you
guy,
people.
bro.
They
He's
don't want
mixed.
you people.
Huh?
He's mixed Hispanic.
Mexicans come to America, bro.
Probably from the Dominican
But they don't
Republic.
want you
Hey,
black
Dinus,
people. That's
is
the
he
point.
the
They
same
don't want
dude
you
in that picture,
people.
though, or
That's the
not?
thing.
He's a spick and span. He's a spick and span. One of them.
They don't want you people.
They want to kiss the white man's ass to try to get.
But they don't want you people. That's the point. They don't
love
want you
us.
people.
Your country
Something
didn't want
about
you
you that's
people.
not right.
Your country didn't love you people. That's why you got to flee, and now you up here having an identity
Yeah,
crisis.
you hear how you talk about black people as you people, excluding himself? He's not black, bro. He's probably a Dominican.
I'm not
Nah,
with
he
you
just got
people.
personal
That's what it
problems.
comes
That's what
down
y'all
to.
don't see, man.
Yeah, that's because you're not
I'm
part of
not
the black
with you
people, bro.
people.
This dude is
You're
lashing
I'm
out
not
the world
with
because
you
his
people.
mama left him,
You're
man.
a nobody, bro. You're a
I'm
nobody.
not with
You're
you
a white
people
supremacist.
because the Mexicans don't even want you people. When it
He ain't
comes
He just
Mexican.
down,
come
He
here to
just trying
say
to start shit
anything.
up,
He
man.
doesn't
they
have
don't
any
even want
point.
you
Fall for it.
people. Do you know the
You don't
Mexicans
have
so
any point.
poor? Do you know that the Mexicans so poor that
No.
basically they don't even have clean water? They don't want you people. That's the point. There's something
What are you
about you. They
talking
don't
about,
want
bro?
you.
Who gives a fuck about Mexicans, bro?
Bro,
They don't want you people.
y'all to
Something's
finish
not right
passing
about
around
you.
people, man.
Something's not right
Let him
about
get
you.
done
They don't
fucking
want you.
passing around people. He just a
It's a
troll,
dirty
man.
stick
An
in the
angsty
stick.
ass
We don't want no fucking Mexicans too, bro. Take your ass back to DR, bro.
Yeah, take your ass back to your third world country. Because your country didn't want you people. You fucking mutt. Nobody wanted you. You
He must
failed
be a
out of your
fucking
country.
foster kid or something, or an orphan. I don't know what it is that he's mad at the world.
Yeah, he's just miserable. Miserable guy came up here to just you people, your people. Nobody wants your people. You people, it's the Jews.
Let me pass the mic to Miss Sandman. Go ahead, Miss Sandman.
There's no white
I
supremacy.
gotta pass the man. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Miss Sandman.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, yeah, thanks for letting me on your show. Yeah, so the question is about that mayor or no, the governor of Maryland putting down that reparations bill. I mean, I feel like the governor is is it an administrative position if he feels that it wouldn't behoove the economic progress of Maryland to invest in reparations at this particular time? Then he's got to make that choice. If any of us was in that management administrative position, we would have to make that hard decision too. You know, is it a successful venture for Maryland? What will it produce for Maryland? So Maryland has a large African American population, and it is also one of the most expensive states in the whole entire country to live in, outside of like Massachusetts, California. I believe that's mostly because a lot of the professionals that work in Washington D.C. also live in the DMV area, so they have like a lot of expensive real estate out there too that they get money from. But yeah, it's an administrative position. Economically, if they were to invest in reparations, then they would have to cut something else. What is that you want them to cut? They want to cut the police force? It wasn't that long ago that the bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, just fell apart. So there's so much uh, money that needs to be invested in infrastructure. Um, Baltimore is a mess, full of crime, abandoned buildings, open drug dealing. Uh, yeah, so it just won't behoove, um, Maryland to invest a lot of money in reparations. I don't think they'll have any return on investment. As for the black agenda, what is the black agenda? First of all, in my opinion, a sellout, a bigger sellout is those guys that's in the black community committing all these heinous crimes, killing
I
black.
agree. I agree. Go ahead.
Hey, I
You
agree with
know,
that too, man. I think that shit needs to be called out more for real.
I
yeah,
don't
those
agree.
are
I don't
those
agree.
are the sellouts.
Cause you'll be in
As
jail,
for
foo.
like some of these white Republicans or what have you, like the guy that's supporting Trump, hey, he's just making a business decision. He getting on the winning team because that's where the money at. You know what I mean? Because if he spend all his time working with black people, he know where it's gonna go. You know, because that's what we've been doing for um uh I don't know, for the past few decades. Just it's been a mess. So if you want people to invest in you, reparations wise, cash um or real estate or tax exemptions or whatever you want them to invest in, then you got to show them the ability to be able to turn that investment into something profitable for the country. Otherwise, they're going to just throw it under the bridge. On top of that, I think there's only a certain amount of states in the entire country that work on the surplus, and unfortunately, I think it's most of them are Democratic.
My
Uh,
state, Minnesota, is one of them.
yeah, and I think Texas also works on a huge surplus too. So we got to find a way to get the Republican states to start pitting out
You know
more
what I
surplus.
love? I
Finish,
love
man.
how I love how
Let him finish
black
before
Nobody
you get into
people.
the
cares. No,
clownery, bro.
I
Let him
love
finish
nobody
your
how
point.
you
cares.
black people play each
Nobody
other.
cares. Nobody
I
cares.
really
Bro, we,
love
we,
how
we
you
don't want to
people
hear your
play each other.
disparagement
That's
of
what I'm
black
trying to
people, bro.
say.
Let the brother
Nobody
finish,
I
man.
cares.
really love how you
Well,
people play each
Let him
other. I
finish.
just
Let him
love it.
finish. He was
let
getting
him
on to
finish.
something, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why?
There.
Why?
Yeah,
Dr.
Why?
Umar Johnson plays you
Well,
people. Everybody play.
Daddy, you gotta mute this dude, man.
I just love how you jiggle.
Zamir.
That's what
Motherfucker,
it
let
comes.
him finish.
Oh
Why do you
man,
keep?
go ahead, Miss Sam.
Yeah, thank
Man,
you,
he's a
man. What
clown,
the
but
fuck?
I wasn't done with that pinata,
No,
man. But all
I'll
right.
bring it back up. I'm trying to
Oh,
get
let him.
y'all.
Yeah, you done with it.
Go ahead, Miss Sam, man.
yeah, this is how we be wasting our time
No.
arguing with
Can you
guys
start
like
over
this.
at the whole surplus thing again? I'm trying
Oh
to.
yeah. The surplus thing. Yeah, I think we need to work on finding ways to get Republican states uh to start working on more of a surplus. I think Texas has a huge surplus, mainly because of the oil. and they're digging the oil in there. I think the Trump is opening up some more drilling and
All the well, except for I think Louisiana. Oh, hold on. Well, hold on. Louisiana.
Alabama, Mississippi,
No,
all those
that's not.
states in the South are Republican states, Dynasty.
Yeah, but they're not. But they're not. They're in surplus.
They're in
Florida,
surplus.
Texas.
I'm looking at the map right now. I'm telling you right now. So
Yeah, Florida and Texas
California,
as well.
California, Louisiana. Hold
how about Florida?
on. Florida's definitely in a surplus. I'm looking at it right now.
124%.
Yeah. So the majority of this, so your argument is, yeah. You need to fall
Flawed.
back on your argument, bro. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at
In fact, so New Jersey, Illinois.
those are Democratic states.
There's 15. There are 15 states with a surplus, Dynasty.
Hold on. That's my
15
point.
states.
Hold on. Let me finish. Massachusetts,
Deficit.
Connecticut. Let me finish. Hawaii. Those are Democratic states, and they're in the deficit. Those are the only states in a deficit.
They are.
I'm looking at the map right now.
Yep.
So
New
Hawaii,
Jersey, Illinois,
Hawaii, Illinois, New Jersey,
Massachusetts,
Connecticut, New Hampshire. They're all in a deficit.
I
Oh,
mean, the
wow.
budgets they change.
There's only
every year,
15
though,
states in the
so
surplus,
it's
Dynasty.
not.
Read all the states that's in a deficit besides those few states.
Those are all the states those are the only states in a deficit. I'm looking at the map right now.
Only 4 states? I was surprised by that.
not 6.
So if
New
only 4
Jersey,
states are
Illinois.
in the deficit, then why is the entire United States federal government in a $25 trillion deficit?
I don't know how that works. I'm just going off the states.
Because of immigration,
36 trillion.
it's
by the way.
global. It's global things. It wasn't domestic. We naming out
Okay.
states that would make it domestic, but globally, we were in the deficit.
Oh,
because we helped people in the world.
and I'm sorry. Add New York. So the states in a deficit are all Democratic ran states.
Oh, okay.
Again, it
And let's
changes
distinguish
year to year.
between domestic debt from foreign debt. The debt of the federal government is international debt, or what we call external debt.
Uh-huh.
That differs from domestic debt of the states.
We're talking about budget surplus
okay.
and deficits.
Exactly.
Yeah, and immigration will add to those.
Hey guys, let me read these super chats. Yaya King, thank you for 11 euros. It's about time to unite and be progressive for ourselves. Africa first, second, and third. Yaya King, thank you for the 6 euros. My our black folks always fighting the truth. Others will unite on a lie. Yaya King, thank you for the 6 euros. FBA keeps shutting down reparations. I bet you next week they'll blame Africans. Shaking my head. Yaya King, thank you for 11 euros. It's about time to unite and be progressive for ourselves. Africa first, second, and third. All right, go ahead, Bobo.
Yeah. I want to say, far as somebody said something need to be called out about black violence or something like that. It's about 5, and everybody said I agree with that.
Yeah. The people that commit the crimes in our communities are the biggest sellouts. Absolutely.
Now, when you say commit the crimes in our communities,
don't try to defend it, motherfucker.
Come on, man! Come on, man, Johnny. God damn, not
Yeah,
today,
they're the biggest sellouts.
Not today,
not today, Johnny. Not today. Let's unify behind black folks.
Bro, he's literally about to tell you about how the criminals are the good guys in the community.
We get it, Johnny. We get it, but not today, Johnny. Not today. Damn, tomorrow. Not today. Let's be simple today.
Yeah, but
no, my thing is this.
Speak on now 0.006% people that's committing crimes, bro. They want to know so much about our 0.006%.
Yeah, this thing gets highlighted more than the black criminal gets highlighted more than anybody else in
the black criminal commits the most crime, Vovo.
But y'all want to make it seem like that's the whole black community.
That's real small. In your city,
per capita, but not in the total number.
Yeah, per capita. Yes, it's a problem. It's a problem.
No,
you point out a specific problem in the community.
You're gonna have
because black folks are poorer than most other demographics. So,
Lord,
crime and poverty correlates, Dennis. You know that. You're smart enough.
Can I interject real quick? In Africa, black on black crime, like we got in America, boy, that's against the law over here. It ain't fighting and
That shit at all
Black on
time
black
high. You
crime
know
is
that,
against the
Cuddy.
law over here
You know
too.
that shit
I
at
don't
an
know if
all
you heard
time
about
high,
that.
Cuddy.
Nah, but not. It's on a different level. It's on a different level in America, bro.
Give me an example
85
where
people a
black
day in
on the
South
different. What
Africa.
are you talking about? What are
They
y'all
kill
talking
85
about?
people a day in South Africa, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? If the motherfuckers over there getting raped all the time, what are you talking about? Black
But
on black
Muslims
crime
got
is illegal in
switches
America too. I don't know if you
and
heard it.
automatic
And what's
rifles
black
in
on black
America.
crime? Every society has crime, but we the only ones that get that's at the forefront of
Go
who
back
we
to
are.
this with it. We go the
What?
hardest with it. We go
No,
the
Yeah, we
we
go the
hardest.
don't.
hardest with it.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
No, we
we
Yes,
don't.
we
do.
do.
No, we don't.
We the most savage, bro.
Literally, in Latin America, they gotta lock up
You can't
all the
tell
men
me,
in
bro.
the
We're
All
home.
talking
the
about
men of
America,
America,
That's one
Vovo.
and
We're
country.
I'm
talking
on the
about
What do you
outside
America.
the
mean in
home
America?
looking in.
The
I'm
United
telling
States
you,
of
bro.
America, Vovo. That's what we're talking about. The United States of
Other
America.
motherfuckers get a chance to get away with the shit. We got mob families and mob bosses and
It
all
don't
types of
Bro,
matter,
how many
Vovo. You
motherfuckers get
still
out for
commit the
doing the
most
same shit
crime,
the same day?
Vovo.
y'all.
How many
The
Y'all
times you
sound
know
hardest
like
people
with
who
it.
get locked up
consequences,
and
bro.
released
But
like 2 hours later?
we ain't gonna get nowhere with this conversation. Even if I try to explain it, we not gonna get nowhere.
Because you're not listening,
Why
bro. You're
can't
not
you go
listening
for a
to the
safe fight?
reason.
Bro, Johnny, man, stop doing that, bro. Shit is weird, bro. You
What's
weird.
weird about you coming up with clown shit trying to defend
I'm
criminals
not
and
coming
people
up with no.
bringing
I'm
up
trying to have a
facts
civil
that
conversation,
explain to you
and
what
you
the
just
issue
on
is?
Bobo
What's
dick,
weird
man.
about that? I'd like to know.
God damn, bro. God damn, you got a little fetish, man. You got a little Bobo fetish, man.
Get the fuck out of here. You come here
God
with
damn,
clown
that shit
shit.
weird, bro. You look
This
weird. I'm glad
this
you don't
Yo,
see
clown
bro,
me.
literally tried
let's
to
have a
defend
broader
criminals.
conversation, man. Let's leave this
Yo,
petty argument
he over
bullshit
a
alone.
stalker. He a
He
Bobo
literally tried to
stalker.
defend criminals
God
in the
damn.
community.
I'm not
I
defending
explained
criminals. I'm not
how
defending
their
criminals.
crimes hurt the
But you're going to try
community,
to make it
and
seem
this
like I'm
fucking idiot
defending
says I'm
criminals.
the weird one.
Yeah, you're going to try to make it
Make it
seem
make
like I'm
sense.
defending criminals. I'm not defending criminals, bro. I would never do something like that. What I'm
That's
saying is
what
that
we
that's
basically
not the
called out
majority
criminals.
of
You jumped to the
that's
defense.
not
We
the
all heard it,
majority of
motherfucker. We all heard it.
man.
He says I'm
When
the
is you
weird one for
going back to
calling that
Africa?
out.
Worry about cleaning up Africa, man. All right, you worry about that. Notice you never talk about that.
Talk about what?
Cleaning up Africa.
I'm working on it, man. It's a big
No, you
job, man.
not. You
All I
Prime
over
got is
here
2
Minister
with
just
hands.
me, man.
far
Fuck out of here.
lower
You
than
working
what
on
exists
nothing.
in America.
I don't know why you would let this Zymir guy up.
Bro,
I brought him back. Yeah.
he's
Why?
a
Huh?
clown, but he's easier to deal with than you. So I'd rather talk with
Okay,
him than you.
so I noticed one thing about you jigaboos that y'all still talking this weird bullshit, but y'all don't have no businesses and corporations of your own, you know. So really, in a sense, white people is giving you jigaboos all handouts. You're not doing shit for each other.
Now, did you like this dude talk disparagingly like this on your
No, let it
platform?
go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
No,
You know,
Johnny
because
wanna get naked and wrestle with him. That's what Johnny wanted.
you
He
know,
wanted
Bro,
because like
this is
I
a
mean,
peaceful clown, but he's a
I'm glad
like
Dr.
you should
Umar
easily just
Johnson
let it go,
played you
bro. You should
jigaboos.
easily
I mean,
handle
I'm
somebody
really
like
glad. I'm really glad that Dr. Umar Johnson played you jigaboos. I mean,
He
he
got
never
the
built that
same
school.
like, bro. This is just
He,
some
he never
goofy
he, ne-
white
he never built
This
that
trolling,
dude
bro.
school for
chronically
you
online talking
jigaboos.
about
Nothing.
Dr. Umar
This
Johnson.
ain't even
Go
good trolling
outside,
though.
boy.
I'm
Nobody
just
don't
I'm
know who
just.
Dr. Umar Johnson is
This not
outside
But
even
of
he
good
here.
played you
trolling though.
jigaboos.
Go outside,
He
This ain't
boy.
really
even
did play
good
you people.
trolling though. This ain't even good trolling.
Go
You're not even a good
outside,
troll.
boy.
You don't even. You're
No,
not even
because the
witty
thing
enough.
is, like,
You're
where
not even
you from?
smart enough.
He
Alabama,
he got to get
Mississippi,
through
you
because
know
we're gonna
that
have this
old
Hey,
jigaboo shit,
I
right?
gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic.
Why let this guy up, Donis? Why
I
let
gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Colin. Colin Genesis. Go ahead,
Oh
Colin.
yeah, I just wanted to
Jameer, don't
say
interrupt.
first off, for a couple of things I want to talk about is this: there's no black agenda, right? Because Black America is kind of victim of its own success. In other words, basically, I thought about a scenario when I looked at your show title, right? Okay, let's say this is the 1970s, right? You got brothers organized, man. We're gonna fight for higher wages. You know, we're gonna go up against the man, right? You know what I'm saying? And the white man says, you know something, man. You know something, Tyrone. You work a little harder than the other Negroes, right? I'm gonna give you a promotion, right? We're gonna double your salary. We're gonna give you a house, a
Hey,
car.
Colin, your connection is on your Obama phone, man. Why I get the
No,
Obama
no.
phone?
Let me say this. So I'm gonna give you a house, everything, and then next thing you know, he stopped showing up to the union meetings, the pre-union meetings, and everything like that. And the politician, he stopped showing up there. Then he goes to the wife. He said, "Wifey, the community." She's like, "Damn the community, nigga." Oh, excuse my language. Damn the community. Damn the
That's the
community.
caller. That
$10 tariff. We got
Yeah,
to
what you call? Yeah, my
you
Venmo
know.
shut down.
I'm gonna say this. It's contest, because that's literally what they will say. That's context. You good, Colin? That's
Yeah,
context.
check us out.
Oh
Check us out.
man.
She like that, and also my Vimo shut down. Somebody hacked into my account, cleared out my account.
Oh man. Not
No,
just
seriously,
not just.
I'm getting my
It was,
stuff done.
it was Diners after you sent him that $10.
My
Come on.
Vimo shut
Why
down.
all
But
you
anyway,
black people sound like you're from the South?
Oh man, dude, come on,
I'm not
Colin.
from
Go
the
ahead,
South.
Colin.
Anyway,
Yeah,
check this out,
I'm from
guys.
California, but all right.
What I'm trying to say is this: so if black people are moving on up like the Jeffersons and whatnot, that whole black agenda goes right out the door. So what's the problem is that our community is so ghetto centric, and the black agenda is all ghetto centric. Look who's the biggest
Your
mouth.
community.
No. The ghetto black community. I'm not part of that, So they're very, very ghetto centric. What's the ghetto centric? We need more welfare. We need more handouts. We need reparations, whatnot. Where there could be a black agenda where we're competing with other groups for state contracts and stuff like that. That could have been an agenda, right? But that goes by the wayside because our community, politics, our community is ghettoized. I remember Al Sharpton on MSNBC talking about we got to get out the vote in the midterms of 2010, right? And basically he said they gave him a bunch of play cards to read. We got to stop because food stamps. I was like, who the hell's on food stamps? Who the hell's on Section 8? The Republicans are trying to cut food stamps and all stuff like this. And I'm saying, so in other words, you got middle class black people. Oh yeah, we got to do this because they cut. Why do you care? If I'm not on food stamps, why should I freaking care who doesn't get them? Why should why should that count for my vote? You understand? So therefore, a lot of black people don't have an agenda because the poverty pimps and everybody else dominate the conversation. That's the issue right there. In a nutshell. Another thing is, why is Elvis on this? Does Elvis work? I mean, he's on my show last night. 6
No,
hours.
no, Kyle, I'm living off a trust fund.
Yeah, he living off a trust fund. Man, Elvis, man, you got to get a job, man. Come on, man, help out here, man. Pull your weight. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. And also, Dice, last thing, what do you think about that statue they put in New York City? I think they're trying to mock black women. If you really
Kyle, I'm gonna do a separate show on that, but for the most part, they're phasing out slowly black women. That's just a memorial.
black beautiful women. That's what.
Well, this black women in general, the Democratic Party in general, they're slowly.
They want that mammy butch daddy.
Nah, that's not it, Kyle. That's another show, but yeah, but like I said, the Democratic Party, even though black women are still going to vote for the Democratic Party, they're starting to phase out black women. And it started with Black Lives Matter women when they took that money and ran away.
And with who? With who though? With who they gonna use to replace them?
Well, like I said, they're phasing out as far they're phasing them out as far as symbology and them having a say as far as what goes on in the Democratic Party. They won't have as much influence, but they're not going there. They're still going to vote for Democrats anyway.
Yeah, they know you're going to vote anyway. So
yeah, they're still going to vote for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the black stock vote Republicans have a lot of influence in the Republican Party.
Yeah, but we're not complaining. So we'll go ahead. Go ahead, Johnny. Colin, you done?
Well, I just want to say, Elvis, most of us do not benefit from anything in the Democratic Party. So I would say, why don't we have our own political party? That's what I would say. That would be a black agenda, right? Our own political party, something like the ANC with international connections and everything like that. We get stuff done, right? But since nobody wants to do that, and everything, and what's left is in the black politics in America.
Start the party, Colin, they will come. Start the party yourself.
In order to do that, you're gonna have to delineate. You're gonna have to separate. You're gonna have to know who's a part of your party and who's not.
Well, the bottom line, it's not just you're talking about from you're talking about from a standpoint of black immigrants.
I'm not even talking about from that standpoint. I'm not even talking about from that standpoint.
I would like to delineate from some of you Negroes in America.
And we would like to delineate from you too. Some would like to delineate from you too. But no, let's not say this. Let's not say like to. Let's not say like to. Let's actually do it though. Let's not say I would like to do it.
Let's all go our separate ways. Let's go our separate ways to see.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Oh man, we're getting our ass kicked by the Republicans. We're doing this. What's going on? Nobody cares. But yeah, the bottom line is this: it's always black people who got something to lose in America. Got to get out there for the people who don't want to do nothing and whatnot. We got to put ourselves at risk for people who don't want to do nothing but sitting around doing nothing with their lives or not. The days have got to come to an end. That's what I say.
I agree, man.
And then what you gonna do though?
Here's
the thing, right?
Hold on. How about we start?
No, let me say this, right?
I got a passport. I can travel Africa anytime I want to, right?
I got a
That's my
passport
life.
too.
That's the life I want.
I travel for work. I'm out of the country every week.
Nobody
Every week I'm
cares,
traveling.
So you should stay there. You know, you stay.
Stay
How
where?
you out of the country every week and you on the show every week, man? Come on.
He
Stop.
drives up to
He
Canada.
goes to
That's what he's
Canada,
talking about.
Colin.
Oh,
This fool
Colin,
got a
it's
copy of
Canada.
card,
Oh,
and he's talking about
wow,
traveling.
man, you really went out of
How
the
many
country.
different
Okay.
country stamps you got?
Only
I bet
one
you
Canada.
anything he ain't got one stamp.
Only
I
Canada.
bet you anything.
Only Canada.
He said
I
Exactly.
work
Canada,
out
man. You
of the
gotta be
country.
kidding me, man.
Exactly, clown.
America is 50
Listen,
countries.
y'all,
Hey, Canada is out of the country though. He's technically right.
That's it though. You can get the card and go to Canada without even getting stamps. It ain't shit. It's nothing. I go there all the time.
You don't
Niagara
need a
Falls.
passport to
Go
travel
ahead,
around
yeah.
America.
Like I'm not. Listen, y'all world travelers. I never claimed to be a world traveler. Never.
Exactly, bro. We
Never.
could listen to you talking till
Never.
Globetrotters.
Globetrotters. You globetrotters.
You don't need a passport to travel America. You got deserts,
I got a
forests,
high paying job where they
fucking
trust me to
islands.
go out of the country.
Bro, you don't got a high paying job.
You a dump
I
truck
literally would be
driver.
embarrassed
I'm
to
about
tell
to make
somebody
more
I only
money.
made
I'm about to
90,000
actually make more money at the end of the year. I'm gonna be at $250,000. Yeah,
a $250,000. You.
Yeah. Me.
That's a lie.
Hey,
Why?
congratulations,
But
Bobo.
Congratulations, Bobo.
That's
We're
a
happy for you,
goddamn
bro.
lie.
I told you, bro, that ain't enough to be hauling
November this year,
hazard
20, I'm
material.
gonna
I
be
need
at
a
$250,000,
million.
over $250,000. That
That's a lie.
Hey, congrats, bro. You moved.
all right,
He's
Hey,
lying,
that's a
bro.
lie. Yeah.
middle class, bro.
Thank you, brother, thank you. But I'm still gonna live in the hood. I'm
This
still
piece of
gonna.
shit
I ain't
house ain't
scared
even
of
worth
selling
a
this house. I
$250,000.
ain't never moving out of this house. Smart man, I'm chasing financial freedom. I don't give a fuck about no. But anyway, my thing is this. Yeah, we like. See, here's the difference, right? You, the elite white people make sure they take care of the dusty white people.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, it's a class thing. If you really look into
Can
it,
I
you'll see
finish
class
though?
is the
Maybe
biggest
I'm wrong.
separator.
Maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong, bro. You need to learn more. Like,
Can I
learn.
just get it?
One
I
mic, one
can't
time.
even
One
get it.
mic, y'all. Let's finish it out on a good.
Yeah, let me
One
just
mic,
yeah. See, the elite white people make sure they take care of the dusty white people because they understand that those are the foot soldiers. They're going to do the dirty work of white supremacy, and they're going to keep.
The bottom line is, even if the black elite did do that,
Hey, Carla, one mic.
let the man finish, man.
Then respond. Let him finish.
Yeah, and these guys can't even they can't even control their mics though. Like this what we got to deal with. They can't even control their mic for 30 seconds. They make sure that
Bro, just get to the point.
Man, I don't need no cheerleaders. All right, Johnny, goddamn. Here's the thing. They make sure that they take care of the dusty white people because they're gonna do the footwork of white supremacy and keep them at the top. You'll never see Trump with the in the one stoplight town with the dusty white boy that chew tobacco and he got a John Deere tractor.
He literally
But
got
if you
shot
go to
just
these
in the
parts of
city like that.
America, you'll see Trump van signs all over it. I'm always in that part of America.
Volvo. Where?
You got a family?
Miss Sammy, hold on, Volvo. Where Trump got shot?
They just took my page.
Volvo, where Trump got shot was literally like in one of those redneck towns.
Exactly.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So
Because
everything he says falls apart
campaigning.
if you think
He
about
was
it.
there
That's how you can tell he's
campaigning.
a very
But
smart
that community don't agree with that. They was literally the community literally showed that was one weird guy. One weird incel guy.
The point,
that community supports
he's
Trump.
stupid, man.
Y'all
I'm
are
telling
not
you.
all over America, bro. I'm all through this motherfucker. I'm seeing whole streets with Trump vans, Confederate flag, Trump vans, Confederate flag. I'm talking about I'm driving down the street and it looked like that. Like it's like that in rural America, these 99% white towns where there's only one the only thing going on is in the whole town that's open right now is Dollar General. It's literally
I was just in the sundown town last night.
They still riding horses and shit, huh?
Yeah, I was just in the sundown town last night. You know, them racist white boys brung their dogs out when they seen my car driving through. So, you know what I mean? I
Did you
can't
look at the
blame them,
houses
though.
though, brother?
They protecting their neighborhoods, you know what I'm saying? I'm a black man.
Did you look at their houses though? Let's not move the conversation. Look at their houses. Did you not see
Mr. Sandman, you really
Yeah, they was in the it looked like a white ghetto, you know what I'm saying? Poor white people.
Yeah. It looked like it's real dusty through there. It's real dusty. I'm talking about
Don't tell Zamir who think white supremacy doesn't exist.
Nah, but we got black sundown towns too. Like, what the fuck? Y'all act
Yes,
like
indeed.
white.
Hold on,
Y'all act like white people.
That's,
Y'all act
I
like white people.
mean, most
White people can't go
places
everywhere.
where black people live are like sundown towns. They're dangerous
white
for us
people can
anyway. So I
go
don't know why y'all
anywhere.
talk about white sundown towns.
White people can go
Vovo, I know
anywhere.
you're
Black
pro
people
Pookie and
all
pro
through the hood.
criminal, but you know what I'm saying? It
White
is
people
what it is.
all through the
It's
hood.
safer.
That's a
It's
lie.
safer. It's safer in a non-black town. Let's be honest.
Man,
Yeah,
you let
if you're a black white guy, you'll think that.
Right.
It's safer in
Nah,
not
this
poor
sundown
towns.
town I was in, I wouldn't hang out there too long if I was you.
ain't no
Ain't
white
no
people ever
street
got
lights
lynched
out there.
in
They
the
can
I mean,
they
Mr.
can
Sandman, you really believe sundown
hang
towns
you
are
up
like it's like
and nobody
1940?
finds your
Like,
body.
come on.
They feed you to
and
the
There are sundown towns though.
dogs. Nobody will find you.
ain't no white people
Well,
getting lynched
how
or
about this?
refused
How about
service.
this? Check us out. How about this? Just drive through Windsor, Virginia, right there, Windsor, Virginia, and that right there on the North Carolina border in Virginia. Drive through there at 12 o'clock at night. You saw what happened to that Marine, right? About 2 years ago, where friggin' he was actually he was like a black Hispanic, right? He got pulled over at gunpoint by a Hispanic cop. But now those areas right there, right now you drive on 54 in those areas in rural Virginia right there at night, you don't want to do that if you're black, you know? Windsor, look it up, Windsor,
Ain't
Virginia.
nowhere in Black America. There's always white police around. There's always there's always white people in the hood. It is the worst parts of America. White people come down there to buy drugs. They be able to buy their drugs and leave.
No, white people do all the look
black
in the
downtown.
so-called
Like, bro,
hood.
come on, y'all. You know, just the
In
silly.
the hood, you got white guys down there do contracting, paving work,
Yeah,
everything, not bothered and whatnot. So who keeps up the plumbing and everything? They gotta go there and they never get bothered, right? Black people
never get bothered. So to
Black
say
people,
something like that, bro, these guys is outraging.
you know, white people are safer in the worst black neighborhoods than the average black person is. That's just true. You know, but black people know instinctively you don't mess with those people. You know, that's the
Because
heat.
you know why? Because they bring police.
No,
That's why they bring
they don't
police.
bring police. The police are basically there. You know, if
But I'm
nothing else.
just saying they bring police, so you ain't trying to do nothing to no white people, none of that. Once you see a white guy in the hood, your antennas go up. Like, oh, okay, what is he? Okay, he look like he's working, or he's doing some type of business. White people own houses in the hood. They rent it to black people. Like, man, it's just crazy.
The hood is actually a plantation where they reserve certain black people. And the bottom line, those black people who moved out of the hood,
No, it ain't.
they didn't leave anything
You
behind
can't
because
move out of a plantation. Come on, bro. Y'all saying the wildest shit. Man.
look, let me put it to you like this, Bobo. Let me see if you agree with this, right? In the black area, right? Let's say Gary, Indiana, right? There was a black area where black people congregated in a white area. They became just like Miami, all in Chicago. There was a black in Los Angeles. There was a black enclave and a white enclave. They decided to become a city and make it all one. Black people on their side and white people on the side. The white side, right, controls the roads. If I say right here in Portsmouth, Virginia, areas where you could see where it once was black, but they built roads and everything through there. And next thing you know, they're together. But the thing is, the white people still control all of it. You know, black people just basically living. You got housing projects, right? In Norfolk, they just shut down, right? This one housing project, I forgot the name of it, right? In Bowling Park. That was built back in the 1940s, right? They shut it down a few years, like a decade ago. And they said the family that owned the land on that, right, was getting royalties from the government for generations, you know? The federal government leased the land from a Norfolk family, a white Norfolk family, and these people travel the world, everything like that, while they have black people living in misery and poverty. You know, that's what it is. So white people, even all the places you see public housing and everything, that's private land, right? That the government leases and everything, and the white people benefit. So all the wealth flows into the white community. That's why I say it's a plantation. You know, so that's the truth. You know,
It
it's
ain't no
hard.
damn plantation, bro. It ain't no. Come on, bro. We got to
Yeah.
use our words.
So no, it's if somebody owns the land that you live on, right, and they making all the
And
benefits
not
and everything.
only black people live in the projects, bro.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. No. You don't see no white people. Come on, stop. The
What?
only thing
What?
you,
Whoa, whoa,
only
whoa,
thing
whoa,
you
whoa,
might,
whoa,
only
whoa.
thing you might
In
see
America?
over here is you got Vietnamese people who grew up there because that's where they put the Vietnamese refugees from Vietnam. They
You
brought them
must
and put
don't
them
live
in
in
black
America.
public housing.
Kyler, there's white people
No,
living
You
in
must
the
don't live in
projects.
America,
They
Kyler.
own
I
WIC.
said I
They
never
go
lived in
get
white
food
This
people.
man
stamps.
says no white
I
people
never
in
Stop
the
lived
it,
in white
Kyler.
people
projects.
unless you have one
And
of
here's
them
Are you
white.
another
just
one
saying there's
though.
no
Here's
white
another
people in the
one.
projects?
Yeah, here's
No,
another one.
unless they got like half black kids, they live
If
there.
you got
You
No,
Section
are a
they're
8,
total
straight up
yeah,
idiot.
white, bro.
The whole
You don't see no
Appalachia
white
is full
everybody.
of
families.
white poor people.
If you got
They don't
Section
see
8,
no
if
way.
you're on Section 8, you live in the projects. That
No,
you might have took your
that's
voucher
not
in
how
Section 8.
Section 8
No, the
works,
project
bro.
is different.
That's not Section
Volvo
8.
is a
How
government
the
housing.
project is
How
set?
y'all
How,
gonna tell us
The,
about America?
yo,
the high
Section 8,
rise
yo,
building that's
Section 8,
built, they're called
Section
projects.
8
That's some
is
New
a
York
section
It's a
8
shit.
is the
government funded.
government
Projects don't
leasing
look the
land,
same in
leasing
every state.
housing from private householders. The government said you got a house over there
No,
for
you
rent.
can
We're
have
gonna
Section
pay
8 in a
every
private place where regular
Exactly.
folks live, but you're getting subsidized by the government.
Section
So
8,
Projects is
Section
split
8
in
is not a
several.
specific place. You can
listen.
live in a
Nah, it's
nice
not.
neighborhood. If there's
Project
Section 8
is not a
vouchers,
Section
you
8,
can
bro.
get
listen what I'm
Section 8
saying.
housing in that community.
If you
Right.
live in the projects, you have the same thing as a Section 8 voucher.
No, you don't.
This
No, you
is just,
don't. No,
yeah,
you don't.
You
I'm from
The
the
do.
people don't
projects.
hold.
I literally,
Yes, you
The
do.
You look
project.
like you from the
The project don't
projects,
have
so
to
you still in
I
there.
know
build
I look
it.
like I'm from the project.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
know I
That
look like I'm
hairline.
from the
The
project.
hairline is a project hairline.
Yeah, you get
Yeah, I'm
projects.
sexy, man.
Projects
I'm
are all
sexy. You
but
got a little
extinct
crush on me,
nowadays.
man. I'm not into guys. I'm not into
Bro,
guys, Johnny. I'm just not
first
into
of all,
guys.
no, I don't. Second of
Yeah,
all,
I'm
yeah,
not
you
into
are.
guys, man. I'm just not into guys, man. Just let it go. Just let it. It'll never happen for you. I'm not into guys like women. All
Bro, you
right.
can cut on.
Just
You can
All
exchange
right,
numbers with
Johnny.
most
He's
females, bro.
rejected you publicly. Let's
yeah,
move
I'm
on.
rejecting you. I'm rejecting you. It'll never happen. Just let it go, Johnny. Let it go. Let's just have a civil conversation. Just let it go. It'll never happen. Here's the thing: if you have if you qualify for a project, it's just easier to get in because this is a housing that they built for people with this voucher. That's what it is. When you live in the projects, you literally have a Section 8 voucher. Literally, it's a HUD program, Urban Housing and Development Program. That's what the projects is.
That's not.
It's the same thing. Now
This
you can
dude is
take
such
your
a fucking
voucher
clown, man.
and you can take this voucher and go live in a private residence that this guy got to be approved
No,
and
man,
Then that's
everything's got
not
to
a
be.
project.
same thing. You have to actually qualify for a Section 8 to live in a private house.
You got to qualify to live in the
Pretty
Exactly.
much.
projects. Everybody
No,
don't
Yeah, but
qualify.
Volvo, there are private homes like townhomes where some
Yeah,
people living there are not on Section 8, and then some people are. If that corporation takes Section 8 vouchers, you can have people who's paying full rent and some people who has the voucher for Section 8. So
you
that's not
still got
considered
to
a
pay for
project.
the
That's a
project.
private
Exactly. Don't be. You're
development,
already spending
but
too
some
much
people
time
living
thinking
there
about
on
that.
Section 8.
Relax,
You
That's
still got
different.
rent in the projects.
bro.
It's
That's
the
the
same
facts.
amount. If you make, let's say you make $40,000 a year and you got a Section 8 voucher and your voucher
you're
pay up.
$40,000 a year. You ain't getting no Section 8, bro.
I'm
That's not
just
happening.
saying, bro.
Yes, you are.
Goddamn.
Yes, you
Can I
can.
just make a point? What I'm
You ain't
You
saying is,
making
could,
no
Kyler,
point.
based on how many
what if
kids
you
you
make
got, how many
Hold
40,000
up.
a year?
dependents you got, you could get
10,000
Section
Yo,
a year.
how
8.
yo,
40,000
tell
can
me,
be
how many
50% of the
single
median
mothers
household
make
income in certain
$40,000 a year?
states.
Come on, let's be real.
40,000
I'm
can be 40,000 can be 50% of the median household income in certain states.
right.
Like in
It
DC,
Yeah.
is people
in
that live in
DC
Kyler,
40K,
a single mother that's making
in DC
40,000 a year with
40K,
3 kids, they
in
could
DC
yeah.
qualify for Section
40K is
8
Someone
on
more
that
make
than
income.
$10,000 a
No,
week,
That's
like
not
something
true.
like that, maybe like
they ain't
800 a week.
qualifying for Section 8, bro. It's not happening.
With
Why
three
not?
You
kids, a
know,
DC
woman with three
40K.
kids.
I know women, people who got pay raises in their jobs and have to get out because they make too much money. You
Yeah,
know,
Bro,
No,
I
it
see
based on
all
your
the time. I
dependent,
did.
Kyler. If you have a lot of dependent and not enough
No,
income,
it
you can
doesn't matter. If
qualify
you make
for
it,
it.
look, if you basically, like I had this one lady just the other day, right? She basically had Medicaid, right? But they kicked her off Medicaid because her job gave her like a back thing or her retirement of like $10,000, right? And they kicked her off Medicaid. They're not playing with that. You
that's
got to
not
make
the same
certain.
thing,
That's
bro.
not the same. That's not what we're talking about,
Yo,
Kyler.
Medicaid Section 8, same thing. You qualify for Medicaid.
No,
Most
it's
of
not the
Section
same
8
thing.
housing is for the kids. It's usually
Listen,
for the kids
Yeah,
of the
but you
hold
parents,
looking
on.
at
not
the
for the
housing
parents
finesse.
I
themselves.
know
I
a
was
lot of
looking at
people.
the
Tyler talking about the
I know a lot
medical
of people.
side.
I know a lot of people
Shut
who
up.
stop for part-time working in retirement because that would affect their Section 8 and it affect their Medicaid. You
That's
know, that's
not
what
the
I do
same,
for a living.
bro. I get what you're saying, but when it comes to housing, they go off of the dependents. It's this amount of income with these amount of dependents.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, if you have 10 kids, yeah. You
No,
know.
you don't even have to have 10 kids. 40,000 and 3 kids, you probably
No,
below
no, no.
the
Forty
poverty
thousand
mark.
three kids. You got to suck it up. Now you got
Nah,
to
that's
make
okay.
three kids.
Okay, Colin, that's not
I
how it
guess it depends
works.
on where you live, man. But yeah, that usually get you in at a lot of places, I imagine.
Right.
That's what I do for a living. I deal with this every day, man. You know,
Bro, no,
yeah,
because it's two
money.
different
Well,
things.
are you a social worker,
You
Kyler?
you you
Not
mixing it all
social
You
worker,
together
but
like
I
it's
have
the
to
no, you
know.
same
don't
thing,
I
call
bro.
it.
have to
These are
know
different
everything
programs.
about a person's situation. If a
No,
person
you
gets a
don't
life
call it. That's
insurance,
a lie.
I know. Look, I know people that got a life. There was a beneficiary of a life insurance policy,
He's
and let's say
lying.
they were. Well, I'm not lying. This is what I do for a living, bro.
No, you
And they
don't. No,
took
you don't.
Any sort of income. Look, any
Being an
sort of
insurance salesman is not the same thing as
Yo, yo, look,
a
Elvis.
social worker.
In order for me, in order for me to put anybody in a policy, I have to know everything about their financial
That's not true.
situation.
Yeah, they may
That's not
tell you,
true.
but I don't mean you know what
I
qualifies
do
them to
know.
get into
It's like
housing.
you for a fucking
No, you
living.
don't know what qualifies them. You want to know what this current situation
Oh,
is.
okay, don't want to qualify. Hey, Dinus, you did your AHIP certification, remember? Remember a couple years ago? And by the way,
Right.
I'm still young.
Hold,
Check
hold,
this out.
hold on, Colin. Let me talk. No, so to sign people up for like Medicaid, you do have to have an idea how much they make per month or bring in, and for them, and if they lie, it's fraud. They get arrested. So there is some truth to it.
But I don't think
That's
he.
half
No, what
the
I'm
story,
saying is
Dinus. We
that's
talking
one
about
thing. That's to
housing.
get medical insurance. I'm saying what will qualify the
If
person
it's
to get
60K,
housing?
it's all about the income,
It's not
bro.
the same thing,
That's all it
Colin.
is.
A social worker will come and do
Check
the
this out, bro.
analysis
Check this out.
and,
First
and
of all,
determine if
Elvis.
that person
First of
qualifies for
all,
welfare based on their
hold on.
dependence and their income.
Before you can qualify for Section 8, most people usually on Medicaid, right? And
That
then
Yeah,
that,
when you're
that,
you.
that
That's
there's
why
some
you
there's
when
got
you're
some
it
on
truth to
confused
that.
Medicaid,
because the programs run
when
where
you're on
most people
Medicaid,
need
you
one
have a
and the other.
caseworker. You have a caseworker and a care coordinator. They're the ones that basically get you to see if you qualify for Section 8, all stuff like that. You know, if you make too much money and you get off Medicaid, all that stuff goes out the door. The door. Trust me,
If
I've
you
seen
got
it.
entitlements, yeah, bro. But they're not all the same programs. I want you to put on one of your caseworkers that you work with and talk to them.
I'm not gonna put
Yeah,
hip on
them
nobody. I'm not
Section
putting
8
nobody
people,
through
they
nothing.
just
I'm
do
not gonna put
work
nobody
under the
fucking
table and
stuff
sell
on
drugs so they can stay in Section
not
8.
not
Who,
like that,
who
but
is
I'm
this
saying you
cloud
have to
dude,
have a
man?
conversation with them and understand what actually how it works and stuff. And ask if a mother of three that makes 40,000 or less will qualify.
Well, I'm like this. If she makes 40,000, most likely, right there, the threshold for Medicaid is less than
Not
12,000
Medicaid, but we're
a year.
talking housing.
Well, hold up. First of all, before you can get that housing, right, you got to be considered poor and destitute. Destitute. You know, that's basically what it's for. Those people
No,
get
it's
priority.
based on dependence. You can make 40,000 and be poor because you have three dependents,
Well, no,
which the average cost to raise a child is like $8,000 a year
I know a lot of
plus
people.
rent plus food.
Look, I know a
You'll be
lot of
considered poor at that
I
rate.
know a lot of people that are homeless, right? Living in shelter, right? Don't make that much money, but they don't qualify for Section 8. They gotta go to a shelter. You
Yeah,
know,
most because some of the times they're single. They're single people.
people
They're
think
single. They don't have
that
kids who are
I'm
dependents.
having a hard time.
Most people who get housing is based on the kids that they have, the minor kids that they have
It
with
goes
them.
by that
Case
first.
by case basis, and the caseworker they put it through a thing, and you get yay and nay. It's not guaranteed.
Kyla,
Trust me.
you're not a social worker. Stop talking like you know the
Well,
process
I'm not
about
saying
social
I'm a
work.
social
If your
worker. I
baby
deal with
mom
every
on
day.
Section 8, you'll want to marry her, she'll lose her housing.
Yeah, if a man moves in, that's it. You know, forget it. It's Section 8's canceled. You know, that's the way it is. You know, so please don't tell me what I know. So I do feel it. And by the way, guys, I always say like this: when you took your AHIP a couple of years ago, you did that shit in 2 days. That was amazing. You know, it takes me like a week and a half to do mine. You did
You're
that shit
slow,
in 2 days.
Kyla.
Like I said, Diane Samir, I have to say, is a very smart dude.
Yeah,
Only
Donna's got a college education.
yeah, check this out. Only my sister could pass it, do her AHIP in 2 days. Diane did that shit in 2 days, man. It takes me like a week, man, but he's just really good.
That's
You
what
know,
that's what math and science would do to you when you go to tertiary
well, why am I Elvis?
education
Check this
college.
out. Because you haven't shown anything you do. We don't even know whether you, we never hold up. We never hear no kids in the background, Elvis, on your house. Where we don't know what you do for a living. I already tell everybody what I do. At least Volvo tells you what you do. You don't tell nobody what you do, but you're out here running your mouth.
I'm a bum, Kyla. I'm a bum. I live off the street.
But yeah, you do. So why you on this panel, man? You know,
Yeah,
everybody
that's
else.
what I do. I'm a bum. I live off the street, Kyla.
Everybody else up here.
Hey, Elvis, you better get you a
Everybody
CDL,
else
man.
that's up
We
here
can use you
tells
on the
I can
road.
everybody else
tell
that's
by
up
Yo,
here
how
you really think I'm a
Elvis
bum, Volvo?
articulates that he works with a lot
Uh,
of white
I
people.
don't know what you do. I'm just saying, in case you
Nah, but
is.
I'm being facetious. I'm not a bum, obviously.
I don't know. How the fuck would I know? I don't know. I don't even know what you
Don't
look
listen.
like.
Don't listen to Kyla. Kyla wants to think like he know everything and he doesn't.
Well, in case you is, get a CDL, man.
Bro,
Great job.
leave me alone with that CBO shit. I got a job.
I would
Well, fuck
imagine
you
it's
then
out
too.
everywhere,
It's
boo boo.
like shit. I'm just saying. God damn.
Yeah, but you want everybody to be a truck driver. I commend you for being a truck driver, but shit, everybody can't do that shit, man.
I am shit. I preach it. You know what I'm saying? If y'all know anybody that's hard on that's on downtimes or whatever, and they need a good career and they willing
Yeah,
to work.
Kyla might need a CBO. We talking about.
I make enough money what I do for a living. You know, thank you. What you need to do is
I'm
something
saying
with
if
your life
anybody that
because
like
you ain't got shit
like
going on
anybody
with your life,
that
bro.
can't find
Kyla,
any work.
a man who has a lot of spare time and still has enough to live over You're not on this level,
Well,
bro.
bottom
Just
line,
let
hold
it
on.
go.
Hey, look. I could travel to the continent every year. You can't. So what
I
that
mean,
tell you?
you're an idiot, Carla.
Hold on. I could
You have a
travel. I
wife
could
in
travel to
Liberia.
Liberia
I don't
for
need to go
5
to
years or
Africa to
5
sleep with a
years.
woman
I
once
could do that for
every
5
once a year.
fucking years in a row. You
No,
haven't
that's
been
because
back from
you
Liberia
have a
like
romantic interest on
you
the
only been here
continent,
for
Carla.
what 3 days 8 years ago.
You
I
have
could
a
spend
romantic interest. You
I
gotta
could
save
spend
up
the
all your
whole fucking
paycheck that you get from your sister and your
and this
brother.
Oh
You
shit.
live in the same household as your sister. You don't even have your own
This is
house,
your
Carla.
homeland.
So
This is
don't
your
try to
homeland.
talk
Hold
shit,
on,
bro.
hold up,
We're not the
Elvis. We don't know
same.
Hey
where you
man,
live. Hold on, we don't know
Dynas,
where you
Dynas, can
live
you
or
give me
You
nothing.
want to
5 minutes
get
real quick,
personal,
bro?
Carla.
Hold up. How
Do
the
you
hell
have
did
your
how
own
the
house,
hell did
Carla?
Elvis?
Do
Dynas,
you
How
live
the
by
hell did
yourself?
Elvis call in? How the hell did Elvis
Dynas,
call
we
in?
need an
Carla,
audible,
do you
bro.
have your own
I
house?
never,
Do you
I
live
never
by
heard no,
yourself?
I
Hey,
never
y'all,
heard
hey,
no
y'all, hey,
women
y'all,
in the
hey, y'all,
background.
hey. Let's
Don't
I
get
never heard
personal,
women
bro.
in the background. I had no children. I
You
ain't
live
never.
with your
I was
sister.
never
You
knew
got
you.
one
Bro,
bedroom
come on,
When
yo.
you
upstairs
pull
in
it,
your
when you
sister
when you
house,
pull it,
and
when
you
did you
work
pull
in
it?
her
Come
company,
on.
Carla. They
And
feel
Elvis,
sorry for you
when
and
did you
give you a
pull in?
job, bro. That's your
No, I
situation.
work for
And they
myself.
probably
I
take
can
your rent out of
look.
your paycheck
I
before you
can
even get
travel
it, Carla.
anytime. I can
Damn,
travel
man. Come on,
anytime I want
y'all.
to.
Nah, Carla
come
likes to go
Can
on.
we
personal,
hit on
bro.
the can we hit on the
Hey,
oh
y'all, let's get back
god,
on
man.
topic, man. Hey,
He
somebody
he
call in.
could
Somebody
discuss.
call in. Somebody call it. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button.
Yeah,
But
what's
yeah.
up,
Man, this
Cuddy?
shit devolved. That was pretty I thought today was a good day, man.
It
God
should have been a
damn.
good day. Carla likes to start shit, man.
Oh man.
I ain't
Jeez.
start shit, but when you gonna tell me I don't know what I'm talking about and whatnot, and I'm gonna
You're
tell you
not a
I can
social
do it
worker,
for a living.
Carla. You're not a
I'm
social
gonna
worker.
tell. I
You're an
be a
insurance
social worker.
salesman.
I
You're
deal
not
with
authority
social
on this
workers
Bro,
every
matter.
day. I
you
got
could
like
just get us
dozens
the
of
facts next
social workers
time.
on
Can
That'd
I
be
address
great.
the
my
topic
on my
honestly?
contact list. I deal with social work every
Hold
day. They
on,
refer people
hold
to
on,
me.
Kyle. Let me pass the Vovo. Go ahead, Vovo.
Yeah, as far as the topic, if you don't have a black agenda, you a sellout. I don't agree with that necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Like, you suppose if you're in a position of power, you supposed to do the right thing. Black people are the only people in this country that have been aggrieved. You know what I mean, and haven't got compensated for their aggrievement. But hey, as far as I know, you use Clarence Thomas. We usually consider him to be a coon. You know what I mean, for some of the shit he did.
I
But
like Clarence Thomas. I think he's black excellence.
Excellence. Wow.
I kind of think he's black excellence too. But
I agree. I agree with that point. He is.
his
He's very brilliant.
like he's been
What?
playing the Democratic game.
Clarence Thomas got a white wife, so I know she
Oh,
ain't
do
doing all
we?
his money.
What is he
Kamala
talking
Oh,
about the
Harris.
do we?
Democratic
See,
Hold
game?
on,
I never
Kamala
follow guys.
Harris, who you voted for, has a white husband.
You
Ketanji
can't be
Brown
black
Jackson has a
excellence.
white husband
Yeah,
too.
you can't be
Yeah.
Black
black
excellence is
excellence.
not about who you marry; it's about
No,
what
you
you're
can't.
capable of doing as a black
No,
person.
Hey,
you
it's
can't
got
be black
whoever
Ain't
makes
excellence
you
that
in the
happy.
so?
I
female
ain't hating
assassination.
on him.
No, you can't be black excellence. You can do some excellent things, but with your life, but you can't be black excellence, and you don't have a black significant other.
I
What do
think
you
that
think black
I
excellence
can't
is,
stand this
Bobo?
motherfucker, but I think
Huh?
he's right about
Whoa.
that.
Why?
What do you think black
Hold
excellence is, Bobo?
Vovo is an example of black excellence.
No, you're not.
Really,
You got
Bobo?
no excellence. Nothing.
Yeah,
You
yes,
think
I
you're
Not at all.
distinguished as a truck
You
driver?
you 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 a
why
typical
not? I
example of what the
represent my
worst of us could
listen, hold on, I
accomplish if they
represent my
fucking go
people
to
here.
Job Corps. That's
I
about
Black
it.
represent my
excellence are people who achieve above and beyond. All right,
what's
people who
wrong
are
with
distinguished
like
lawyers
the
and
worst thing is
doctors.
God.
You don't
I
have to
know
be a
People who have
distinguished lawyer
achieved
or
a
doctor
lot
to
of
have black
things.
Yeah, there's no way.
excellence.
For you, it's good. You did good for
Yeah,
yourself.
there's a lot of people
But
doing what you're doing,
you
bro.
did
That's a
very
regular
low
thing. You
bar.
go get your certification, you become a truck driver. No
yeah,
offense to
You're a
you.
working
excellent, bro.
class standard.
Everybody's
That's
not
it,
gonna be
bro.
an
There's nothing
astronaut,
exceptional
No,
about
bro.
that.
excellence means above and beyond, Volvo. Being a truck driver, you're not going above and beyond. You're not
Not at all.
distinguishing yourself from most other people.
How,
Why
no,
not?
y'all can't try to discredit this man
Man,
accolades
that shit is
because
that shit is
it's
weird.
billions.
Y'all look,
Look, it's
That's what I
billions of
said. We
That's the
entrepreneurs.
appreciate
truth,
you
bro.
doing
That's
that.
the truth.
Who
man.
Would you?
Y'all,
Why would you
everybody's
consider
not
achieve
gonna
yourself
be
those
a.
excellent? I
certifications.
mean, you got the
Listen, I
wrong
know the
sense of
shit that I do, everybody can't do.
Drive a truck?
Everybody can't do. I know
There's a
that.
lot of truck driver, Volvo. You know that,
There's a
bro.
lot of truck drivers.
There are
Yeah.
not a lot of black men who are on the Supreme Court of the United States,
Thank
or
you,
black women
bro.
who are on the Supreme
Well
Court of the
said,
United
man.
It's
States.
only 9
Yeah.
justices.
But
It's only 9
That's what I'm
justices.
saying. That tells you that they're
true.
highly distinguished. That puts them in a different echelon.
Thank you, bro.
But
Dude's
if
making a
4 of
lot
them
of
are
sense,
All
man.
right, but yeah. But we can't knock down the guy that went out there and
No, that's what I'm saying. When you say you're
I
black
don't think it's
excellence,
a
we're saying we
lie. It's
appreciate your job, but there's levels to it. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that you're not doing well, but there's levels to it.
Yeah, you could be doing worse,
I
bro. You ain't
consider
the
you
worst.
not to be a black excellence. You should have been in. If you claim to be black, you should be in your homeland. doing
I mean,
anything.
if you want, I'm not telling you I'm black excellence, bro. I got a regular job. I'm working. I'm a regular guy. I'm not a justice. I'm not a medical doctor with high distinction. That's what when people say black excellence, they're telling you somebody who is
So you
highly
need some drinking,
intellectual,
huh?
highly accomplished in their field of study.
A lot of
But
guys
black
might make it
excellence,
to
hold
the
up, but black
top.
excellence
But
is
hold on,
not
wait. A lot of
objective.
That's called
Black
excelling.
excellence
Do you know
isn't
what
an
excellence
objective thing.
means?
Black excellence isn't an objective
excellence
thing.
means great.
It is. It means that you are excelling in your field of studies and you are
Hold up,
distinguished
Bobo, do you have
and
proof?
exemplary in your field of studies as a black
I'm
person.
excelling in my field. In
No,
my
you're not.
field of trucking,
See, you came
anybody
out
can
by
get a
saying
CDL
field of
and drive a
study.
truck.
It's called
But now we're
excelling
going up
overall,
levels.
bro.
I
That's
have
not what you're
specialty
doing.
training and specialty products.
Are
I'm
you
able
the high?
they
Are you
trust
on
me
the
to
high
lead
end
the
of truck
country.
drivers? What they
They
make?
trust me with military grade stuff.
No, bro. What the question is are you on the high end of truckers? Are you making what the top truckers make? The ice road
It ain't
truckers
about
and all
what you
that.
make, but I'm about to be.
No, you're not. So the answer is
Yes,
no.
I
So you're
am.
not. So you would not be black.
Bobo, you're doing well, brother, and we'll give
No,
you
we're
that. You're
not,
Yes,
doing
bro.
I
I'm
well. You're
just
am.
saying,
trucker.
but it's
Good
not
for
a
you.
knock
Yes,
on you.
I
I'm
am.
just
I'm
saying
about
that's
to
not the
be.
right class.
In
This man just
November,
said he's gonna
in
make
November, I'll be at a
$250
$250,000. How
He
annually,
many
lied
people?
to
but
you,
that's not
bro.
black
In
You're dumb enough to
November,
fall
I'll be at
for it. He
how
lied to
many?
you.
How many people you know make $250,000 a year?
You're not making
Well,
a
you don't
quarter
make a
million
quarter
dollars.
million. You said you made 93,000 last year.
I
But he
said
just
in
said he was
November
gonna make
I'll
a
be at a
quarter
quarter.
million.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
see,
move.
that's
You know.
bullshit.
Well,
He
I
made
just
90,000 something around there, bro. You really
93
don't know.
how
it's a
many
good
people
You
you
made
salary.
a
know
quarter
make
million
92 or
before
some
you paid
change?
taxes.
Almost 93. How many
So
people
how
you know
you
almost make?
claiming that you're gonna make half the year's not even over? You claiming
Was
you're gonna
that
make fucking
gross or
3-4
net?
No,
times what
I'm
you made
saying
last
that
year?
what I'm doing is going to escalate. It's going to shoot me to a $250,000 a year.
Was that
But you
gross or
haven't
net?
made that yet. So
No,
when
I
you
haven't
get there,
made that
then we
yet.
can talk. Right now, you're at 93.
You're
That's what
just
your
a
tax
hater.
return
That's
says.
what that is. You're a hater.
Bro, hey,
You know what a
bro.
real one would
Honestly,
do? A real
Ruru,
one
I
would
wish
say,
you the best,
salute my
bro.
black brother.
I wish you the best,
Hey,
but
Bobo,
let's
I
not
No, you
claim it
commend you,
don't.
until
No,
bro.
we
you
got it,
don't.
bro.
No, you
That's all
don't.
I'm
No, you
Hey,
saying.
I
don't.
commend
No,
you
you
in
don't.
your endeavors,
Let's
bro.
not claim it until we
No, you
got it.
don't.
That's all I'm
That's
saying.
black
But I really do
excellence.
wish you the best with that, bro.
That's
I
black
can't stand you,
excellence.
but I don't want you to fail.
The teacher that's teaching our babies that make 30 or 40,000 a year,
Black
she black
excellence.
excellence. That's
Exactly.
black excellence.
Look at him, bro. Now
She's
you're just trying
coaching
to get
these
some pity
young
points,
minds.
bro.
What
Cut the
happened?
It
crap.
ain't about
Cut
how
the
much
crap.
money you make, you fucking immigrant.
It's
That's
called
all y'all think
excellence. It's
about.
called
Is running
excelling.
away and trying to get a dollar. I gotta get out of poverty. No, that
That's you.
teacher
That's
that's
literally what you did.
sculpting
But bro, I'm not trying
that's
to
sculpting our
take it
babies'
there.
minds, that's shaping our babies' minds, and teaching our babies one
Yeah,
plus
this
one is
fucking
two,
clown got enough
and how to
Ruru.
read.
Now he want to
Most
start
teachers
acting
don't make
crazy.
50K a year anymore, Bobo. They're usually making 65.
What?
Most teachers make at least 65 or 60,000 now a year.
I'm just saying, okay, 65. She nobody considers her to be rich or in the upper echelon of education and all that, but she in the hood teaching these babies how to read and write. I consider her to be black excellence.
Bro, you trying to
People
make
don't
the
say that
Okay.
it's
goalposts.
excellent. Fuck out of here, y'all
You a
got
clown,
a
bro.
weird
You
way of
drunken
thinking.
clown.
Let
You
me
know,
pass to
Bobo,
Jay. Hold on,
there's
let me pass the mic
bad,
to
there's
Jay. Go
good,
ahead,
and then
Jay.
there's excellent.
Go ahead, Jay. Unmute yourself, Jay.
Hey, I see we on to the beef, huh?
Yeah, my bad. I didn't want to devolve
I
into
don't know
this.
why Donnie's muted me unless I wasn't supposed to be speaking.
Yeah,
But who got the floor, anyways?
Jay has the floor. Go ahead, Jay.
I was just listening in, man. Do you want to get back to the topic or just
Yeah, go
whatever?
ahead. Back to the topic.
All right, what was the topic again?
I mean, damn, Jay, man. Come on, man. Why are you clicking the link? You don't know what the
Motherfuckers
topic
be hitting
is.
the link and just be trying to come on.
Yeah, man. Jay, come on,
Hey,
man.
maybe he want to talk some shit too.
That's like a pet peeve of mine, man.
That's not black excellence. Huh?
God dang, man.
To speak back on the reparation thing, it was just a study. They didn't veto a bill to address reparations. It was literally just a study on like social economical problems. It wasn't a bill to pass out no money. It was just a study. $50,000. It was only a study, and that's all it
And
was.
wasn't he
And
a Jamaican?
to speak on the reparations that Obama had gave out, he gave up 12 million for assistance to the Holocaust survivors. That was when he was in there. It was matched by by private funds. So only 6 million came from the government. In my city of Washington, D.C., my mayor, Black, she provides 25 million in grants for just summer jobs. And We locally funded another 25 million. So this is just from my black mayor. And also to speak on the Baltimore crime is down 40%. Is in a historical decline. But we always want to speak on our 0.0%. If it's 45 million people, 45 million black people, and only 6,000 homicides occur, that is 0.006%. It's not really moving the needle, but the media sensationalizes it all the time. And we have major affluent Maryland counties like Prince George's County, where we have many communities with multi-million-dollar mansions, and they black communities. They're not white communities, they're black communities. We have Woodbridge, we have Oak Crest, we have several. So when we speak on our shortcomings, we can't try to make a blanket statement for all black people in America when it's just a minority.
I think the confusion, bro, comes in when we kind of take it a little bit too personal. I don't think it's nobody's saying that it's the majority at all, bro. I don't think nobody here on this panel is a criminal or doing harm to their communities. But like when you live in these communities, people can tell you about the things that happened while they were growing up in there and the things that continue to happen. So I mean,
Did you grow up here? Did you grow up here?
Yeah, bro, I'm from California.
See, that's a whole different country. Like,
bro, California, it's not a different country. Come on, dude. It's the most populous state in the United States.
Did he say it's a whole different country?
He said that. He said that shit. He said that.
California's part of the United States, brother.
America is made up of 50 different countries. What the fuck is y'all dense or something?
What's up?
Y'all don't know America is made up of 50 different countries?
Oh, my mic is bad. Okay, I'll fix it.
My friend, but I think it's time for you to go.
Hold on, let me talk. Okay, explain. America's made up of 50 different countries. Go expand on that. Go
do you object? Are you
50 different states, my
I
friend.
object.
Let's
I
cut it
object,
out.
Man, come on,
a
y'all.
state and a country, not the same thing, but let's cut it
Come
out.
on, Ohio is its own state, which could be considered a country.
Right, cut it.
You're in a federal system, brother. Those are states. They're not countries.
The name of this country is called the
They have their own government. They have their own government.
That's because you're in a federal system. You're not in a unitary system.
Under
the United States
the
of
federal
America.
jurisdiction of the United States government where you live.
Yeah,
you should know this better than anybody.
The United States of the landmass of which we know as America.
But I want to understand why California dismisses me to get to the conversation, though. I want to understand why that got that reaction.
No, I said California different. Then I said where in California. You said
California. So you said California is its own country, which is wrong.
That's a giant landmass.
Bro,
where in California?
Why is that different though? Like you acting like it doesn't
where
happen
in
where
California? I want to pinpoint where what your upbringing is. You said people
Long
growing
Beach,
up,
California.
People growing up in this and growing up and living like this. We can point it out, and I'm saying
Long Beach,
where?
California.
And then you said California, and that's a whole massive landmass.
Okay,
Let's make it simple. Let's make it simple.
I told you. Now what?
Well, does the federal government trump the state of California?
Bro, I want to understand
his
point of why he was saying that.
I mean, my bad. Yes. My bad. Bobo. I meant to say yes. I meant to say yes.
That sums it up right there. With all the states, everybody that's considered to be in these United States of America, they are trumped by the federal government. They have to answer
on certain things. State has certain state rights.
On everything. Weed is legal in Ohio. The feds just busted some weed shops in my city. In the state, is legal on the state level. That's why they got to deal.
Yeah, they didn't bust the weed shop for selling weed. It's probably some other investigation underneath. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Let me give you an example, Vovo. And this is something that Trump Supreme Court just did, right? So on the issue of abortion, right? They passed that down to the state to decide. Yeah. So if a state said that it's legal to have abortion in Minnesota, for example, right?
You just stepped on your
the
own.
federal government can't come and arrest you because the state
Yes,
said
they
it's.
can. You just said
No, they
passed
can't
it.
because
You
elite.
just said they gave the state authority to decide it themselves.
Yeah.
They can
Yes.
take that authority away. Bro,
No. Well, I don't want to argue with you, bro. I mean, you make some good points sometimes, but I'm telling
Very
you, when
rarely.
you're giving that anecdotal evidence about the shop, it's probably more to it. If it's a federal investigation, there's probably more to it.
Federal got laws too. What's the federal
They
law?
do supersede the state laws though.
Thank you, bro. This is real simple.
Yes, what I'm saying. A state cannot pass a law if it's against a federal law. You know that, right?
That's right.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can. I just told it ain't no anecdotal. All over America, these states are legalizing.
You know, California has had legal weed. I think for the first state to pass legalization of recreational marijuana than any other state, right?
Colorado,
but that wasn't that
feds
long,
will
bro.
come pick you up
Colorado
for it.
was first. He's
Yeah,
right.
the feds
You
gonna
don't
pick
put
you
it
up
in
for it.
taxes.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. So when you're talking about people smoking weed, so you're telling me that the states don't have the right to pass a law that allows recreational marijuana usage.
The law, but the federal government supersedes it.
That's
the
true.
federal
He's
government
right.
come lock you up for that weed, boy.
Yeah.
In your state, why are you smoking in your state? The state will come and arrest you.
Yeah,
It's possible. It's like a theoretic thing. It
They
is
might
possible.
defer to
He's
the
right.
state, but if they want to, they can say no. We're going to supersede the state. They can defer.
Okay, I want you to read up on it, Volvo. Do some reading.
He's not wrong with that.
Bro,
read up on it, brother.
I've been to federal jail before.
Bro,
I know what I'm talking about.
man, I feel like this dude was writing his fucking book.
That's fine. What I'm saying,
saying,
read what state, what right the states have, and what right the federal government have.
Well, the federal government has legalized marijuana. You can purchase marijuana from a dispensary using your credit card, so the banks don't recognize it as
you could
legal
definitely purchase
transaction.
it using your credit card, bro.
I mean, I don't know what people come up with this made up thing in their
Y'all
mind.
are making shit up.
Just read up on it. That's what I'm giving you guys. Read up on it.
Because the banks
We all have opinions, but be informed.
I agree. That's real shit. And I bet you the sad thing is nobody's gonna read up on it.
Y'all just
read up on it if you've been through it.
Y'all spewing
I know the Fed charges and state charges is different. Fed laws is a little different from the state laws. I know this.
What's the purpose of even having federal laws?
I need to look it up for it, bro. We're giving you facts.
No, you're right about that. No, I'm not arguing with y'all on that. That is true. The federal laws do supersede the state laws. They do have to honor it and everything, and they still can't arrest you on federal charges. Yes, 100%.
I got an example. This immigration thing, we seen the feds arrested the mayor of one of those New Jersey cities because he said, no, you can't take away our illegals. They said you're getting away with a federal investigation. We will arrest your ass. You a government official. This just happened last week.
Yeah, they went and got it. The thing is, because he's right about that. That actually is a good example, believe it or not. They didn't arrest the Congress woman that was there with them because she was a congresswoman. They went out and specifically got his ass when they found out that he was just a mayor, that he didn't have the backing of the U.S. Congress like she does. So she's technically higher than him in a hierarchy, and that's why they arrested his ass for going too far, but not her. She literally could have got arrested for what she did. She's like pushing and shoving and shit, but she was like, "Get off me! I'm a congresswoman," and they got the fuck off her ass too because she's a congresswoman. And he got arrested. He was actually trying to be cool. When they realized, him, this one right here, and went and got him. He was already on the other side of the gate when they did it too. But
because
that's actually a good example.
Everything. Trump is the term is commander in chief. He's over the government. He's over the military. He's the top person, the president. He's the commander in chief. He runs the police, everything. He's the top. He's like the king, for lack of a better word. He runs everything. He's the top. He dictates terms to the generals. He dictates terms to the top police officers. He dictates terms to the
too far.
He does.
He's the commander in chief of the military. That's a title.
He's the commander in chief he oversees the affairs of America, all of America. He oversees all of the affairs of all of America. His work. Why you think
He can just go take a pen and sign an executive order. He's the top dog of all this shit, and he's the top government official.
He thought he was cooking.
Hey, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Get help, Vuvu.
Go ahead, Jay. Jay, we can't. You're on your Obama phone, Jay.
You need a 12-step.
Jay, you're on your Obama phone.
I got a 12-inch. I ain't gonna.
See, look at this gay ass dude, man. Talking about me, man.
Damn, Johnny, bro.
He get drunk and just let his true color.
You want to fight all the time, man. Leave Bobo alone. Man.
Yeah, everybody can see it. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, he let his true colors come out when he's drinking. Y'all heard him.
Johnny,
you ever heard me say any such shit like that to this dude?
You need help. You need help. You need help. You have a crush on me, bro.
You need a 12-step program, bro.
You got a man
you need
crush.
To get that shit out of your system, bro. It's eating you alive.
You got a man crush, man.
You got a problem, bro. You got
some
serious issues. You need reconciled, bro.
Leave it alone, bro. You have a man crush.
Some strong, serious help, man.
Listen, you have a man crush.
You need some real help.
Johnny, what's your issue with Vovo, man?
Man, I can't. We ain't got the time in the day. But I'll tell you the short
answer.
Yeah,
he got so many issues.
No, let him speak, Vovo. Let him speak. Maybe we can hash it out.
Man, is that he's ignorant as shit and that he gets in the way every time we try to do anything productive as people. He literally just is like a fucking roadblock. That's what he is. He exists. He doesn't do anything productive. He's just a fucking... I don't even want to go into it, but that's it. That's my biggest problem. He's a clown, and he gets in the way of what we try to do in any type of progression to Pan-Africanism.
Okay, now let me say this, right? Vovo is an upstanding, he's a hardworking man, business owner, home owner. I leave the country. Believe it or not, Canada is not America. I don't know if you've ever been there. I know it's not not Madagascar or Japan or something like that.
I was just there, bro. You literally drive across.
No, let him speak, Johnny.
You don't go there.
When I go there,
exactly.
When I go there, I work on behalf of my country. I represent my country well. They see me as an American. I go there and I'm there on business. I conduct myself well. I'm a black man. In my community, I didn't run away from my community. I didn't leave. I didn't do none of that. I gotta face the world as a black man. I got the black man struggle. So anything I do, I'm judged.
But Johnny is saying that he has an issue with you, Vovo, because you tend to be obstreperous.
What's up?
You tend to be obstreperous when it comes to issues on Pan-Africanism. Do you agree with that?
You already see what he is, Elvis.
And y'all see what he is, bro. It's clear.
You can see that yourself.
See how much sense this dude makes, man. See what type of
Johnny is one of those guys that sit on the side.
It's just him getting in the way.
Johnny, one of those guys that sit on the side and hide his face, and he hate on the guy.
I'm not selling shit, bro. If I had a YouTube channel, I'd have my face and my fucking name and shit plastered behind me too. Talking shit on channels because I can't get attention, bro.
Can I get it back on the topic right quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Miss Sam, man. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, so I used to work in a black-owned barbershop. I used to be a barber in Camden, New Jersey, and the owner of the barbershop, we used to rap about, owning businesses in the black community and the effect of it. So basically, the issue that a lot of these disenfranchised neighborhoods or communities with businesses is you have to you can't charge them people. Overcharge them people for your services, because you have to support the community. It's more like it's almost like a charity, but not at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So you could go to a rich, wealthy town, whether white or black or what have you, and you could charge them people, loads of money for your services. But certain black communities, or disenfranchised communities, you gotta not charge them too much. Also, you have the element of crime, you know what I'm saying? So as working as a barber, you'll see a whole lot of the local guys that live in the neighborhoods that know what's going down in the neighborhoods, all the crime, who's hustling, who's murdering, all that. They'll come into the barbershop and give you the lowdown. So you find out all kinds of things that are going on, behind the scenes in these rough neighborhoods outside of just the business aspect of it. So yeah, it's kind of a tough thing opening up a business in some black communities that do have high crime, because it's the security aspect. You don't want to get robbed. You don't want to you got some dangerous people walking the streets that kill people. So once we could clean up that situation, and you got a lot of good brothers, that are trying to run these businesses in the Black community. I think the biggest thing is, what I'm saying, we gotta clean up the all the violence in those neighborhoods so that these business owners can, operate more freely and start making more money for their investment. You know what I'm saying? Because we was in a kind of like a rundown little barbershop in the hood, and we compete with like other barbershops in the neighborhood. So that's one thing too. And it's like a service. A lot of times you'll have like people in there that just can't afford to get a haircut, so you gotta like throw them a hookup. You know what I mean? Don't even charge them. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Get rid of the violence. Once we get rid of the violence, then we can start building up the economic value of the real estate in that area. And once we can build up the economic value of the real estate, then we can start like making some serious money with our small businesses, because the thing about it is when it comes to real estate, the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of redlining and there's a lot of racism, and whenever there's a violent crime that happened in your neighborhood, that the fact of the matter is that it brings down the value of your real estate. Every time there's a murder, if you live in a community of, I don't know, like 10,000 people, what have you, and you only have 2 murders, your violent crime rate will be like way higher than a large city with 5 million people that have 300 murders. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
it's
saying?
based on
So
per capita.
all of that affects it, and then the money that gets spent on your private schools, your public fund, and all of that gets affected because the property value of your community is going down with all the violent crime. So
Listen,
and at
brother.
that point, that's when the white people come in and they start gentrifying your neighborhoods, move y'all out, move us out, and then move in, and then all the value of all the real estate spike up, 2, 3, 400%, almost immediately.
Let me say this, right?
Well, hold on, a little TT. That don't sound right. Little T. Oh god, little T. Turn your camera on so I could confirm you're not a troll. Little T. Turn your camera on.
Pause.
Okay, there we
have a
go.
seat.
Pause.
Come have a
All
seat.
right. You can turn your camera off now.
Could I say this to his point, right? Damn, yeah. Turn your camera off, brother. Turn your camera off.
Boy, you guys have a resemblance. Stop it.
Shit. Here's the thing, right, brother? He ran away. Damn. It ain't the violent crime. It's millions in the hood. Millions. The gas stations, them Arabs and them East Indians that own them gas stations, they millionaires. The corner store man is a millionaire. It's millions of dollars in the neighborhood, right in the neighborhood. You got it was something. It has nothing to do with violent crime. The most violent people in the community is a very small margin. Most people that live in the hood are just hardworking people. They might just don't have a good job. That's somebody that might work at McDonald's or work at the hospital cleaning or some shit like that.
What's stopping the production in these communities is the question, and the answer is violent crime.
There is no industry.
There is industries, bro. There's everything.
But Volvo, what makes you think those corner stores guys are millionaires? What makes you think that?
Why wouldn't they? Well, let's
They're
look
millionaires,
at
but there's no industry.
If you're a business and you're getting fresh money every day, you're getting fresh money. People are coming in there. You have to do business with Hershey. You have to do business with the gas company. A load of gasoline might be $80,000. You got to do business with the beer guy, with the cigarette guy. If you cooking back there,
Volvo, do you know how these people buy? They buy their stuff in bulk from Costco's, bro.
yeah, that's even better. If they buy
And yeah, so they're not dealing with Hershey's. They're not dealing with these big corporations. They buy in bulk and sell it for a markup.
Okay, let's say you're buying it in bulk and you sell it for a markup. That means you're making a profit.
You made a profit, but you first of all, if they take a loan to start those stores, usually,
Well, that's
so
this.
most of them are not millionaires. They're doing okay, but they're not millionaires.
Looking for a weird way to go against what Volvo was saying.
Get to the point, then,
No,
Google.
I'm just telling. Let's be logical in our analysis. That's all.
I'm giving you game. Those guys are doing all. They're getting fresh. They're walking 2,000 and 3,000 minimum. Some of these guys might be making 20,000 a day.
20,000 a day at a convenience store?
At a gas station?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gas station. All right.
All right, let me. I gotta pass the mic. Leroy Green, go ahead, Leroy. I'm gonna pass it to Lil T. Go ahead, Leroy Green. Unmute yourself, Leroy.
Yeah. Shit. I would say. Yeah. I just want to concur with Vovo saying, man. Yeah. People in the hood is making money. Convenience stores and gas stations and man, it's so much money that's being made. It's just y'all not seeing it through the media's eyes. All y'all hear is the bottom percent of people that's doing bad.
I think
In
you focus on that
the
part, bro. But we're
respective
talking
states
about
that y'all
expansion and growth.
in the respective states that y'all in, y'all could just pay attention to what's going on where y'all at in y'all economics and what's going on in y'all culture. Because in my city, I could speak for what's going on in my city. New developments is popping up all over, and they not gentrifying. They're literally building apartments and homes for people in the community. And even if you aren't able to make it market rent, everything that gets built in DC, we have a 10% inclusionary zoning. So at least 10 units have to be allocated for people of lower than the median household income. And in DC, our median household income is like 80,000. So every construction development has to have set asides for people who won't be able to afford it in market rent. And most of our small developments in our city is owned by one black person, William C. Smith, and he owns damn near most of the properties in and around Northeast, Southeast, Southwest Washington D.C. So that's just my point of view of black wealth in my city. I can't speak super broad about the United States, but I know in this pocket, which is the nation's capital of the United States, that black people thrive. You have black schools, black streets. My mayor is black. Chief of police is black. We have 8 council members because we have 8 wards. I don't know if y'all involved in y'all state or city, but yeah, we have 8 council members. All of them are black. Yeah.
Could I say this just to his point before you pass the mic? Black America is in the middle of a renaissance right now. Today, you're alive for it. That's one thing I can't say about the Democrats. The American Rescue Plan invested millions of dollars or billions all over America. My mayor is black. He took that American Rescue Plan money. Mayor Justin Bibb of Cleveland, Ohio, he's rebuilding the city. When I travel to these black areas of the country, these historical black places, I'm seeing renovation. I was just in Detroit. Detroit is being built up. Cleveland, Ohio is being renovated and built up, and we're not being gentrified. These new homes, these new construction homes and shit like that are going to black people. So I know exactly what Leroy is talking about.
All right, let me pass it to Cuddy, then I'm pass it to Lil T. Go ahead, Cuddy.
I just had a question for the young brother. I think Leroy. It's been some years since I've been to Washington D.C. What the homeless population look like nowadays? Does it still look like back in the day, or did they clean that up too? That's the only question I got.
Yeah, they apply the executive order, and they end up like opening like more facilities for the unhoused. But our population is like 17,000 of our 700,000. Like 17,000 is unhoused, and it's not that there's nowhere for them to go. They just choose to be unhoused and live in those conditions. It's more lucrative to them. Like they get their food and they can do whatever they want. Like I don't know if y'all know, but in America you could do whatever the fuck you want, and these people choose to be the outlaws and just do whatever they want. They don't have to work. They don't have to provide for anyone. They can just live off the shelters and go on the streets and do drugs and do what the fuck they want. Like drugs is a pivotal thing in America, and a lot of people use. And I can say that it's contributing to our homeless population in the city. But we have a vast majority of programs and facilities for the unhoused.
All right, let me pass to Lil T. Go ahead, Lil T.
I like that guy.
Unmute yourself, Lil T.
Okay, damn, if this motherfucker come on. Okay,
Go ahead.
damn, my fault, y'all, man. I'm trying to make. Okay, man. Well, I look at, I live in Forest, Arkansas. It's a little town. I don't live in no city or nothing like that. But what we do here, what I know is the great blacks I see buy a lot of land around this joker. They buy a lot of land so they can own a lot of farmland, and and we got a lot of the hood niggas too, that buys up a lot of little rent houses and put them on hood. Like y'all were talking about that earlier about the Section 8 and stuff like that.
And Little T, real quick. So I'll go ahead and let you know. So there's an N-word tariff, so you can't use the N-word. It depends on the context. Okay.
Okay, my fault, Prince. All right. But yeah, man, and what I see is we probably need to buy land and just buy houses and stuff like that to just come up. You know what I mean? And try to have it where we can be more autonomous, so we can own and control what we want in our own destiny. Because living amongst these the people that we got to deal with, the white folks, it's hard, and they always trying to do stuff, that's why a lot of us don't want to buy stores and stuff too, because they put little janky little things in the way of everything. You know what I mean? Like I'm working with a farm right now, and we just get way more money than what we're getting now, because Trump put his little 2 cents in it, and now they done took a lot of money from the black farmers. Whatever they doing with the money, I don't know. I guess they doing it to white folks, but shit, it's a lot of money. I'm trying not to cut, but we were making way more money last year than we're making this year. I will say that.
In what city?
Can I say?
In what city?
In what state?
Forest City, man. Arkansas.
Arkansas, respectfully, brother. Arkansas had to deal with Bubba. Bill Clinton done fucked up Arkansas all the way to the core.
Come on, bro. That's 30 years ago.
You got Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's the governor of Arkansas right now. Blame her.
Problems. Bubba was governor of Arkansas for 20 years straight.
Mike Huckabee was the governor of Arkansas for 8 years. What did he do?
Now, I'm going to say this, brother. When it comes to everything, the West Coast is coming down south. I found me 3 Alabama tax deeds in Birmingham, and I agree with you on the aspect of land being the solution. The beautiful part about Alabama is if it's been on a tax delinquency list more than 3 years, they'll give you the deed. I bought an $800 tax deed with the land valued at $20,000, and the neighborhood is valued at $180,000. Now, black people that invest in the land in the South, the Midwest, is going to benefit the most. Micron Technologies is building a manufacturing plant in New York City, Syracuse, Clay, outside of Syracuse. That's northern Syracuse. New Jersey is going to see more plants. And the whole southeast corridor from North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia is seeing expansion from Hyundai coming in. That's why you think 50 Cent is in Louisiana.
Bro, this man is telling you what's going on locally in his locale. And you're talking about New York.
Man, shut the fuck up.
And Georgia.
Shut the fuck
it's
up.
It's local, man. He's telling you the farmers are being affected by Trump's policy, and you're trying to deflect. Don't deflect, brother.
You're not even a black American, so this doesn't even concern you.
Argue his point, brother.
Black American. This don't even concern you.
Argue his point.
Black American. This don't even concern you. Go back.
He's talking about what's going on in this farming community in Arkansas,
build that bitch up.
Not New York and Philadelphia.
Like I said, build that bitch up. This is black American.
Be mad all you want, brother. It's just going to raise your cholesterol. Get to the point that he was making. Don't deflect.
Like I fucking said. You need to go back to where you from and build that bitch up. To my point.
You can be big mad and try to deflect. It's not going to change a damn thing.
Can I finish my point, Elvis?
There you go. Now you're talking like a man. Go ahead.
Can we actually talk about buying land? How much property you own? Matter of fact, Elvis, how many properties that you renting out?
I don't own property. I'm homeless.
You're in a fucking hut.
So I'm in a hut. I'm homeless. Yeah, go ahead.
Serious question, Elvis. Elvis, that's your real name, Elvis?
That's my real name, Vovo.
Morris?
That's my real name too.
How the fuck did an African get a name like Elvis Morris? Like,
I know 6 Liberians who have the name Elvis.
He Liberian. They like
with the last name
old
Morris?
school Americans.
Man, how many
Yeah,
Morris
my
you
last
see
name
in
is
that
Morris.
continent?
Oh, Morris is a Jewish last name, yeah.
Morris is a Jewish last name, you said?
No, not
Yes.
Morris. Hold on, is Morris Jewish last name? Yeah,
Morris,
is
Goldman, all those names.
I'm just curious how you got that. Oh,
Hey,
you
I'm a Jew from Liberia. Go ahead.
No.
Like
I'm not saying that. I didn't know you was
I mean, what are you
like,
making?
like
Let the
I
guys
said,
finish.
to
Let
my
him
main
finish.
point,
Then I'll get on.
to my main point, there are Black Americans that's making opportunities, making it work. Like I was trying to say, Brother Vovo said about Detroit, beautiful thing about Michigan is that's a tax deed state where he can get some tax deeds that's around $200, $300. The land is valued at $5,000, but those homes is being built up for $200, $300,000. You got LeBron James, and the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers, investing in Cleveland and Detroit when it comes to single-family, multifamily houses. Now, I may not like you niggas, and you may not like me, but damn it, I want you to get some fucking property so you can take care of your generations and your legacy that's behind you. Damn it, that's real. Now, for the people that's in the Northwest, they can go to Michigan, that's a tax deed state. They can go to Wayne County, bid on those properties, have a cashier's check, and actually go with the processes and step. After you get the tax deed, you file a quiet title to make sure any liens, encumbrances, any debt is cleared off. That means if Brother Vovo gets 10 tax deeds in Michigan, he could get a quiet title. He could clear off any debt on the books. He can make sure that he put title insurance to make sure that everything is secured, his investments protected. Then he can leverage the land to be able to get construction costs, what gets the construction built up. That's called land in lieu. Take it from me. I've been a real estate agent for 12 years. I've really seen people from brothers, Hispanics leveraging the land as collateral. The term is called land in lieu. Land in lieu. LIEU. And they can fund the construction costs where if it costs Brother Vovo or Brother Cuddy maybe 50 to 100,000 to build. If the land is valued at 20,000, they can pledge that as collateral to fund the construction costs, the down payment, and closing. So right there, it's an Brother Elvis.
No, you've been talking for a while. I want to come in, bro. You gotta be respectful of brothers on the panel.
Talk about something real. I got a question because I'm gonna verify what you're saying. The land
Yes,
in
sir.
lieu thing. What do your credit gotta look like?
So when you have the property that's used as collateral, you got to be above a 620. You got to be above that 620 ratio. So that is the nuance. Now, if you have more than 2 properties, they usually pass off the situation as asset-based lending. So they don't go off your credit. They just go off of the value of the asset. It's a quiet title in place where it's any liens, meaning tax lien, IRS lien, child support lien, anything that the previous owner had getting cleared off. Yes, sir.
Taxes?
Back taxes that get cleared off as well. Because the land that's being used will be as collateral. So that's why you file that quiet title after you buy the tax deed at the auction house. You go get an attorney or you use a title agency to do the quiet title to get all those things removed because you are the new owner. That's not on you. Once it's removed, then you file a title insurance to make sure that the property is protected from any kind of random people that's saying that this is my property, any kind of debt collectors, etc. So that's why you buy the deed, quiet title, land in lieu. Your FICO score need to be.
Is this with any parcel of land? Like you can grab anything you want and do that.
So
like,
preferably
like a residential or construction.
Preferably you would want the land in residential area, near a subdivision, near where houses is at. If it's raw land, you can still leverage it as collateral, but you need to get your floor plans, development shit all in order. So you need to get your general contractor to work alongside with you. But if the property's in a subdivision where there's houses around, you in the clear. You can use that as collateral because they can see that, okay, this is in a subdivision, this is in a community, this is not in the middle of nowhere. Let's go.
Land in lieu. I'm looking this up right now. Now, because let me just tell you what I was looking at.
Vovo, I want to come in, please, before you
Brother
come in.
Elvis, can the man finish?
No, go ahead. No, let Elvis go. I don't want to.
All right, thank you, Vovo, for your magnanimity. Look, brother, I hear everything you're saying with the land in lieu. That's good. That's good talk. I was asking you, right, because the brother was talking. Low T was talking about coming from a farming community in Arkansas, and that they're being hurt by a specific policy. Did you have anything to say about that, or were you just want to talk about the land buying?
Shit, this is a solution to whatever that brother's going through.
Okay.
Whatever that brother's going through, I ain't saying that the brother ain't going through nothing. But damn it, we talk about the problem more than any fucking solution. Let me not curse. My apologies, brother Dinus. We talk about the problem so much that we drown out any kind of solutions. Now, this right here, if everybody in this room can be able to either go to Michigan, Alabama, Tennessee. Tennessee is also a tax deed state where you can cop out property. The whole Southeast is going to be built up. North Carolina properties is at 800,000 in Charlotte. Those properties were 150,000 in 2011. This is way bigger solution than talking about tariffs. And the funny thing about it is most motherfuckers don't even understand what a tariff is or what the whole point and purpose of this whole shit is. So, brother, get to some property. That's why I'm telling to everybody, get to some property, man. Take it from somebody that actually done it.
Now here's my thing. It hurts me that I can't see who I'm talking to, but I'm listening to what you're saying. You sound like you kind of know what you're talking about. Let me just bounce an idea off you. I'm looking at a piece of property it's in a residential area for sure, but it's on the main street. And I think it'd be a good idea to put a corner store right there, but it's an empty lot. But it's so much traffic right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, would I be able to do this land in lieu thing? Means like it's a land in limbo, right? That's what it kind of means. Like, it's a land that's in limbo. Nobody owns it. Nobody, right? Is that what I'm thinking of?
So,
I mean, is that what that means?
So with the land and loose situation, you can be able to build up the corner store. Get you a general contractor, and the general contractor work alongside with you and the lenders, and you guys can be able to have a round table to figure out what can be built, what can be placed in there. If it got high foot traffic, that's a lot of money on the table right there. So you see an opportunity. I like it. Now, when it comes to land in lieu, they use this in residential, commercial, office space. They do it in all three forms of real estate that's being done. Now, if you do that, you have your LLC, C corporation, S corporation, whatever kind of entity. You protect your name. I see good things happening for you, sir. Because when it comes to these lenders, they only lend to a company. So get yourself registered.
I had a question on what you said, right? So the land in lieu is something you can, if you have a piece of land,
yes,
you can use it as collateral for a down payment instead of
to build.
in exchange for a down payment, you use the land as collateral. So what if you default on that mortgage? Do you lose the land?
So that's non-recourse. So the land that you put up as pledge, that will get taken. But Brother Vovo, if he has a house, if he has a car, they will not come after his personal assets because one, it's in a company. Two, that's literally the land that's being put up as collateral. He didn't have to use his house as collateral. He just using the land he bought at the tax auction, tax deed section, sheriff sales, whatever that they call in your county.
Here's my thing, right? I believe that
let me pass the mic to Cuddy. Go ahead, Cuddy. Cuddy's been waiting. Go ahead, Cuddy.
Yeah, of course, because I'm more into, I know y'all into residential. Appreciate that, Donis. I'm more into agriculture. I feel like agriculture is more important than building corner stores and all that stuff, because everybody, at the end of the day, everybody got to eat. So I'm into chicken reproduction, but I want to step it up to turkeys because turkeys are big sellers in Africa. So I agree with whatever say, what would the laws be different if you want to do agricultural land versus residential land, or how do that work?
Well, brother,
can you still, if you got an agriculture business,
yes.
Can you still do the same thing?
Now, if you was building a warehouse, yes. Manufacturing plant, yes. Depending on how big is the land, if we talk about big acres, because I found land in Tennessee that's near, it's like Cordova, so it's outside of Memphis. So it's 53 acres for 650,000. So, brother, man, if you can be able to contact the owner of that land, wherever that you choose to do it at, you can do owner financing where you can put 5-10% down. You can do that aspect of an opportunity. What I choose to do with my clients, we usually build up their business credit, get the situation funded. They can use the business credit from the LLC to use the money for the down payment. then work the rest in, terms of 15, 30 years. You can be able to structure it that way. So owner financing can be an opportunity that you could do to get yourself in the door. Then you can leverage the land. You get your UCC1 filings, and you file that with the county. Now you have equitable title in that property to leverage the land as collateral. So that means you're getting the owner financing deal with the seller. He has nothing really to do with anything that you're trying to do. He's just trying to sell off the property. He doesn't care if you build a farm, warehouse, manufacturing plant. You got the 5 to 10% down. He'll play ball with you.
Could I use livestock as equity?
Livestock could be equity. Well, livestock could be used as collateral. And brother, man, you can still capture it on tax credits, because even with this whole Trump bill that's coming in, the big beautiful bill, you can still write off and do tax deduction. Why do you think Rick Ross got all that damn land and got all that damn livestock?
Yeah,
that's collateral.
When you say the big beautiful bill, which one you talking about?
The Dynasty, no, big beautiful bill.
I think it's the latest bill that he was
Yeah,
trying to.
That's
he
the latest.
just got a bill out called the Big Beautiful Bill.
Oh, it's actually that's the name of it. That's what I'm asking. Oh,
that's
okay.
the name. That's the name of it. So when it comes to Volvo and you do any type of construction build, you can write off 100% of the expense. Say if Volvo had to use the land as collateral, the construction cost $100,000. The man makes $250,000 in revenues. He can write off $120,000 off of expensing his equipment, his material, his construction costs. He keeps his receipts on the construction, receipts, materials, give it to his CPA, his tax attorney, whoever that handles the books on that. And he can write off $125,000 on the $250,000 revenues. This is where the conversation I want brothers to have the conversation with. Get on the company side, and you guys can be able to take advantage of the tax cuts that Trump's going to put in. Because if you are a C corporation, your taxes go from 21% to 15%. If you are an LLC, you can write off 20%. Now he's increasing from 20% to 23% of standard business qualified income that you can write off. So that's a standard business deduction that you can do. Your expensing, you can write that off. Section 179, any kind of trucks, materials, that can be written off as well. 100% write off the first year. And any kind of research and development that you may do on the
section what? Section what?
179. When it comes to writing off equipment, your trucks, your vehicles, your materials. Because 50 Cent is in Louisiana. He's buying up West Monroe and he's buying up Shreveport. The brothers in Houston buying up land. And he told people on his Instagram Live and shit, saying, y'all complaining about Trump, y'all need to be able to get to this land before it get too expensive. So even he's talking the same shit that you smart brothers is doing right now. Get to the land as quick as possible, as fast as possible. And that's where you go to your tax auction houses. You contact the city, the county. You go on ChatGPT. You figure out who do you need to contact. Because, brother, please, man, we have these arguments every day. It's fun, but now it's time to get serious.
My thing is this, right, brother? Why leave the hood? You know what I mean? They made
the hood is a gold mine.
I don't understand it. I really don't understand why they would leave. Like I see this shit every day, and they look at me like, why you live in the hood? You make this money, you make this amount of money. Because the hood is a gold mine, like you said. You don't go to the suburbs and all that goofy shit. It's right here. The gold is right here. Other people see that.
And brother, they have opportunity zones in these areas, man, where if you pick up 5 properties, oh my God.
Go ahead.
New market tax credit, opportunity zones. Brother, if you cop 5 land properties that's in an opportunity zone and you fix it, flip it, or fix it and hold it for 10 years, you ain't got to pay no capital gains taxes. You can reinvest.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Hey, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yes, Real Deal Financial.
Okay, I
literally have my clients, my testimonials, the videos that I put out. Real Deal Financial.
No, I think I seen you. You sound familiar. I think you did something on like HELOCs and stuff like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. I be on Clubhouse as well at Sean Winning. So it's the similar moniker, Sean Winning on Clubhouse, Real Deal Financial on YouTube. But when it comes to this aspect, I see nothing but opportunity. Cleveland's about to be built up. Brother Vovo see it. Detroit, he mentioned Detroit. Hell, we got a black mayor in Marion, Indiana. He Republican, yeah, but they about to have a $2 billion manufacturing plant that's gonna be built up where them land lots that's around $5,000 to $10,000 in Marion, Indiana, they about to be 30, 40,000. And if you 30, 40,000, 30, 50,000 each, that means the house is gonna be 200,000. Like I said, man, hate it or love it, these warehouses gonna be built up in the South, in the Midwest. California, we losing a lot of business. Where most of our tech companies is leaving to the South. We fucked up royally.
And in the hood, these places that's the hood are the like our history is we coming from the South up here to work.
Correct.
Those old factories that mean that the people, the workers are still here. We're still here. The industry has left. That's what I be trying to say. And now that Trump wants to bring the industry back to America, we need to get these old warehouses, or even if we build a new warehouse, and figure out what's the industry that we need to build in.
And when you have these warehouses and these manufacturing plants, you hire veterans, and you can even hire ex-cons from his first tax bill where he had $7,500 work opportunity tax credit. If you hire felons, veterans, that's $7,500 each worker. So if you got 10 workers, that's $75,000 that you get from the federal government.
Hold on, you talking about from the first from
the first step, the First Step Act. Because my uncle, he got a pardon, and he was able to use that situation to start up his own company.
Yeah, Trump will get enough credit for that. I'll give him that.
So the work opportunity tax credit, any of you brothers that hire veterans, ex-cons, ex-felons, you get that tax credit. Go to your CPA, your bookkeeper, and you let them know that this is a veteran right here. You got his DD 214 paperwork. If he's an ex-con, you can also work that situation as well. Now, the beautiful part about all this shit, when brothers got the whole pieces where they understand, okay, I got the land. I leveraged the land as collateral. Boom, I built that up. Okay, I got a construction crew of brothers. We write that off. Boom. Now we have a situation where we're hiring brothers, veterans, ex-cons in the neighborhood, Cleveland, Detroit, Alabama, Birmingham, Memphis, all these black cities, Houston, Dallas, Oak Cliff. Now you're getting areas, Macon, Georgia, Mechanicsville. Now you're getting other areas, North Charleston, Conway, South Carolina. Now
and once you got that locked up, then you can expand out because other people are the work got to get done. So let's say you got a construction company, and you dominate the hood for that's like the Mexicans. I'm seeing Mexicans in Cleveland, Ohio. I've never seen that. I never went to school with a Mexican. Never lived around a Mexican. Never even
you about to learn.
Never even met a Mexican until like 2015. You know
really? You live in Cleveland, you never met a Mexican?
Never met a Mexican.
They far away from the border. He far away from the border.
Yeah,
I'm 2 hours
but
away.
now they're coming up here. Let me say this real fast. They're jumping on top of the roof. You know, Cleveland's an older city. It's an old city. You know, we've been in this neighborhood for over 100 years. You know what I'm saying? Now they're rebuilding the roofs on these houses. Now they're taking over the construction companies because they're always there to build the roof. So now they're being not just in the hood now. Now they're all over the suburbs and all over there because they're able to do the work. I'm watching the Amish. The Amish, I ain't never been around no Amish in the city of Cleveland. They Amish ain't even supposed to drive cars. They driving cars up here now to redo the construction. The work is here. The hood is a gold mine. People look for this black oasis. It's already here. We're already here. We just got to get organized. The hood is a black oasis. The problem that we got is that our smart.
Hey, real quick, Rahotep, turn your camera on so I can verify who you are first. Rahotep, turn your camera on. Okay, you turn it off. You turn it off.
Yeah, our smart people leave. We don't. You know what I mean? Like our people leave and go to the suburbs and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Which I mean is understandable if I'm about to upgrade my life and I want to drive a Benz or a Bentley or some shit like that. You know, you don't want to be around the guy that you know that gonna be hating on you. You know what I'm saying? But that's the problem though that we having is that our brilliant people leaving, and these other foreigners are driving into the community and they, like I said, you know, they might be making a certain amount up, $3,000 a day at the hood corner store. That's a lot of money to be driving out of the community every day. They drive in, they take all the main roads to the store, drive in, take 2,000-3,000 out, and then drive back to the suburbs. That's a problem. You know what I mean? That's a problem. So what the brother's saying, he giving out some big game, is right there in the hood, in our community.
I'm telling you, man, these houses gonna be 400,000-500,000, and all the people
But
that said I don't
what's
want
the
that shit.
hindrance? What's the hindrance for most people in the hood who don't have that 620 or that 720 credit score?
People don't know
Score,
shit.
who don't
So
have
it's
the
going to be most
collateral.
likely financial literacy, and then
Now
it's
I
going to
get
be crime for sure.
now I gave a business credit template in the back channel where it has all the structure that you need in order to be able to build your LLC, where it has credit, build up your personal if you need a higher score, and the aspect of you having a full business plan when it comes to getting this shit started. You got 300 grants in that list. So that's the master grant list. You have a nationwide lenders list to be able to look at which bank to go to when it comes to either business loans, auto, personal credit, business credit. Now, what the brother mentioned, yes, financial literacy is definitely one of those keys where you just look at a land lot that's 15, 20,000, but you didn't know that you could do owner financing where that land is worth 20,000, but if you piece up 4,000, now you in the door and you can leverage that land's collateral as it's yours. So yes, financial literacy is one of those things.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I seen that in the back chat too.
Now terms to look at: owner financing, seller financing. That's how a lot of black people could get to the door. Where I know you ain't got 30, 40, 50,000 to be able to buy this land, but you do got 4,500 from that tax return. You do got a couple credit cards, right? You do have a good enough score to get above that 680 to get business credit. Truist Bank, PNC Bank, Alliant Bank, even Citizens Bank provide good work. For all my military brothers, Navy Federal and USAA Bank. So hey man, I see opportunity. I'm still optimistic and shit. It's about 6 months. You got people talking about tariff. We at all-time high inflation. That's the misdirection. So you don't focus on this land lot, because this is probably gonna be the last second go round where the hood is gonna be cheap still. Because I live in Los Angeles. When the Rams built that super stadium in 2017, those houses were 150, 250,000 in Inglewood. Now they 1.5 million. Now they selling to go to the south. Now you see California people fucking up Texas. Yeah, that's
You
because he
said
built
that
that
there was
Compton ass
houses in
house at
California for
800,000.
150,000 a few years ago.
He said before they built the
250,000
stadium.
in
Yeah,
Inglewood.
In Inglewood,
250,000.
yeah. Even the area
They're
I
at
grew up in, the
1.2
houses is like
to
almost in the
1.5.
you
millions
said
and shit.
400 or 150
150 to 250,000 range. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 1,400 square feet, sir.
in
5,000 square foot
California.
lot.
Yeah,
California, yes. 2011, 2012. When
Hmm.
the Rams Stadium came in 2017, 5 years later, it became in the millions. No different than how Barclays Center, when Jay-Z and Bloomberg told them brothers and sisters to sell their property off, those brownstones was 120,000, 200,000 as well. Now they around $1-2 million. Same
easily
play.
for a brownstone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, dude, sports lead to a lot of gentrification. You need to, if you're a sports fan, you need to figure out what land that your football team is going to build a new stadium. The San Antonio Spurs is building a new stadium. It's going to be even higher. Dallas, they're building a new stadium. They're doing remodeling and building new stadiums. These sports teams lead to most of the gentrification. If you notice that, if you really like pay attention, you realize, damn, this shit was cheap. It's near downtown. It's nearby an airport. It's nearby a college center. It's nearby a new tech facility. Now we starting to see, oh, okay. Now you start figuring out, okay, this shit got high because of this. Now we got new tech people making $150,000 a year, $250,000 a year, and you realize that most of the residents, they still make around 30, 40,000. Now they gotta leave. Now the suburbs, they get taken over. Where anybody that's near a suburb in the biggest area, no matter if you're in Detroit, where you're in Ann Arbor, Milwaukee, I'm telling you, brothers, we got a couple Cleveland brothers here. I would definitely look at anything that's 15, 20 minutes away from the downtown area and an hour away from the city. Get some cheap land, because people that get kicked out of Cleveland, They got to go to the suburb. They got to go to the outskirt. That's where you can beat the clock.
Right. We got a dope ass mayor. You know what I'm saying? He's basically against gentrification. That's black excellence. When you get in positions of power, gentrification is wrong. You know what I'm saying? He wants to build up the neighborhood and he handles the affairs of Cleveland, Ohio. You know what I'm saying?
Supply the jobs first.
Huh?
Supply the jobs first. He has to supply the jobs first, then do surrounding development.
Well, I live. It's Cleveland Clinic. It's colleges all through here. You know what I'm saying? University Hospital, Metro. You know what I'm saying? There's all types of. I don't want to say it's all types of industry, but there's a lot of jobs. There's a lot of jobs. Yeah, there's a lot of factory work. A lot of just a lot of jobs in Cleveland, Ohio. So
yes, sir.
We kind of not being like. I mean, they're moving in. We're not really being pushed out.
Okay.
They're living with us type shit. They really got to conform to what we doing.
So you got a higher rate of the adults that own the properties. See, the thing with LA was the legacy black owners that had most of the property when we was 25-30% of the black population in the 80s and 90s. A lot of them, they had the properties where people that was 20 in the 90s, they just getting started and shit. So, they try to find their way out. Boomers got most of the property wealth, I see. Black boomers, Gen Xers, they got most of that hoarded wealth. When they go, a lot of the wealth transition is going to go to people that's in their 40s and 50s now, if that makes sense, where it's going to be a lot of property inherited. People in this room, y'all know,
Right.
I don't wish no death on anybody's family member, but if you got somebody that has 5-10 properties, an uncle, a father, your grandfather, your grandmother, that's a lot of shit being transitioned off because a lot of black people didn't sow.
So when it comes to earning potential for people who might be on the panel that don't make a lot of money, like what are some simple ways that you think they can like start like being able to do more, I guess, besides debt management, but earning potential?
Well, I'm gonna say this real quick. I am not your financial advisor. Please do your research. I am not a financial advisor. I was just a real estate agent for 12 years, I'm a real estate investor here in Los Angeles. So I'm gonna leave that disclaimer. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I got an idea.
No, thanks.
I know we don't like each other and all that, but this is what I did. When I started, I didn't have no skills or nothing. Skills pay the bills.
He said no thanks.
Huh? You want to up your skill level. That's what I did, and I learned that actually worked. You want to up your skill level. You want to become more valuable. Of course, a doctor is going to make more than a guy that's flipping burgers at Burger King because it don't take much. You know what I'm saying? But the doctor had to go get trained. He had to get trained to become a doctor. He had to take these tests. He had to become skilled at his craft. He had to hone his craft. Me, as a truck driver, I noticed that I've got a CDL. So what? I drive a big, long truck. So what? I had to get other skills to go with that. That's what elevated me. Everybody can't haul hazardous material. That set me apart from the guy that's just with a CDL. Now they got guys coming in the industry that can't drive a stick shift. I can drive a stick shift. That makes me go higher. Now all right. Now I can haul hazardous material. I'm trained in certain type of hazardous material. I know how to handle certain stuff. So that sets me apart again. I have a passport. I can leave the country. Everybody can't get a passport. Everybody can't leave the country. Now this really, I'm putting myself with a very exclusive bunch. That's what I was trying to say earlier. You can drive a truck, you can get a CDL, but not everybody can haul hazardous material to a military base. I have military credentials. It's called a TWIC card. For anybody.
So what would stop somebody from being able to go to a military base? Their criminal history?
Certifications is what he's saying.
A felony, huh?
A felony? Well, you said you was a felon too, though, Volvo. Did you get a sponge?
I've been in a federal jail, not prison.
Oh, okay.
It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? A newer felony. Sometimes the felony like more than 10 years old. It depends on what it is. If you're a terrorist or something like that, you got some type of arson on your. If you got an arson on your resume, they're not gonna trust you with no gas or no flammable shit. You know what I'm saying? Or if you like a sex offender or some weird shit like that,
Right.
You know, they're not going. But the point, what I'm saying is that it's levels to this shit. Once you start just getting in the door, is one thing. If you're an ER doctor, you're not going to make the same amount as a brain surgeon. If you're a paralegal, you're not going to make the same amount as Johnny Cochran.
But the
You
truck
know?
driver be the main ones winning, Vovo. Like take it as a new freight broker. Take it as somebody that got this shit in 2023.
You a freight broker?
Freight brokering. Most of my shit is Houston drayage. Houston drayage, sir. Houston drayage. If you got people that got trucks or know anybody that's in Houston, I'll put my phone number in the back channel.
Okay, bro. I got. Y'all hit you up.
But yes, the truck
I got
driver
some
is
questions
winning.
about that too,
Truck
bro. I'm
driver's
working
like
on
a
some
dope
stuff.
dealer. He cash carry. He's like a cash carry dope dealer where truck driver got a big knot of roll of money. 5,500, 8,500. He doesn't move like he didn't move 2 months of work, 3 months of work, and he is in the oil shit, dude. People that's in West Texas right now, Abilene, Midland, Texas, is winning.
Midland,
They're
Odessa.
fucking winning.
I used to be there in Midland, Odessa, in New Mexico, Hobbs, New Mexico, and up in
Mexico. You
yeah,
win.
I used to be
In Wyoming, North Dakotas. People are making 125,000 on the Dakotas,
in the
especially when
Dakota
the oil
right
markets
now.
is drilling up.
But you got to remember though, what separates you is with the Dakotas, you can go up there and do some oil shit, and right now it'd be great. But you got that winter. If you can make it through that tough winter, you're going to get rich up there because everybody they quitting. You got to separate yourself from the pack because that winter
Yeah,
up there,
because it's dangerous to drive trucks with hazardous material in the
life is
snow.
dangerous, brother. Life is dangerous. Yeah, life is dangerous.
I'm just saying. No, you're saying people are quitting. I'm telling you the reason why.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, I'm trying to gather is as a freight brokers got the power. For anybody that's been in trucking more than 3 years, I would say, brother, it's time to diversify. You see all this front loading that's happening when it comes to the shipping. December, January, February, March, all the way up to Liberation Day, they did the most front loading where you got 2 to 3 quarters of inventory that's pre-stocked. So when they say empty shelves, it don't make sense. Because the big retailers, they literally did this shit in December all the way to April. And this 90-day pause, they're gonna do the same shit from all the way to August 12th. June, July, August. Those 3 months, that's my biggest prediction because I'm literally looking at how the warehousing and shipping companies and importers is starting to buy ahead of time to beat the Christmas rush. Anybody that's in trucking, yes, getting a freight broker's license takes some time. You can either joint venture if you got strong enough credit. You got somebody that is already involved with the NV OCCs and he got this certification here, that certification there, Twix card. He can gather up a 10-man crew. Boy, because all these manufacturing warehouses, like Brother Volvo said, if they're moving more manufacturing warehouses, that means that there's more demand for brokers, meaning that you're going to use that chat GPT to get you that script correct, how to talk to these people on the phone via email. You're going to get these lists and directories from online and actually get, okay, I got the contact manager and shit, I'll put that in the back channel as well. Because I
So
got the
how wide
shipping
is your
shit as well.
network? Is it
Yes,
just
sir?
in Houston or what?
So most of my shit is going to be in Houston, Dallas, Austin area.
Okay, I got
Texas or
I gotta hit you
Louisiana.
up, man. I got some stuff I'm trying to get out in Dallas and Austin too. So
No problem.
yeah,
Me and my business
I'm
partner
not quite at
Thomas.
that level, but I'm trying to get it going. It makes sense when I tell you about it though. It's my next little venture for this year. I'm trying to get done. I was
Yes,
actually
sir.
late on my deadline by June 1, but I think that what you might be able to help me with it'll be worth it by postponing it. So yeah, man, I'm
Yes,
looking forward to
but
that.
I got nothing but respect and love for the truckers. My last thing I want to say is you are the first and last line of defense, meaning that when we need something quick, you are in first in line. When this shit is all in hell, you are the last line of defense because we got ability to resupply, move in from Texas to Cleveland, Cleveland to somewhere in shit, Milwaukee, Chicago, especially Chicago. Chicago's the biggest rail yard in the planet. The biggest rail yard. The biggest rail yard where we can connect shit from LA to Chicago, Chicago to Georgia. So, like I said, I salute to all y'all brothers, man. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate it too, bro. I really do. This was real productive. Yeah, that cleared up a lot though, man. But I'm gonna hit you up. I got some business ventures I want to run by you.
Yeah, man. Cause when Brother Vovo was talking about warehouse and manufacturing, I said, man,
Your brother. You're on mute, idiot. Your
Oh,
mic
I'm
is
sorry. Your
muted.
mother was texting me. Yeah, we was talking about you. Yeah.
Tell her, never mind. I ain't gonna go there.
Tell
Go
her
ahead
what?
and say what you
I'll
gotta
tell her.
say.
I'll tell her if you want me to tell her. I'll tell her.
Nah, just say what you gotta say. I'm quiet, man.
I'll tell her.
This ain't that day. This ain't the day for that. Just,
No, just saying, me and your mom.
Y'all brothers is hell. Well, y'all had some previous shit.
We're definitely discussing you over dinner tonight. So,
yeah, I
whatever
bet.
you want me to tell her. Huh?
I bet. Having a good old talk.
Y'all.
What?
What's this? What's? Hey Johnny, what's your infatuation with Vovo? Like every
My
time you on a
infatuation with
panel,
him, bro. He just said he was talking about me over dinner. What are you talking about, infatuation? What?
But no, that's me and your mama business. We ain't.
See, look at this guy, man. He's over here talking about my mom. Just because he said that about me having his mama in a wheelchair and all that the other day. That was him
Mama
talking.
is in a wheelchair. I the one said that.
How you think she got there? I know.
But what do you mean?
I put her ass in there, bro.
You hit that?
You damn right. I'll do it again too.
I know you would. You nasty.
Yeah, you know I would.
As long as you don't take it, I ain't got no problem with it. But if you into that, man, ain't shit. You doing her a favor.
I'm doing her a big favor. That's right.
Yeah, you doing her a big favor. She got to pamper and all type of shit.
Tell her I said she welcome.
I'm gonna let her know.
You let her know, bro.
I'm gonna let her know. I definitely let her know. I mean,
let her know.
You was a sick motherfucker.
She ain't got no teeth either, so she
don't get no ass. You don't get no ass. Now she do got teeth. She do got teeth. But if that whatever y'all do, that's y'all business.
That's
y'all
our
grown.
business. That's right.
But
Me and your mama business.
70 in a wheelchair.
That's between me and your mama.
Disgusting. It's disgusting, man. You know, y'all fat motherfuckers don't get no ass. Y'all take anything.
Come on, brothers. Can we at least get along for 5 minutes? For 5 minutes.
That's him, bro. You know he got a Volvo.
Bro, who brought up mamas and all that? Who started that shit?
For 5 minutes, brother.
I told his dumb ass that his shit was on mute. That was helping him out. He was sitting there like an idiot talking to himself.
Anything I say, you're gonna be all over me, bro. You're gonna be all over me. You got a Volvo problem.
For 5 minutes,
got a fucking problem, bro.
Here's the problem. He wishes that he can come on camera and be handsome.
But for one, I'm not selling shit. All right. For two, you got a failed YouTube channel, bro. You don't get no views, so you come here trying to sensationalize and start shit, bro.
I'm not.
Come on, man.
That's what's going on.
Come on.
So I'm not, bro. If you got something more to say, bro, I'm here. We winning. I'm ready to hear what you got to say, bro. This dude is just a clown, bro. He's always going to devolve into nonsense.
Any brother that's in transportation winning, man. Come on. It's enough money for everybody, man. And I know we ain't serious. This is really joking. This is really clowning. This is really part of our culture, man. Like your mama jokes. Come on, dog. Come on, man.
Hey, I ain't joking.
Come on, man. Y'all brothers are too accomplished.
I ain't joking.
Y'all way too accomplished.
The old lady.
That old lady.
He ain't joking.
Put her dentures on the counter, and I'm gonna take her ass to town.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Ugh.
I'm gonna make her ass feel like she's fucking 21 again.
Long as you don't take it, and she give it to you.
My
mama been grown before I was.
That's
born.
right, bro. She got that
man.
woman
Y'all took my number down, man. Y'all took my number down because I do want to do serious.
Oh, I do got your number right here. Yeah.
I do want to do serious business, and I'll give more information as well on the table.
No,
like I said,
the broker thing is very important, though. The broker thing, because you can broker low. Once you're a freight broker, you can broker lows all over America.
You control the freight. You control the bitch. You can take 20, 30%. A lot of these brokers taking 40%.
They take too much, bro. That's part of the problem. That's why I was going to hit you up, man.
Motherfucker took 40%. He got shit. The load is around 3,500. I saw one white dude. The load was around 4,000. Motherfucker gave 215. He was trying to pitch it down to 185.
But he didn't.
Per mile.
He didn't give that. The dude got to accept that. He got to drive after you say, "Yeah, I like that number." Boop.
And that's why
drive to the place and go pick the shit up. That's him playing himself. If you dumb enough to do that type of horrible business, and you supposed to get taken advantage of, I mean, like, because like
and that's and we're talking about dry van shit. where the broker he done ate up most of the budget. Where shit.
I don't do no drive-in shit. I don't touch that shit. That shit is.
Well, I do drayage.
Yeah, I know what you're
Shit
saying.
that I
Though.
do is drayage. So like I said, drayage is way better business. People that's doing drive-in, I feel sorry for you. People that work at Warner, people that be working at Warner, I feel sorry for you. I got some cool brothers in JB from JB Hunt.
I'm past that. If it ain't no chemicals or some shit that'll blow up or kill a motherfucker, I don't even want to touch it. To be
Well,
honest
that's shit. You getting most of the money, nigga. You clocking.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
ain't gonna
saying.
be in your pockets, but
I ain't
I'm
about
gonna
to
say
be
this.
holding no toilet paper across the country.
Somebody that's in your line of work, brother, they clocking 3,500 in Texas per week. 3,500 per week. Probably
More
a
than
little
that,
high.
I mean, it depends on what, like, way more than that. Like my buddy, he works 6 days a week, and he's just a workhorse. But he doing 9,000 a week. I was just with him yesterday. We were just sitting in his truck yesterday. But like that's that. I mean, you deserve it.
He's a top priority, nigga. We need gas.
No, he doesn't haul gas, but he hauls some chemical stuff. But what I'm saying is, like,
Okay.
if you touch some shit like that, you're supposed to get paid if you have the skill. That's what I was trying to
That's
tell.
not true.
I think it was even Johnny. I think asked that if the skills, if you're not making it, you need to up your skill. The manager at McDonald's is more skilled than the guy that flipped the burger. He'll go back there and flip the burger too, but he got to handle the money, and he got to handle the problems that pop up back there. That's a different skill. Skills pay the bills, so you want to always up your skill level as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to speak to the topic that what we talking about is encompassing what the black agenda is. We speak about financial literacy. We speak about participating in the private sector. And I like to say the black agenda is just America's agenda. It's just focusing in capitalism, acquiring a skill, and flourishing with that skill, and gaining assets,
networking,
and making money with those assets. So it's not to make it like it's two different ideals that we hold. It's just an American ideal is just you just trying to thrive in this capitalistic society. And it's not to say that capitalism is bad. It has its pros and its cons. And I would like to say amongst melanated people in the world, we are thriving we are top tier. Not to try to shit on anybody else from the Caribbean or from Africa. It's just we are dealing with the cards that are dealt to us, and we're doing pretty good with it. And I would say that is the black agenda, to thrive in America under capitalistic, Abrahamic faiths, and just to thrive. You know what I mean? Strive for greatness.
Okay, now let me say this to you, Leroy.
Yeah.
People got a problem with that. People got a problem with that. That's what we're saying as FBA. We saying that first you got to identify who your people is to have an agenda. You can't just have an agenda for anybody that's randomly dark skinned, just a random dark skinned person. All right, we're all black. No, we want to thrive in our country, in our homeland. We have to put a parameter on who are we fighting for. We can't fight for everybody that's dark skinned. There's too many weird ideologies and things coming in. So the first thing you got to do is you got to identify your target demographic or target audience. You got to. That's what we're saying. We have to identify who is our people. Now we identify what is the problem, and then how do you fix it. The problem with Pan-Africanism is they saying anybody that's African. One guy say anybody that's African, and the one guy, and then another guy say anybody that's black, and then from all over the world, and black people thrive, and we all supposed to come together. That's too complex.
It's not. It's
figure
simple.
that out.
But you don't understand it.
It is, and you can't articulate that in a simple way.
I
That
explained it
not
to you
just
too many
Bobo can
times, bro. You
understand,
don't want to hear.
and not
You don't
just
want to
Bobo can understand. I'll ask you to articulate that when I get done, because you'd be teaching me something instead of
You
just
learn
always anything Vovo say is you want to try to jump in there. No. How do you get like a guy who are the Australians, the Aboriginal Australians, are they black or African or whatever? Or how do you get them on the same page with the Jamaican? How do you get a Jamaican on the same page with the Brazilians? How do you get a Brazilian on the same page with the Ethiopian and the Ethiopian on the same page
Just finish saying what you got to say,
with
then
the
I'm gonna
Haitian?
comment.
How do you get all these so-called? How do you know that they identify as black? Do you tell them that they wrong if they say that I don't identify as black? How do you get all these people on the same page? It's always that's the problem. But back to what Leroy was saying, because this ties in. That's what we're saying. We want to thrive in our country. We can't continue to fight for the whole world. That shit ain't gonna work. It's not never gonna work. You got to be real specific on who you are and who are your people. Now, Johnny, please articulate your Pan-Africanist stance.
All right, now let me just be clear to everybody here. All right, I'm gonna explain my Pan-African stance from my perspective. I know everybody else gets convoluted with it and everything, but it's really just as simple as this. It's black people from the diaspora, okay? When you come from the diaspora of Africa, trying to build a community with the homeland, motherland of Africa. It's as simple as that. Now, anything else that you add on to that is extra complications, and that's a personal thing. But that's simply put what a Pan-African is, all right? From the earliest teachings, from the earliest movements, it's just as simple as that. Now, everybody likes to say all this unity and these people around the world have to do this and that. No, that's completely something different. That's a side type of movement. That doesn't encompass Pan-Africanism, okay? It's just as simple as how I put it. Now, anything you want to add on to it or whatever is a different flavor. It's something else different. It's a more specific thing. But simply put, anybody can understand that. It's a very simple concept. There you go.
Now, what's the diaspora? Who qualifies and who's disqualified?
Okay, so I mean, you can go to Google and look up what a diaspora is, but it's basically people that come from outside of a specific area, and then they're returning. That's what a diaspora is. Okay, so it's people that what?
I didn't ask you about Google. I said who fits?
Okay, so I'll explain it to you. All right, a diaspora is people that, for whatever reason, are no longer on their in their motherland. So it's people that live outside of the continent of Africa. That's what a diaspora is. Okay,
a lot of people.
Let me explain to you. Shut up and listen. It'll be people in the United States. It'll be Brazil. Basically, any type of person that draws their lineage back to Africa. Those are people that we call diaspora.
No, keep going. Like who fits and who doesn't. You said people.
I just explained it to you.
People in Brazil. Who else?
This is you trying to get it complicated. I gave you an answer.
No, I'm not.
People. Listen, this is the answer. I
got an answer. I'll make it clear.
Listen, people who come from the continent of Africa and relocate in different places around the world. That's what a diaspora is. Simple as that.
Okay, now that's where your problem is right there. That's your problem right there, because that's not a definitive term. You say people that come from outside of Africa, everybody can trace their lineage to Africa if you go back far enough. So how do you tell who?
See, and I'm not going to play that game because that's just being disingenuous and stupid. So it's just as simple as that. It's people who came from Africa that have the African lineage.
How long ago?
That comes outside. It don't matter how long ago. I don't give a fuck if it's been 1,000 years, if it's been 500 years.
That is, you can't.
So the Russians.
So you trying to check? See, that's why I didn't do that. That's why I didn't do that. We're not doing that. He can't
explain it, bro. He can't explain.
I just explained it. You don't like the answer. You're trying to make it more convoluted than what it is.
He asked you, so the Russians are part of your Pan-Africanist group?
No.
I guess they are because they helping to
because they listen. I'll explain it. Since y'all want to be dumbasses and try to play semantics, I'll explain it then. Okay, Russians are Russian. They come from Russia. They have a lineage in Europe. Okay, their lineage doesn't come as a civilization from Africa. Okay, that's the difference.
As a civilization, what do you mean?
We keep on with this, man. You're trying to complicate it with all these questions. I just want you to understand that I answered the question, and now we're on a different. You saying I can't explain it, but every time, bro, I'm explaining. It's a simple answer. It's a simple thing that I explained to you, but you just acting dumb for whatever reason.
You're trying hard, but it's just not clicking because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't
Do
make
they
sense.
do they come from
Are
do they come from a
Somalians?
country within Africa that they migrated from? That's
I
the
never
question.
came from a
Somalians,
country
right?
within Africa.
What?
When 400 years ago, those West African nations, none of them existed.
That's
None of
called
them.
diaspora. That's what I tried to explain to you.
No, none of them existed. None of those countries 400 years ago existed. So
what? They come from the continent.
Well, Russians come from the continent.
They come from Europe, dumbass.
They come from Africa.
See, he's
All
trying to play
humans
this.
come from
Y'all
Africa.
trying to play this
All
stupid
humans come
game,
from
bro.
Africa.
Y'all trying to play this stupid game.
All
It's as
humans
simple
come
as
from
what I
Africa,
explained to y'all.
bro.
You don't want to listen to it. You don't want to. You don't want to. You trying to make the parameters, but I gave you a simple answer that explains it.
I articulate my people.
No.
If you can't trace your lineage back to the 1870 census and it say black or Negro, it's going to say black, but you know, if the original form doesn't say black or Negro, we're not the same.
I just want to be clear that I didn't ask you for one. And second of all, it don't matter what you try to trace lineage to, because guess what? That ain't the movement. We're not here for that.
What?
We're not here for that. This is a Pan-African space. You understand?
And that's the problem with your movement and why it would never work. You don't
I
know
already explained it to you. You say it won't work. You try to make shit complicated. And this is why I say you get in the way. You come with this shit to muddy up the waters. I gave you a simple explanation and you just don't like it. But it's the facts, bro. That's what it is. It is what it is.
It doesn't make sense. And that's
it makes perfect sense. Anybody else can understand it unless you don't want to. You talk about Russians and shit. Motherfucker, Russians come from Russia. Russia's in Europe. Okay?
There's black people in Europe.
Brother, my thing was the whole situation. Let me say this real quick. Only why I include the Russians in the Pan-African shit, because I'm seeing that Tohori is using Putin to get to those nukes. We're living a situation where we're seeing that Russia is willing to be able to put chemicals, nuclear, uranium, and using the situation of helping them with their means of production to manufacture and produce something that the West will never, ever do.
Right.
So Russia is literally integrated, where I consider them part of the situation, not because they're from Europe and they're coming in Africa. They're in Africa. These people are going to mix with the African women, and these kids is going to be part of this whole situation of a global Russia to Africa connection, China to African connection, and with the Pan-African scenario, America and Africa connection, where the continent roots back, where it's essentially resetting. So everybody's going to the continent for either minerals and resources. You got FBA brothers like Floyd Mayweather. He was in Zimbabwe, and he was working the situation with Scott. He is somebody that is a multimillionaire, really minerals runner, but still, nonetheless, people are coming to the continent and try to figure out what's up with these resources. People with the bread is coming up with a bag. So if it is Pan-Africanism, which I'm not neither for nor against, it got to be about some serious business. Because they're gonna expect somebody to come in with a bag, and if somebody that does business here in America builds their portfolio, like you and brother Vovo, because y'all going back and forth, but you both had a brilliant point of resourcing and leveling up the skills. The skills, that's where y'all brothers was definitely linking eye to eye on. They can go anywhere on the planet, get government contracts. Where if you feel that America is shorting you, shit, somebody's gonna throw a bag at you because they see that you know what you're doing. You got the capacity. You got the bread, and you got the relationships and connects. That's the only thing I'm saying, man.
No, I get what you're saying.
I'm not pro.
No,
or
I get it.
against
I get it. But
just the thing is, I'm more of a person where you got to build your shit up here before you think about going anywhere on the planet.
Of course, absolutely, bro. Of course, absolutely agree with you for sure. I wouldn't be able to make trips there and stuff if I didn't have my shit together here. I agree with you 100% with that. But what I will say is that there's two different things that I don't want to conflate. That Pan-Africanism is not necessarily a political movement. We're talking about the specific country of Burkina Faso. And if you want to spread it to Mali and Niger for the Sahel states, they are cooperating with Russia and China. And a lot of countries they're doing what we call political deals. And they're working because they're getting ostracized by the main banking systems. They don't like their deals they have with the United States and with France. So they're looking for allies in anywhere that they can that support their movements too. That's how it goes on a global scale. I'm sure you understand all that. But that doesn't necessarily interfere with Pan-Africanism. It's a certain country, it's a certain region, it's a certain movement. to free themselves from what they see as colonialism from being under the CFA, right? So that's kind of his involvement with the Russians. The Russians aren't necessarily, I wouldn't say they're Pan-African, for sure. They do more business with Africa, and so does China, just because they know that this is a growing economy. The median age, you know what the median age for an African is right now compared to the rest of the world? The median age is 19. And I think in the United States it's 48. I'm not 100%. It might be like in the 30s. But either way,
35 for black people.
okay, the median age is 35 for black people in the United States, according to Leroy, but it's 19 in Africa. So that's a young workforce. And by 2050, in 25 years, they're going to be up to a third of the population. I mean, anybody could look all that up. So people are trying to make deals and stuff now. They're trying to get allies on their sides now. So when it comes to the times when they have to deal with the UN Council and stuff, all these members will still have their support. That's what the Russians is at. They're a superpower. China's a superpower, but they don't have no support on a global scale. So that's what they're looking for, allies. They're looking to help these countries in their own type of way for partnership, to get more influence in the long run. They're trying to play a different game than the United States. It's very obvious, but that's what they're looking for. So they're trying to gain favors. It's not necessarily that they're bought into Pan-Africanism, but everybody wants something different, Basically, they've been getting the short end of the stick, and they're basically saying like, hey, well, in that case, what I mean? You help me, I help you. That's what's going on. And they're using the resources of gold to do that. That's how they're paying. That's how the Wagner Group was getting paid in Burkina Faso. It wasn't necessarily on a fiat currency. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man, that's the only thing I'm saying, man. I appreciate the conversation. Once again, hit me up anytime that you want to. That's goes for anybody that caught my number in the back channel. Whatever information I could provide, I'll give you the list. I'm not even charging. So this is not me trying to get in your pocket. This is a scenario where if we can figure out how we can at least get some people more down here in Texas, I see it's an opportunity. I need more drivers. I need more trucks. I need more chassis.
Yep, man. We got to have a talk, man. I got some information that might.
It's enough money for everybody where we don't gotta like each other, but you don't like them blue strips. You gotta like them blue strips.
If he in it, I ain't in it. But if it's just you and me talking business, bro, I got some business that I like to talk about.
Come on, man. Like I said,
it is. Hey.
Nah, those skills that you can hone in on, Johnny, and you can take that back to you. You know what I mean? Take that to the motherland where you want to go. You know what I mean?
I already got something going over there, but I'm talking to him about
instill those skills in the younger generation in the motherland. If that is your Pan-Africanist type of point of view.
I already got it running over there, bro. What I need to do is try to get it over here to make it catch up with that. When I talk to bro.
No. We don't need.
Come on,
bro. Like, see, that's what take away from that. There's always some lying bullshit.
Who's lying, bro? Who's lying?
Come on, hey.
No, bro, you listen, bro. Y'all gotta call it. You claim you do business. You say you do business.
Yes, sir.
You know it's gonna be a guy like this that's already got it set up. No.
I said I got something set up. Watch when I talk to you, because I'm gonna explain all this shit. I'm not wasting, bro. Everybody knows I'm not no bullshitter.
Here's my final point.
If I say I'm gonna pay 100 to drop somebody out the chat, I'm paying 100, bro. I'm a man of my word. If I got some shit, what? Not you, bro. You ain't worth it. But anyway, bro, you ain't worth. You just a clown. It's a different thing.
Like, give me 100.
Come on.
But bro, anyway, back to the business talk, bro. I got some shit. You tell me if it makes sense when we talk, bro. You let me know if it's just sound like I'm talking some bullshit like Vuvu, or if I'm telling you some real.
Hey, man, y'all some serious brothers, man. Can I speak for the both of y'all? Vovo is a serious brother.
He's a clown, bro. He ain't on this level. He's not in no position to do shit.
Johnny,
I bet you $1,000 this motherfucker don't give you nothing useful in the next 3 months.
I have no personal animosity towards nobody in this room.
Like I said,
I'm here to put an opportunity on the table to see if it all lines up and the details can be hammered out and we can actually move some shit. Now, all this back and forth shit, I don't know what's going on between you and him and you. Only thing I care about is this freight being moved. Only thing I care about is actually getting some business done. like I said, we don't have to like each other. We don't have to necessarily be integrated with each other. And like the old saying, you ain't going to bed. Y'all ain't going to bed with each other. So this is a
I think it's
situation
like
where,
I wouldn't get in
yes,
the
sir.
way of your business because I'm in a different lane. If it ain't got a
Correct.
placard on it, I'm not even driving it. If it don't got a placard, that's where I'm at with it. If it don't require me to show them this and say here, this is who I am. I'm from America. I'm not driving it. If it ain't going in the tank and it's got to be sealed and had government seals on it, I don't even touch that stuff. I don't even. That's just the lane that I'm in. So I wouldn't, like that's y'all too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So
Okay,
Exactly.
we good then. Hey, we good then.
Like I said, man. So I'm not trying to commingle anything. I'm just trying to make sure everything's organized and lined up. I have people that's in the oil field, so anything that is in a container, I go to Volvo. When it comes to anything that anybody have for me in drayage, let's do something in Houston. That's the only thing I'm saying, man. I appreciate all y'all brothers' time. Brother Johnny, definitely hit me up. Volvo,
Yeah,
whenever
bro, I
you got
got
the
you.
chance, let's figure out what can I be
no,
able to do to
I'm gonna
provide
look
you
into
value
this
as well.
land and loot thing because this is very interesting. I'm looking at a piece
Yes.
of property up the street. So this is
Yes,
very.
sir.
I'm gonna need some game on that. So when I do approach my city about getting that piece of property, I know what
Yes,
I'm
sir.
talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. And like I said, man, I want y'all to win, man. I just want y'all to win because I like the fact that we got dudes that are in career fields, industry, has some business sense, and let's just see what we can figure out, man. See if we can at least do something where we can at least get maybe 10, 15 damn trucks in this damn Texas market,
Yeah,
and we can be able
I
to do
got
some
you,
joint
bro. I
venturing.
got
So I appreciate. Yes, sir.
no,
Let me
I
get
appreciate it,
you
bro. I'm
game.
gonna go over it with you. I got a deck I was working on with some stuff. I'm gonna show you, and you could probably help me scale it too. I appreciate that though.
Got you.
Let
Yeah,
me
brother
get you
Bobo.
as a freight broker. Grab a truck yourself. I'm gonna
And
give you
put
where you
that
can
under
get
your authority.
you already got access to the shit. All you need
Yes.
is a driver, and even if you got to go to school yourself for a month, a
Hey,
month and a half,
if
you
you
already
do know somebody that like might have been sitting on the MC for a little bit though, bro, that'll make it easier, like in your network. But I got some stuff. Again, I'm gonna talk to you about, but it'll
But I
make more sense.
appreciate the game. I appreciate the game, brother Vovo. Shout out to you, Johnny. Like I said, man,
let me get
I
this.
see the
He
opportunity.
off. Go. I'm just gonna give you this. I'm gonna throw it at you. Lone
Yes, sir.
Mountain, not loan like a loan, like a car loan, but loan like a loan. Lone
Yes.
Mountain truck leasing. They got some trucks you can get 3,500 down. You can start rolling right now. Like some truck, them the lower end trucks, but they give you a warranty and everything with these trucks. Lone Mountain. For
Okay.
anybody, yeah, Lone Mountain.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm gonna send that to my Philly brother that's moving shit that needs a truck as well. So thank you, brother Dynas. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. Y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon, evening, and your weekend. Like I
Yeah,
said, hit me up
appreciate it,
anytime.
bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
Appreciate you, bro. See you.
Now let me explain this one last thing because I gotta get the fuck out of here too. My problem with the Pan-Africanist thing, right? I know
Bro,
Johnny.
let it go, man.
Oh, Johnny, I know, Johnny. You
Let
gotta
it go,
control.
bro. Let it go.
You gotta control it, Johnny. You gotta control it.
You gotta
I
let it
know
go,
it's
man.
tough.
You coming
It's
back
tough.
to it. We already explained this, bro. We already been through this. Why do you still gotta
This
come
is
with
what
more
I'm saying.
bullshit?
I never get a chance because
Go ahead, speak, Bobo. Speak, man.
there's always a Johnny in the room, so I can never just really talk for real.
Oh,
It'll never work because they
God,
can't
man.
identify who their people are.
I
They
just
can't.
explained to you, bro.
Listen to what
You're trying
I'm
to
saying, bro.
narrow it down to something
You
smaller.
have to
It's
narrow
not a
it down.
political move,
You
bro.
have
It's an
to narrow it down.
ideological move.
You
That's what you don't
you have to
understand.
narrow it down. Well, the
No, you
ideology
don't.
is going to be
That's where you're wrong. You don't
the
understand that.
ideology is going to always be skewed
It's not.
because you
It's
don't
only
know
skewed if you
who
move
your
away from
people
what I
are.
explained it to be. It's
You
really that
are
simple.
listen. You don't
That's
know
what you
who
don't
your
understand.
people are.
It's
You don't
as simple
know.
as what I explained it,
He's
bro.
going to
It
step
literally
on.
is just
They're going
that.
to always do this, though. They're going to always do this. They're going to act like they're talking with intelligence, but it's really just some backhanded trolling.
It's not backhanded
They
trolling,
can
bro. It's
never
literally
really
the facts.
edify you
I
on
explained to
this.
you exactly what
They
the
can never
definition
really
was,
edify you
and I
on this.
explained
They can
exactly
never
who
get.
fits into it. You're just trying to get it to a smaller group so you can try to dissect it. But the truth is, you can't, bro.
I'm not. Yeah,
It's gonna
right.
be different
You can't.
forms
No
of it,
one
bro.
can.
You
No
can't
one.
compare. You
No
can't
one
compare
can.
Malcolm X's idea
No
for
one
Pan
can. No
Africanism to
one can.
W.E.B. Du
No one
Bois,
can.
for
No
Pan
one
Africanism to
And
Patrice
that's why it
Lumumba's
will
version of Pan
never work because they
Africanism to
don't know
Marcus
who they're
Garvey.
fighting for.
Like it's all
They
gonna be
don't
a little
know who
bit
they're
different,
fighting
but
for.
that's the one
But they're
unifying
not fighting for
sentence, man.
anybody.
That's the
They're
one
not fighting for anybody. It's always a scam around it.
you
That's
don't
why
understand, bro.
if
You
it's
don't
so
understand it.
vague,
That's why.
anybody, let me say this right, as a businessman,
We're
I
not
don't
talking business, bro. That's the
I
whole
don't
problem with it
do
too. This is
business
not
with
business.
I
Nobody's
don't
talking
do
to it from
business.
a business point.
I
You're just
don't
not
do
listening.
I don't do business with a guy that's
Nobody
very
asked you to do any business with them.
that's
Who's
very
selling
vague.
something, bro? I'm not trying
That's
to do
very
business
vague.
with you.
You wanna deal with people that's clear cut and the terms are set in stone.
No,
You
you
don't
don't.
want to
See,
have
this
a
dude is
guy
being a clown. I just simply explained exactly the different
go
types
back
of
and
Pan
rewind it
Africanism
and
out
see
there.
after we do
Okay?
this right here, what we doing. Go back and rewind it and listen to what Johnny said.
Listen to what I said. Listen to what.
Anybody
Listen
from
if I'm
the
trying to sell
diaspora.
anybody anything.
Then he can't explain what's the diaspora. He
I
said
already explained
anybody.
it.
He
Everybody
said,
can
I
play it back,
asked, how
bro.
long do you have to be left from Africa? Because everybody comes from Africa. And he
See,
said, it
that's
doesn't
him trying to
fucking
play a
matter.
game, bro, because
It
all
doesn't
humans
fucking
come
matter.
from there. But come on
How is
now.
that a
We
game?
get it, bro. We get it.
How is
We
that a
get
game,
exactly
though?
what it is. This is
How is that a
wordplay.
game? If you can't
You're trying to
say
play wordplay and matter of facts type shit, bro. But you're
it,
trying to
it
all
has to
that
be a
does,
matter of
all
fact. What
that
are you
does is
talking
pull
about?
away from the actual point,
It
bro.
has to
That's
be a
all it
matter
does.
of fact. That's all we dealing in is matters of fact.
The
It has
matter
to
of fact is what I explained to you.
the matter
Simple
of
as that.
fact
The matter of
is this. The
fact.
matter of fact
The
is this.
matter of fact is people from the
Y'all don't
diaspora
know who y'all
that
are.
want to build back with the motherland. That's what Pan Africanism is. Okay. There's
So
another
what
form
if a
called.
white man wants to build back with the motherland? You'll
Is he
say
from
no,
the
he's not.
diaspora?
Well then, I got the perfect example.
You see, I gave a very
I
simple
got the perfect
definition.
example.
A
I
very
got the
simple
perfect
definition.
example.
But here we go with this
I'm
stuff.
gonna wait till you get
Simple
done
as that.
trolling. I'm gonna bust your head.
You ain't gonna bust nobody head. You're
Yes,
gonna
I am.
bring up fucking Elon Musk or some
You're about to
shit,
have to.
bro. You're
Yeah,
not slick.
yeah. The
You ain't slick,
Afrikaner, he knew
bro. Put
exactly
the
where I
hat
was
back
going.
on. You ain't slick,
The
clown.
the
It doesn't
Afrikaners,
change anything.
if the Afrikaners want to go back and build back in Africa, they've been in Africa longer than you.
Who are Afrikaners?
Those white Boers.
White Boers? Where the Boers come from? From the Dutch?
Yeah, but
Okay, so that's
they've
where
been
their
in,
lineage goes back to, dumbass. He
and
thought he
before
thought
that,
he was cooking.
and before that, no,
He
and
thought he
before
was
that,
cooking.
it
He
goes
thought
back
he
to
was
Africa.
fucking cooking.
And before that, it goes back to Africa. And before
He
that, it
thought he
goes
was
back to
cooking,
Africa.
bro. You
And
a
before
clown.
that, it goes back to Africa.
It doesn't go back to Africa.
Donna's lineage goes back
You a
to
clown,
America.
bro. You a clown.
Donna's lineage goes back to Africa. I mean, to America. They more African than Donna's. They've lived in Africa longer than Donna's. They have a longer lineage that they can trace back in Africa than Donna's. You want to say Donna's wasn't paying
are they from the diaspora? Do you know what diaspora means? I want you to look it up again, man. When you get off of this shit, after you done getting clowned,
They are
go
from the
look
diaspora.
it up.
They are. What qualifies you to be from the African diaspora? How long
You
do you
go
have
to
to
Google and look it up, bro.
How long do you have to be removed from Africa to be
You go
qualified?
look it up. I
You
already
don't know
explained
who
it.
you are.
Didn't I give you an answer? Do you remember what I
Here's
said?
the-
What was my answer? What was my answer? Was you listening?
What was your answer to what?
See, bro, you just chatting, bro. You
What?
just talking. I gave you all these definitions, bro. You just on clown shit.
Hey, the oldest known human remains are
See,
in Morocco.
from how long ago?
Morocco in Africa?
How long ago was that? How old is the
300,000
oldest
years
human
ago.
remains?
300,000 years ago.
You see, you dumb son of a bitch. We ain't talking 300,000 years before civilization.
But that's
Why
a
are y'all
human,
playing
right?
dumb?
Are we talking about humans?
Why are we playing dumb, bro?
So you
Why are
said
we doing
before
when I'm just speaking
civilization?
facts? Why you have to throw ad hominems when I'm
Yeah,
just
because
bringing up
he
the facts?
Because it's two of y'all and y'all both dumb,
I just
man. I
brought
don't
up
have
the
the
facts, bro.
energy to just go through
Yeah,
all the
he
facts.
The
can't.
that y'all
oldest
brought up,
human
bro.
remains currently known are Jebel Israel fossils found in Morocco,
Why
which
don't
date
you
back
Google? Hey,
300,000 years ago.
why don't you
These
Google?
remains belong to Homo sapiens. The
Why
finds
don't you?
also include multiple individuals along with stone tools. Additionally, the Kabish fossils in
Bro, think
Ethiopia
you cooking?
date to around 233,000 years ago.
Okay. So now let me
They are
ask you this.
considered the oldest Homo sapiens.
Okay. So now
So
let me ask.
all Homo
you
sapiens
this,
come
bro.
from them.
Without the ad hominems, let me ask you this. Look up the word diaspora now. We'll
Okay,
wait.
diaspora.
You know how to spell it?
This dispersion or spread of people from their original homeland. So all humans dispersed from Morocco and Ethiopia.
So that's their original homelands. So everybody's diaspora.
Yeah, that's what they say. The oldest
You
human
see why I
remains come
can't do
from
this, man?
Morocco.
You see why I
So
can't do this? So
all
everybody's
humans,
Moroccan. Is that right?
everybody is
If that's the
African.
start,
Everybody's from Morocco.
Everybody's from Africa, like you
Okay,
say,
but
right?
specifically from Morocco. Is that what you're saying?
That's where the older human remains
You
are
see
from.
what I'm saying, bro?
That's where the
This is
evidence.
why,
That's where
man.
the
I
evidence
already got a
points.
headache, man. But this is crazy.
I mean, the
This is
scientific
getting
evidence points there. The
it's getting
scientific
too
evidence
crazy, man.
from the
Because
University of Cambridge,
I explained it the best
an
way I could
illustrious
already,
campus.
bro. And
not
now
the
we're
best
doing
way you
University of
this.
could,
Cambridge is
because you don't
not
understand
just
it.
some
You don't
Now we're doing
folktales
understand
that you
this.
saying. This is coming from an illustrious campus of Cambridge.
Bro, you're missing a huge part of the point, though. That's what you don't get. And I
What's
really
the
don't know
point,
how to
though?
get you to
Oh
understand it.
my God! You
He
said the
doesn't know,
diaspora.
bro. This
So
is
everybody,
typical
so
All
what?
the
So by your
humans,
definition, bro,
all the humans dispersed from this place. All the humans, all of them.
everybody comes from there, and that's what it means. That's what the word
This is
diaspora means. People,
typical, right?
Yes,
Everybody comes
bro.
from Africa, so I
people that
I
come
even
from
gave you
Morocco.
a chance. I even gave you a chance and said, how long ago you got to be removed from Africa for to be a part of your Pan-African movement? And you said, it doesn't fucking matter, motherfucker. That's like weird shit. I'm like, I'm
Nah,
trying to
I
talk to
tried
you.
to explain
I
it. I
understand what
tried to
you're saying.
explain it to you the best way I
Can't
could, bro.
explain, right? You don't understand it.
You
That's
don't
why it won't
understand it,
work.
bro. You
It
don't
will never
understand it.
work.
That's
That
the
shit will
problem.
never work.
It's a simple answer.
That's
It's
why
a
it's
very
always
simple
a
answer. You
scam
trying to
around it because
complicate
it's
it, bro.
never
It really is that simple.
It's never clear cut. It's always vague.
It's clear cut, bro. Anybody else can
Are Puerto
understand it.
Ricans a part of your people?
When I give you a definition, this is what the definition is. Okay, he gave the shortest definition of the word diaspora, but it still encompasses what I explained. That's the funny point. He didn't read. He didn't read through all of the entries for it. He found just the quickest little sentence or whatever, which is fine because
No,
it
he
still
didn't.
proves
He read the definition. What are
because
you
it
looking? He
still
read the
proved the
definition.
exact same point to what
How
I
do we
explained.
define
It's
things?
really just as simple as that. And then all this other stuff y'all try to do to
Are Puerto
complicate
Ricans
it
a
and
part of your?
dissect it. There's nothing more to it than that, bro.
Are Puerto Ricans a part of your?
I explained before how being Pan-Africanism is being a Pan-African is different for different people because if you say
And
Malcolm
there
X is
you
a
have it.
Pan-Africanism, his
And there
version of
you have
Pan-Africanism is different from what
it. And
Patrice
there you have
Lumumba
it.
spoke about.
This shit like pulling teeth.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that. It's different for different people.
No,
Nobody.
I told you there's different forms of Pan-Africanism,
Nobody knows
but this is the
forms of it.
umbrella term that
How
catches
can it
it
be
all.
different forms of your people if we're all the same people?
That's the word diaspora, not Pan-Africanism.
So can I
You
be from
understand the difference?
Israel? Since I'm
You're
a
being a
Christian,
clown
can I
now.
be from
You see the
Israel?
difference now, little
Johnny,
buddy?
Since I'm a Christian, can I be from Israel? I believe in the Bible. You know, I believe in the dispersion of the people in the Bible. Am I from Israel now? Because I believe in the Bible.
You're not making any
It
sense,
was a
bro.
diaspora.
That doesn't
You said
make
it was
any
a
sense.
diaspora. You because you said look at the definition, and when I look at the definition and I read the
You said,
entries,
are you from
I
Israel
read
because
the
you come from the
entries.
Bible?
Yeah, it says people who have been spread from their homeland. A diaspora is a population that scatter across regions which separate them from its geographic place of origin. And the people
Okay.
from the Bible, their place of origin was Israel. So could I claim Israel?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Are you saying if is Israel, is there a diaspora of Israelis?
Yeah, and would I be included? Yes.
So listen, the diaspora of Israelis are the people who live in America, for example, the Jews that live here. There is a diaspora of Israelis. Is that what you're trying to say? A diaspora of Jews that does exist? Yes.
Okay.
I mean, anybody can look that up, bro. It's obvious. There's Jews in America. There's Jews in Israel. There's Jews in Europe. Like, there's a diaspora of Jews. I don't understand what you're
Here's
trying
the
to say.
thing. It's more clear cut than that. The diaspora of Jews believe in Judaism. So if you don't believe in Judaism, you're not a part of that diaspora of Jews.
That's not
See
true,
how
bro.
clear cut it is? Why isn't it?
No, and I'll explain it to you because some Jews, a lot of Jews actually, man, are actually kind of atheists. They don't really believe like the religious form. They're more culturally Jewish, and they'll tell you that. So if you've been around Jews, I'm sure we all know Jews that are culturally Jewish, especially in Hollywood. People living in
The
LA and
culture
stuff.
of Jews is Judaism. That's the culture.
Bro, I explained it
That's
to
the
you,
culture.
man. I already did, bro. I really do got a
That,
headache
that's the
dealing with
culture.
this
That's
shit.
literally the culture. Judaism.
So
Every
this is the thing, bro, because you're trying to jump over, but this is the thing. I gave you the definition of diaspora. Now we move from Africans to Jews. I think with the Jewish explanation actually made it clear for y'all to understand. So that's exactly the same thing. It's a diaspora. It's people that are originally from this area that were dispersed around the world. Those are the African diaspora when we refer to Africans. Okay? That's the diaspora we're referring to for Pan-Africanism. All right? Gosh.
all right. Well, no,
I think y'all finally get it, man. It's that simple, but it took me a
I
while.
really don't. I still don't get
No,
it.
I know you get it, bro. I know you do. I know
Here's
you
why
do.
I don't get it, but you're gonna step on it. You're gonna just keep talking.
You're gonna try to make it complicated. That's why, bro. You get it
Because it is. That's
It's
too
not.
complicated.
You
That's
got
too
quiet.
vague.
When I got both of y'all
That's too
quiet, I knew
vague.
y'all got it, bro. So we good.
That's too vague. No, you're just talking all over everybody. So like, you're unreasonable.
I'm not
When you
unreasonable.
say you originally from Africa, I'm asking how far back do your lineage got
And
to go there?
listen,
And you say it don't matter.
Vuvu,
Well, then everybody's a African. Then
Vuvu. We're
it
going
don't
by the
matter.
definitions. He just explained to you what
If it
diaspora
don't
means.
matter how long ago you had to be, you said you had to be originally from Africa. If
That's because
everybody's
you found a
originally,
small little part in the argument that you want to stick to, bro. He gave you definition.
that's the
He gave you
sticking
the
point.
factual definition
That's the
that was in my
sticking point.
definition. So that
That's the
explains it to you.
sticking point. Well, all right,
I
well,
want
here's
you to
the thing.
I want you to see if anything
You
you have
giving
to
this
say is different
anecdotal
from the
thing. This is
definition
my
that I
definition.
provided.
What you're saying is that this is my definition.
No, I told you what his definition, what the definition he wrote, bro. His words.
All right, bro. All right. It ain't
That's
really.
what he did. He told you his words, and I told you this
At
is
the
where
end
it
of the
fits
day,
into
this
that.
for what I'm about to say is for the chat. They don't know what Pan Africanism is.
Bro,
They
everybody
don't
here
know.
could hear it, bro. Anybody with a brain,
Hey,
y'all
chat,
can
y'all
look it up
drop some topics.
yourselves and
Hey,
see
chat, y'all drop
where
some
it gets
topics people talk
complicated
to.
I'm
at.
about to get the fuck off of here, man, because I, talk to this guy. He's not reasonable. He's not.
Go ahead and go, bro. This is all reasonable.
So the
Anybody
thing
can
is
look it
this.
up, though. Anybody
So
can look it
the
up.
thing is this, right? The thing is this. These Pan Africanists don't really know who
Look
they are.
up Pan-Africanism
They
and then
don't
look
really
up
know who they
diaspora
are.
if you
They
don't
don't know what
understand
they
what
fight
that word
for.
means.
They're just saying shit at this
It's
point.
as simple as that.
Yeah,
Bro, look at people put in the chat. Look up African diaspora. They get it, bro.
I asked
Everybody
him
gets it.
certain things, and he can't
They get
explain
it.
it. He starts trolling and
I already
name
explained it,
calling
bro. You and
like that.
fucking Leroy was
I'm
asking the
asking
same
you.
question
I'm
and then
asking you.
trying to bring it back to
Let's
caveman
start
times
here.
and
Let's
shit.
start here. Let's start here. I'm gonna talk to you like you're reasonable. Are Puerto Ricans a part of your Pan Africanist people? A part of your people?
No, I'm gonna reject the premise of that because
They
that's
should
not how
be.
you phrase a question.
They should be. Yeah, they should be.
No,
They should be. Okay,
the
hold on. Let me
Man,
talk to
you talk to
Leroy.
him
Let me
then.
just
Talk
talk
to
to
him.
Leroy.
all of South
Me and
America
you
should
got a
be.
disconnect. Let me talk to Leroy.
Go ahead.
Leroy. Okay, so Puerto Ricans should be a part of this Pan Africanism, right?
Yes, all of South America. That's where
All
majority
of
of
South
the
America.
slave trade.
Why is that? Huh?
Majority of the slave trade went to South America and Central America.
I agree with that. Now
Then
I
they're
agree with
99%.
that. I agree with that. But now, if we look at like a Fat Joe, would he be considered a Pan Africanist?
Yeah, he Puerto Rican. Yeah, he wouldn't be Black American, but he would be Pan
No,
African. Yeah,
I
he
know
would
he
be.
wouldn't be Black American for sure, but he would be considered a part of this Pan Africanist group. Fat
Okay.
Joe.
All right.
Yeah,
Let me get in now. All right. Let me
Central
get
and
in
South
now.
America.
Let us just hide this one, Johnny.
No, because I could explain it to you. This is what y'all
No,
getting
I'm
confused.
asking you this already. I'm asking you
Nah,
this
this is
already.
what
Yeah,
y'all get
you
confused.
didn't want to
This,
participate in the talk, Johnny.
Asking
Just mute
you
up.
didn't really want to
Let us go
participate.
to the
You
line of
because
questions,
I
Johnny.
already
You ain't
explained
want
it,
to
but
talk.
you're already going down a
already
wrong rabbit
explained
hole.
it then. You
You
already
don't want to
explained
talk,
Listen to
it.
bro.
what I'm trying to explain, bro. This is what I'm trying to explain.
I
Pan
can't.
Africanism is a movement. It's not a people. This is what y'all don't understand. If everybody doesn't claim to be, then they're not. You don't get to just say, "Hey, you're this."
Black Lives Matter was a movement, and anybody that agreed with the Black Lives Matter ideology could join. So what you're saying is that anybody that believes with the Pan Africanist ideology can join the movement?
If they're from the diaspora, yes.
What's the diaspora? Is what we trying to do?
Whoa. Bro, look up diaspora.
I'm
It's
about
a
to
new
blow a
word for you. I
fuse
know,
around
Vuvu.
here.
That's the
I'm
word
about
of the
to
week.
blow a fucking fuse. That's what we talking about. And you getting in the way. Me and Leroy talking about the diaspora.
Y'all not. This is the problem. This is why I got in the way of what y'all was saying, bro. Because you asked him, "Are these Pan
You're trying to.
Africans?"
You said that.
That's
Okay,
bad faith, bro. Because that's the way you
You
phrased
said
it is
if they come
completely
from the
wrong.
diaspora, and they come from the diaspora.
Listen, bro.
And I
So they fit
asked
the
was
bill.
Fat Joe part of the
Listen,
diaspora.
bro. Listen, because y'all telling me this. I'm getting a headache with this shit. Listen,
Yeah, you're stupid, bro. You're
the
stupid and you're
diaspora,
trolling.
the
You're stupid and you're
diaspora,
trolling. You're not very
bro.
smart.
Listen to what I'm telling y'all, because you keep mixing them two like they're interchangeable. Being a dumbass. Listen, diaspora refers to people from a specific place that their homeland that they move from. All right, we read the definition. Pan-Africanism, okay? You understand? Is a different word. It means a different thing. What Pan-Africanism refers to is people that are behind the movement, okay? The movement is people who are from the diaspora, which is the African diaspora, that bridge and want to reconnect with the continent of Africa. That's what a Pan-Africanism
Got
is.
you.
A
Now,
Pan-Africanist is.
got you. That's
There
what.
we go.
Now we have to identify who was a part of the diaspora,
I
because
just
nobody
explained
can.
you what part of
You
it
can
is.
you can totally agree with the Pan-Africanist ideology, but you can't join the movement because you're not a part of the diaspora. So when I ask you, are Puerto Ricans a part of the diaspora, a part of your people? Because that would be your people, a part of the diaspora.
So
Meaning,
are you asking me the proper way to phrase it would be, is there African diaspora in Puerto Rico? And the answer is yes to that. But not the answer.
all
But I
right.
rejected the framing that you put it in because you're
All
not making
right.
sense.
Okay. All right. I'm with you. We're gonna follow your train of thought. Are there African diaspora in Puerto Rico, John?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Now, how do you identify who those people are?
You would identify them by their African heritage. There's another definition part for diaspora. It's people who keep these customs from
So
around the
not
world.
about lineage. You have to keep the customs. It's not
I
about
mean, you don't have
lineage.
to keep customs. I mean, it is what it is. But I'm just saying, like,
How do you
will see
identify who these people are? Is what I'm asking.
people from the diaspora. How would you identify? How would you identify anybody, bro? Like, you see people and you know they're from the diaspora here.
No,
It's
you
really
don't.
that big.
You want to know that?
Who don't know that?
How do you? I'm asking you a clear-cut question. How do you identify these people that are from around? You say you see people.
You have to go to
What do
Puerto
that mean?
Rico, I guess, bro.
Is it
If you
about
want
a
people to see
phenotype? Is
specifically
it about a phenotype?
like an African phenotype in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Is
There's
it about
people
when you say
with
you had to see?
African phenotypes in Puerto Rico. Yes.
So, in order to be a part of the diaspora, you have to agree with the in order to be a Pan-Africanist, you have to agree with the Pan-Africanist ideology, and we have to be able to identify your phenotype. Is what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you have to come from the African diaspora, and you have to agree with
How do we
Pan-Africanism.
identify who comes from the African diaspora? Is what I keep asking you.
They will identify themselves. It's not something you can put on to somebody else.
So anybody can say, I'm black, I'm from the slaves were in Puerto Rico, I'm black, so I'm a part of this Pan-African movement.
No, they can't. But they could.
Saying that. Fat Joe is literally saying that.
No,
He's
but they
literally
could say what they could say is, hey, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I come from the African diaspora. That's
how
what
do
they
you
can
prove that?
they
So
could say.
anybody can walk up and say, I come from the African diaspora, because Fat Joe is literally saying that. Fat Joe is literally saying that he's black, he's from the African diaspora, and that's literally what he's saying. But we can see Fat Joe is pink like a white man.
I never heard him say that.
Well,
Okay.
let's just say there's Puerto Ricans that look like Fat Joe that's saying that don't.
I never heard no Puerto Ricans looking like Fat Joe saying that either, bro. But what they might be identifying as is black in the terms of people of color, because sometimes in different areas in the United States, people use that to refer to black, especially in New York.
Where would their blackness come from?
I don't know. What do you mean? People who refer to themselves as people of colors and black.
Where would their blackness come from? It would have to come from Africa, right?
somebody might think that way or speak that way if they grew up together, if they grew up around black people.
Growing up around black people means that you see how this shit keep going.
Bro, I'm trying to answer. I'm not the one doing the shit. I'm trying to answer your question. What you mean?
Growing up around black people now, you fit the diaspora. You can just say it.
I didn't say that, bro. You asking me hypotheticals what Fat Joe thinks, man.
No, I'm not. That ain't no hypothetical. Fat Joe is saying
bro, I said I didn't know because I didn't hear him say that.
I'm
and now
a
you're
part
trying
of
to get me to tell you how Fat Joe thinks and how he came up with that.
Joe, well, I'm saying there's Puerto Ricans that look like Fat Joe. Not picking on Puerto Ricans, but just
you would have to ask a Puerto Rican that looks like Fat Joe why they are saying this and that. I don't understand why you asking me and
because
you're getting pissed at the answer I'm giving you.
See me, I can exclude people
I
from
never heard him say that. For one,
I can exclude people
you
from
can't
my
exclude
group.
nobody from shit.
Yes,
Bro.
I can.
No, you can't.
It don't matter what you say. I can tell you ain't no damn Black American. I don't care
And
what
guess what, bro? That doesn't mean anything because I am. I literally am. My parents are literally from California, and my grandparents and great grandparents are literally from Arkansas.
And
I'm
you
Black.
can trace your lineage back to the 1870s.
Bro, my great grandma was born in
That ain't what I
1905.
asked. I asked a real simple question. Can you trace your lineage back to the 1870s?
Before that, bro, we've been in.
Okay, before that,
but,
well then me and you don't agree, but you
there you go.
are
So
a Black
therefore, the
and that
same
can be
exact
proven.
thing exists there.
And that can be proven. And that can be proven.
What could be
Now,
proven?
you said you could trace your lineage back to the 1870 census. That's proof. That can be proven that you're a Black American. That's clear cut.
Bro, I'm not. You trying to get me on your fight with FBA and
No,
Fat Joe?
no.
Shit,
It's a
I
lot
can't
of people that
explain that
trace
to
their
you.
lineage back to the 1870 census.
This is a whole different thing. I don't understand why you
There's a
compare
lot
this
of
to.
people that can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census, and that's not that believe in the silly shit you believe in.
I don't know what the fuck you mean by
They
that,
just
bro.
off.
But I already explained it
They
to you
just
the best
off.
way I could, bro.
They just off. We have all types of people in our nation. All types of people in our nation. Oh, we got crackheads, we got killers, we got lawyers, doctors, all types of truck drivers, all types of shit. It's people with weird ideologies and good ideologies. But you have to be able to fit the description. Can you trace your lineage back to the 1870 census? Then
What that got to do with Pan-Africanism?
No, I'm trying to tell you that I can exclude people real easy.
Bro, nobody is you try to claim who gets to be FBA and all that. Not, I got a lineage that comes back to the 1870 census too, and I reject any type of FBA. So what does that mean?
That don't matter. You're
exactly.
still freeman.
That's my whole point to you. The FBA shit don't
You're
matter, bro.
a freeman. That's
It's a fringe. It's a fringe
whether you like that or
movement, a
not.
fringe
You're
group
a freeman.
and shit, bro. That's supposed to be set up
You're
to
a
try to
freeman.
divide
You're
people.
a freeman in government documents. Whether you try to be an African or some Pan-African or Puerto Rican today or whatever, if you trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you're a freedman. We use the term FBA as an exclusionary term, but at the end of the day, on government documents, your ass is a freedman because you were freed. By definition, you were freed. Your ancestors were freed. So now you're a freed man. That's government documents. That's everybody can't say that. Everybody that's dark skinned or melanated can't say that. That's a very exclusive group that not everybody can be a part of.
I'm not getting the point of this though.
Your Pan-Africanism is not an exclusive group.
Who said it was an exclusive group? I gave you the definition. It's a wide term.
Not exclusive. If it's not exclusive, then anybody can be something that's everything. That's everybody's. Is nobody's.
It's nothing. Yeah.
See, this is what y'all don't get, man. This is the hard part to explain. You comparing social movements to like political type movements.
That is a social movement.
So, bro, I said comparing it to political type movements. Okay, that's the difference. Is when it comes to ideology, you don't have to say, hey, who is and who's not and all that. You don't need to have these kind of distinctions. I gave you a specific term, and then under that term, that's an umbrella term. So under that term, there's a lot of different groups, and there's a lot of different people that fit those descriptions.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, if y'all, my thing is this, go for it. But don't step on with we doing. Yours is too vague.
Bro, listen, dude. I literally don't have shit to say about FBA unless you come in here starting the shit. The whole thing is,
bro. Everybody does say.
Everybody
saying. As soon as I say anything, I can be making any type of good
bro.
point.
Because you trying to play the victim, bro. You trying to act like you don't do that, bro. Literally,
the title of the space don't even have to be about that.
Dude came in here last time.
I could be saying God is good
for like 10
I could be
minutes.
saying God is good. The fact that Bobo said God is good is gonna be Bobo is dumb. I could say the sun is hot. Johnny,
you get back to clowning, bro. You get back to being a clown.
Everybody that called you out on that today. I'm trying to have a real conversation. You know what? It's just a jealousy thing.
My God, bro. You don't have shit that I want, bro. That's hilarious.
Yes, I do.
You're a sad dude, bro. And I told you before, if you didn't come in here starting shit or getting in the way or nothing, you would never have to hear from me ever. You would never hear from me, bro. When you go to your other trolling spaces, you don't hear from me.
At the end of the day, the Pan-Africanist movement will never work because they can never identify who their people are.
I already explained it, bro. And it's already working. It literally keeps working.
and who and what they're fighting for. They will
It
never
already literally has been explained.
identify
Everybody clearly understands the
anybody
mission.
that's dark
It's
skinned.
that simple, bro.
Anybody that's
He
dark
just claims that it won't work and he gets
saying,
in the
I'm
way.
an
But I
African, I'm
literally
black.
explained this for everybody here to
If
hear.
it's that vague and wide open, it'll never work.
I explained it. It's working. We see it around the world, the movement. We see Ibrahim Traore. We see the support we're getting from different places. We see everybody waking up, joining on to the movement here in the United States and abroad. Everybody from diaspora is getting a part of that. People see the value in Africa. They see how things is coming up. They see the potential. They see the growth, the opportunities, and we're moving on to that. Everybody's working on that, man, and it's getting bigger and better every year, every day. Every day is growing.
That's positive. Now let's speak to the title. What is the black agenda in Africa? Let's speak to that, Johnny.
I mean,
what is the black agenda, like the black
I'll tell you.
Africans,
I'll tell
not
you
the
this
North,
from my
not the
perspective.
North Africans, not the Arabs, not the white people in the South.
So let me answer your question.
Okay.
All right. I'll tell you the number one agenda in Africa right now going on for each country is going to be a little bit different how that process look. But what I see on the ground is independence. They're trying to cut loose from colonial ties. So even after Africa was decolonized, in quotes, they still had strong colonial presence. A lot of their trade and stuff is done in foreign dollars. Only less than 20% of the trade in Africa is done through different nations. It's mostly done from nations outside of the continent, meaning mostly Europe and Asia. So the numbers are starting to reverse. They're starting to have value-added products, which are things that they're no longer exporting raw materials in certain areas like Uganda, and other countries is catching on to those trends. So it's more of a independence coming in. And I think that with USA being cut, it kind of showed what they would look like if the rainy day funds ran out, and what kind of things that the continent would need to develop on, and how they can trade and rely amongst each other to start working on that. So that's number one. What I say is going on the continent.
Okay, I can speak to that a little bit. Here in
Go ahead.
America, we had a similar thing that happened. You ever heard of the Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they named after our independence, which is in Philadelphia, 1776. We put together a piece of paper that for our independence, but we didn't get granted our independence till, I want to say, about 13 years later. And we had to get rid of our colonial powers as well. We had a big war. You know, we ever heard of the War of 1812?
Dude, I'm from America, man. Come on.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. A lot of people don't know about these things, even if you're from here. So I'm just putting
Who
out
don't
there
know
for
about
the chat as well.
1776,
There
bro?
are
Come on.
100. There are 102 other people listening, not just you. You know what I mean? So people can
You
get
asked me if
informed.
I heard of it.
People can get informed if they like. So I say that to say it's going to be a little bit of fight for Africa to gain the independence, but it's going to take some unity as well, because while a fight was happening between America and the British and America and the French, we did have to develop some type of camaraderie, which is how we developed these United States of America. So if Africa really wants to gain independence, I would suggest that they were to cultivate like a unity within the entire continent.
That's
And a
called the African
constitution,
Union. That already exists.
and a constitution that will be over all of the countries, because right now Africa is very regulated, so they want to move in a capitalistic society, but their democracies are voted in corrupt politicians who are just getting rich. Like every politician in Africa gets rich while the people get poorer. So I feel like less regulation will help Africa.
Well, let me say this, right, brother. The thing is this, right? Africa's having a brain drain. I keep saying that. It's just a brain drain. Soon as anybody reach any level of prominence or any level of success or any level of academic success or something like that, they want to get the hell out of here. See me, they make fun of me for living in the hood. I could live in most places in America if I wanted to.
Hold on, Bobo. When was the last time you had a power outage for hours at end?
Should never. I've
When
never.
was the last time
I
you?
like how
When was
y'all
the last time you
both of
didn't have
y'all
water?
clowns try to jump onto American infrastructure and act like y'all did something to contribute
Hold
to
up. When was the last time you didn't have
I
water?
don't do stuff to contribute to American infrastructure. I'm a truck driver.
You need to lay off the bottle, dude. For real, you got a problem.
I mean, like, what are we talking about?
We talking about Alcoholics Anonymous.
All right, bro, you trolling. Now, what were you saying, brother?
Yeah, I was
Drunk
just
on a
saying
fucking
because
panel talking
we in
about
a Pan African space, and when we talk about the hood in America is not the hood in Africa. So
no, what I'm saying is that the ideology I have, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The ideology that I have. Just because I came up, that don't mean I leave my people.
Okay.
See, the thing is this: they come over here and try to like stun on us or something like that. We're doctors, lawyers, engineers, and all this type of shit. We've been doing that. You the first generation. Yeah, we've been doing that. Yes.
That's not you.
Yes, not me personally.
Yeah, you ain't included in that group.
All right, bro. Look, bro. You see, everybody can see
it's
this.
It's the truth. It's a fact.
Everybody can see this, Johnny.
They see how you try to latch on to American accomplishments and try to use it against black people around the world.
You can't even have a logical conversation.
We'll see what's logical. We'll let the chat decide what's logical about that.
You got a
he's trying to claim. He's literally trying to claim accomplishments of black people
I'm trying to give
around the world
have a conversation
and try to put it into some shit to make it negative and try to lay claim to it like he did anything.
Johnny isn't a freedman. He isn't a freedman.
Bro, I don't gotta lie to you, man. I don't gotta lie to you, man.
That has a complex. See, they got a complex about Africa. They got a complex. They want to say Africa is the greatest place on the planet, but they won't be there.
Who said that?
Doctors and lawyers and engineers would go back to their homeland and start using their brain power to build up the place. None of these conversations wouldn't even be happening. None of these conversations would be happening. They make fun of our celebrities and shit like that for not helping the hood. Why ain't nobody said Giannis, the basketball player that played for the Milwaukee Bucks? Nobody said that he got to build up Africa. Don't nobody say that to Serge Ibaka, to Joel Embiid. He's got to build up Africa. You never heard nobody say that. Why you ain't over there and living in Africa?
You don't know what they might be doing for those people. You don't know what they might be doing.
Why they ain't over there living with their people?
Because they're playing in the NBA.
So?
What do you mean? Now look who's being unreasonable.
No,
his dumbass expects you to fucking fly 10,000 miles to play a basketball game and fly back? Come on now.
Exactly what I'm saying. In the offseason, they can. I know a guy that we can look up right now.
Bro, just stop. Just stop. You on bullshit, bro.
Francis Ngannou.
Francis Ngannou don't live in Cameroon. He don't live over there. The fuck you talking about? He lives in Las Vegas.
Go to his Instagram right now. Go to his Instagram right now.
What did I just explain to you?
He's over there, always over there building.
He lives in Las Vegas.
And just for the record, Francis Ngannou told Daniel Cormier he wasn't African. He told
so what? He ain't from the continent.
I'm just letting you know.
You're trying to start some shit for nothing, bro.
No. I'm just letting you know that the African don't think
he's not from the continent. So
what? Who?
Daniel Cormier.
Talk about it.
Bro, shut up.
Talk about it.
I'm not about to do this with you. We ain't friends.
Yeah, talk about it. Daniel Cormier ain't from the continent. Daniel Cormier is Black American.
Try to see what you're trying to do. He's trying to act like he somehow is attached to what Cormier did.
Daniel Cormier said, "You're my African brother, Francis Ngannou," and Francis Ngannou said, "No, I'm not. You're not African." That's that. We can see that. That's an example that we all can see.
You see what I'm saying, dude?
You even said that Daniel Cormier is not from the continent.
He's not.
But Daniel Cormier, by your definition, would be a part of the
Who's going to deny that? He's born in fucking Louisiana.
Well, he was
he's part of the continent,
right? Is Daniel Cormier your African brother?
Bro, I'm not going to do this with you, man. You just being an idiot. You've been drinking too much or something. You're not making no sense.
Yeah, I'm making perfect sense.
If somebody's born, if you're born in Louisiana, okay, you from the South, then why would you? Who's saying you're African? We all know that.
Come on, said he was African. Daniel Cormier said you my African brother.
Bro, you trying to play semantics and shit, bro. When I literally explained to you exactly what was up.
Daniel Cormier would fit the definition of the diaspora.
He is from the diaspora.
So you're my African brother. Pan-Africanism from the Africanism, Pan-Africanism. So if I say you're my African brother and you're from
I like how you get it all of a sudden, man.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, yeah. He supposed to be part of the diaspora. The African said, no, you're not. You're not my African brother. You're not African. That's what he told him.
Right.
These celebrities, millionaires.
If he did say that, which I didn't hear, but if he did, I mean, he ain't wrong.
100%
Born in Louisiana.
Look it up.
What's your point, though?
He's Black American. He's born in Louisiana. Exactly. That's delineation.
Who said he wasn't Black American?
Which I'm not.
This motherfucker literally represented America in the Olympics. What are you talking about, though? What's your point?
I'm not mad at Francis for saying that. I'm just glad that Daniel got his wake up call. Daniel would never forget that. Daniel was hurt behind that he told him that. He was hurt. He was like, damn, like, why would you say that? Yeah, because Daniel never knew that Africans think like that. Yeah, he never knew that. He was like, yeah, trying to put his arm around, hey, my African brother. Shit, you not African? What the fuck you doing? That's something that's an example that we all can see that happened. And these millionaire rich celebrities. So let's stop playing games. You can't identify who is a part of this African diaspora.
I already explained to you. He's still whether Francis acknowledge him as part of the diaspora or not, he still is. You don't have to be necessarily identifying yourself as African. When people ask me, I don't tell them that I'm African. I'll be like, no, I'm not African. If they ask me, man, where you from or whatever, that don't mean that I'm not from the diaspora.
Daniel Cormier is a freeman. You're not a freeman.
Bro, shut up, man. You just being a dumbass again. You just being the dumbass as usual, man.
African in New York that's having an
I explained to you the best way I could with all this shit, bro. You still ain't taking it nowhere.
And your complex that you're having. You have a complex.
What you the one with the complex, bro? You got a fucking alcoholic problem, bro. You don't got shit else to do. You don't got a good fucking YouTube channel. You trying to get some traction to it. It's failing.
It's already been
drunk.
taken.
You
They
get
already
sad and
started.
get drunk here is just start.
They already started
in
from
an
They already took it away.
Pan-African space.
They already took it away from me. They already took it. I knew that it wasn't gonna work because I talked the truth. So they've been flagging me down for hate speech for years. They finally took it last week.
That's because that's what you do, bro. That's what you do. You get on and try to do shit, and it just fucks up for you. That's why your channel sucks, and you ain't getting no traction. But you continue to try and hope that something might change. I guess.
And I don't gotta have my face talking about.
Bro, if I had a YouTube,
I'm not
channel,
an African in America.
That's not what I'm
I'm
doing.
not an African in America that's having an identity.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm
doing. I'm on to anything dark skin, having an identity crisis. You got a complex.
That's you, bro. You trying to literally trying to take Black American and try to act like you own it or something like it's part of what you doing.
So now you're having an identity. You know what you is? You is a generic Black person in America. You are a man of no country, a man of no heritage, a man of no ancestors, a man of no story. You just happen to be dark skinned in America, and we reject you.
You a clown, man.
Now I'm gonna tell you like George Bush told me, fuck y'all niggas, I'm out of here.
This fucking clown out of here, man.
Hey, to speak to the AA chat, drop some topics y'all want to hear us expound on.
I guess Dinah sleep at the wheel, man. I see Elvis is trying to get up, man. But yeah. I already pretty much explained everything I had to say.
I don't think Dinah's did it accept.
No, he left him.
Pan
He
American
left him hanging.
say
He ain't even.
Pan American say why there are no greats from Africa? They marry at 10.
What?
Somebody in the chat said why are there no greats from Africa? They marry at 10. Kwame say FBA, we 14th Amendment citizen brothers. Borrowed Times say Africa foot will never get tired. We never have a flat, will never break. That's when crocodiles attack. They go for the okay, I don't know. That's not even a sentence. African Hebrews say without FBAs on this page, things will go a different way.
The whole thing is a dumb argument, man. And this ain't the space for that. That's my whole point to it all. It's like people are talking, there's ideas. Like today was productive, bro, because dude came in, we winning, and he explained like on some financial shit that you can get, movements and shit you can get going. But
yeah,
dude just comes.
It's so much financial like education that goes on in America that people just overlook. Like
or they
like
don't
it's
even
just
know to
like
look
this
for
is just a slave state or something. It's not like we're this shit is we economically free. There's no chains. The criminality is portrayed and is sensationalized all the time. If because compared to, yo, am I still in it?
Yeah, I hear you.
Damn, I lost my point. I lost my train of thought. But go ahead, Johnny.
No, I didn't really I didn't catch all that either that you were saying, man. But
Oh, I was talking about how the crime is sensationalized, and uh, yeah, the crime is just sensationalized. It's not as bad as the media portrays it, compared to like being as though we were in a Pan African space. Uh, it's nothing compared to any country in Africa. Like the entirety of the United States won't
bro,
compare to
that
one
the
country.
problem the
Won't
problem
won't
is
compare
what
it
you
to one
compare it
country. You
to
know what I
though.
mean? Like this
No,
gigantic landmass of America, its crime doesn't compare at all to any country. Like one country in Africa. You know, South America, because most African countries don't even tally their homicides the way America does. Like we're so transparent. That's why everybody on the outside looking in has so much to say, because we're so transparent. We don't murder journalists, and we don't murder politicians, and we don't murder head of states and things like that. We put the truth out there, and we leave it up to interpretation. If you want to interpret it left leaning, or if you want to interpret it right leaning, then that's your prerogative. But the facts are the facts.
but
Six,
bro,
15, well, I won't say six plus, yeah, about 12,000 murders in America, in the entirety of America. But in South Africa, one country in Africa has 27 murders. Not to count all of the other countries that have numerous amounts of civil wars and civil discourse that's going on, where they kill their politicians. Like when we keep bringing up Burkina Faso, they killed their leaders.
my question to you will be, why would you compare the country with the highest GDP on the planet, with the most powerful military, with the highest literacy rates, to a country that's in extreme poverty? Like, what kind of comparison does that make sense, bro?
Because this is a Pan African space. We talking about Africa and we talking about America. A
But
comparison needs to
literally,
be
we got
a
people.
comparison needs to be held, because a lot of people in the chat talk about how Black America this and Black America that. But when we speak about Africa, is about, oh, you hate yourself. No, we don't hate ourselves, because we're from America and you guys are in Africa. So when we speak on Africa, it's all about, oh, you just trying to shit on us, and you just care about money, and you only care about infrastructure. It's just like, these are basic things that we already have here, and we had for damn near hundreds of years. And when we compare it to there, it's just, oh, why are you talking about a third world country? Like, you don't have to be a third world country forever. America was a third world country at one point, but it
That's not
grew.
true. But anyway,
So
this
what
is.
was it? So what was it? What was it before 1776?
Do you know where the term third world comes from?
I
You
guess probably America, because
you
everywhere
don't,
else is
but
so far
but
behind.
third world comes from after the Industrial Revolution. It was referring to the countries that were basically involved in the in the world wars.
Okay.
Okay,
So they didn't have an industrial revolution. That's what you're saying?
what do you no, bro? I don't understand what you mean by that. But
I just asked the question. I said, does that mean they didn't have an industrial revolution? You said
that
the
means
term
who didn't
comes
have
from
industrial revolution?
you said the term comes from before they got industrial and World War. And I said, does that mean that these people didn't have an industrial revolution? Because we
No, no,
had the
no.
industrial revolution in 1865 when they passed the whole slavery thing. That's why the South got poorer and the North got richer, because of the Industrial Revolution. So if we
That's
talking
right.
about huh?
No, go ahead. Let me listen. You
So if
might
we
have
talk,
something there.
so if we talking about industrial and third world, I'm asking, is it because they didn't have an industrial revolution? Is that why
No,
they're
no.
third world countries still?
I mean, I guess you could say it that way, but as far as development, it was like the first world is like the ones like leading the pack in the industrial revolution. So that was like the first industrialized countries in that first wave. That was in the before, right before 1776. But before then, there wasn't no third world, first world up until that point. That was what I was trying. That was my whole point that I was getting at.
Okay, so it's been
Right,
300 years, and these countries that were deemed third world countries are still third world
bro.
today.
No,
Help me understand.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. So we have to consider them from where their development is. We can't go say, "Oh, this has been 300 years and this has been the case." That's completely like we're looking at two different timelines. That's going to exhaust me too much to explain. But I will say this. Okay, back to your original point. I guess we'll just get to that. Okay, you said why should we compare uh, America, and why should we always kind of, I guess, give them a cop out of being third world countries? Is that fair?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so crime is bad anywhere. Like I'm not a proponent of crime in no type of fashion. I think our crime rate and murder rate for blacks is too high in America. But like to compare it to a place where there's extreme poverty, I mean, it don't pan out to do that. Like to me, that's like a completely disingenuous argument. Just because of the GDP, like if you compare the GDP to America, which is usually where you find these trends, is way more uh, a more honest interpretation would be to compare it to other countries.
So is
From
it
what
fair
we,
to compare? Let's compare USA's poorest state. Let's compare Alabama to Africa's most affluent state. Is
yeah,
that a fair comparison? Can we do
no, I
that?
would still say no because our literacy rates is higher here. Our GDP, just because we're part of the United States, federal funding will just make it higher. It still won't be a fair state. I think Mississippi might be poorer than Alabama too, but it just ain't. They just don't work out that way because it's part of this country, and that's still a section of the country compared to a third world country. So it's like comparing the GDP of a state to a country, but the GDP from the state does trade with other states that are rich.
But Africa owns all their land.
Yeah, they
Why?
own them. They own the land, but the thing is, like the wealth doesn't come from just owning land. It comes from
But
trade.
when we have
It
these
comes
same
from,
conversations, it's all about Black Americans owning everything. Like
bro. I
we
can't
talk
do
about
this,
how
man.
Black Americans don't own this and don't own that, but when it comes to Africa, you guys own everything, but just have so little. So I
Okay.
don't understand.
No,
You
I
know,
get it. I'm gonna try to explain it too. So when we say owning things, first of all, you can't own land in Africa. In most African countries, you can't actually buy and own the land flat out. That's not a practice that's widely accepted throughout everywhere. There's probably some places and countries that allow it, but I know a bunch of them where you can't, especially as a foreigner. But here in America, where we're citizens, where we literally come from, we have the right to own land and to own things flat out. So that's why we should take advantage of that. But I think you have to really see and experience when you dealing with other countries, like how lopsided things is. It'll help make more sense if you ever been there to kind of see, because it's really hard to explain with words if you haven't. But it does it, when they do have power grid issues or there's no municipal services that run every week, it just makes for a difference in society. When they don't have a lot of things that we take for granted, where some places they don't even have running water, where you got to have a pump and all this other shit to get things done. It just is it tells a different story than what it does just comparing like these people here to these people over there, you know? Because even though not you, but other people might be like the least, the working class or whatever, they still won't be able to compare because our working class is still, we have social safety nets that will still stop them from getting, as low as extreme poverty, where there's literally kids that's out starving and shit that haven't ate for like 2 days and shit in other countries. That's not something that happens over here. We literally have so many programs, and it's literally will be considered child abuse, where they'll come and take your kids if you can't feed them every day in America. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So that's why it's not the same. It's not a real apt comparison because that's not like the reality of things. But over there, it's like, yeah, it is extreme poverty, you know. So what the citizens can do here compared to there, it's a lot of different reasons, man. Economical reasons, political reasons, geopolitical reasons, you know, ethnic reasons. They got us a lot of conflict and stuff. It's hard to just explain it just flat out like, hey, we do it here, they should do it there. What's the difference? You know, when you look into it more, you'll start seeing what makes the difference, man. What?
Hey, y'all, we gotta close out. But
Okay,
everyone,
yeah, man.
thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. But till next time, family, Dynasty Search for Huru. Peace.